away. Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This portion of the herd is brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win a $5,000 college scholarship courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com.
Get incredible savings at Lowe's with our pre-Black Friday sale. Start by taking 15% off all DeWalt cordless combo kits and miter saws. And while you're there, pick up a 100-count mini Christmas light set for only $1.99. It's the Lowe's pre-Black Friday sale. So hurry into Lowe's for these and other great values every day. Lowe's never stop improving. Offer valid November 14th through the 21st. Does not apply to special order or clearance items. Discount taken at time of purchase. While supplies last, see store for details.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beers, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Mike and Chris Carter discussed the New York Giants redefining midseason form.
Looking ugly right now, but certainly you have to give the Cincinnati Bengals some credit. They played him. Defense played very well. Andy Dalton and A.J. Green are a nice 1-2 combination there. But what the Giants go through in November, 13-21 under Tom Coughlin, can you even explain it?
We haven't talked about it a lot, but Tom Coughlin has a very difficult system. It's very taxing mentally and physically. Tom Jackson and I talked about this the last couple of days, and we don't believe the Giants have a style where they can ever win 12 or 13 games during the regular season. They have 4 or 5 games where the guys look tired, they play tired. Last year, after 14 games, they were 7-7. Their defense was ranked 28th in the league, and their rushing was last in the league. So I'm not going to panic about the New York Football Giants.
Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio.
ESPNRadio.com. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You
live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Coming up in the herd. What's the most surprising stat about the Dallas Cowboys coming into Week 12? Find out from ESPN's Trent Dilfer via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline at 11:45 Eastern, 8:45 Pacific. In the herd.
Well, it has been one of the all-time great college football seasons. I don't think I've had more. If I was in Scottsdale, Old Town Scottsdale, Saturday night watching Oregon Stanford, and everybody at that place in a dive bar was glued to the television. It's been an amazing season. Our friend Brent Musburger joining us. How shocked are you by Notre Dame's season, Brent? Did you see it coming?
I did not see it coming. And, Colin, before you called, I just pulled off some of the preseason magazines, and I'm not picking on Sports Illustrated. I could have grabbed any one of them, ESPN, but they were not listed in their preseason top 25, all right? But the Irish had games against, I think, about 5 of them in the top 25. So I thought, Colin, that the Irish could win 8, 9 games. It'd be a great year for them. Now, some of those opponents who were in the top 25, let's be honest, they weren't as good as we thought they were going to be. But still in all, when you take a look at that schedule back in August and you think about where the Irish are today, you say that this is one of the classic performances in the history of Notre Dame football.
I agree. How shocked were you that Oregon lost? And do you believe Stanford did what Ohio State did in Auburn, that people have kind of figured out Oregon? If you're good in the trenches, tackle well, you can solve Oregon's offense.
Well, there's no question that you start right there, and you hope you can tackle them in space. I said to some people before the game, Colin, I said, Stanford presents some problems that I don't think Oregon has looked at. That front seven is by far the best front seven that they have seen so far this season. But I'm not sure that Stanford could hold up in the second half. That's what I told folks. Well, not only did they hold up, but as Coach said afterwards, Stanford would have won easily if they hadn't turned the ball over a few times. So I don't know that there's an exact formula. You've still got to have the playmakers out there to get it done. But let's be honest, and this could happen to Notre Dame in the second half coming up Saturday night at USC. If you fall behind and the stakes are as high as they are, pressure sets in. And I think it set in on the Oregon coaching staff as well as the players. And they realized that they had to get something done. They pushed forward. And then, of course, they haven't worked on their field goal game. It is amazing to me that a school that is backed by Nike as strongly as they are doesn't have a field goal kicker who can just go out there and kick a field goal one after the other. It's pretty remarkable around college football when you see those situations.
Your gut feeling on Notre Dame USC Saturday?
Well, you know, you go in, Colin, thinking that the Irish are going to take care of business. And I would say that Manti Te'o is a big reason why. When you've got senior leadership, they're apt to try and keep the heads on squarely on the target this week. In other words, it's so easy for youngsters to listen to the students, to listen to you on the radio, to watch ESPN, to read the Chicago Tribune, and they say, boy, we're pretty good. Well, I'm there to tell you, even though they've had a really horrendous season, and even though Matt Barkley is not going to be under center, there's going to be athletes on the field for USC. And you put the Trojans ahead with those 2 wide receivers, you give them some daylight, and we stumble upon a freshman quarterback who's got a big arm we don't know anything about. The Irish could be in trouble in that football game. They have got to take care of business. They've got to get ahead early, and they've got to dictate to USC. I fully expect the Trojans to show up, even though they had a nightmare of a performance in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. This is a game where they can salvage a very disappointing season.
You know as well as anybody, coordinators matter. Bobby Bowden lost his and went from 12-1 to 7-5 quickly. Bob Stoops, a few years ago, lost his brother to Arizona. They've never quite been as good defensively. Monty Kiffin with Lane right now. USC scoring a ton, recruiting good players, can't stop anybody. What do you do with Lane Kiffin? What do you do with Monty Kiffin? Pat Hayden supported him over the weekend. What would you do? What is your guess what happens there?
You know, Colin, I've never been in a position where I've had to fire my father. You know, I know that's a humorous sentence, but when you think about it, he's going to have to make a change there because I was talking to the Oregon coaches about the aftermath of the USC game, and Aliotti, the defensive coordinator at Oregon, is a longtime dear friend of mine. And I said, what was it like to give up that many yards and win a football game? He said, you know, I was exhausted, but he said I wasn't as worn out as Monty Kiffin was, and he said there was some fans picking on him when he left the stadium, and I told him to be quiet. He said, I've got great respect for Monty and what he's accomplished, but it's clear that the Trojans have to have a different approach. You put your finger on it, they've got athletes, and they haven't gotten it done. And I am sure that going forward, if Lane Kiffin is to be the head coach, and I know that Pat Hayden gave him a vote of confidence, but if he's the head coach of the Trojans next year, they will have to have changes on the defensive side of the football.
If, let's say by chance, Notre Dame loses to USC, would you be comfortable with two SEC teams in the national title?
Well, you know, Colin, I have to be comfortable with whoever shows up, and so I don't. So I really don't allow myself to get involved in that. But if Notre Dame loses, and if Oregon wins, and I know it's a lot of if Florida State and Tallahassee beats Florida, don't eliminate the Ducks just yet. They're not quite out of it. I know they've been knocked down a couple of times, and they've taken a couple of standing 8 counts. But there is that possibility going forward. Now, I think you're going to find as the week moves along that almost everybody's going to be on the Irish bandwagon. I don't think anybody is going to come out and boldly state that the Trojans are going to flat out upset Notre Dame. I mean, this coaching staff that Kelly has put together, they've done a remarkable job. He clearly is the coach of the year for what he has done with that schedule. Kept the Irish on target. Yes, they've been lucky. They got a big break with the officiating crew in that Pittsburgh overtime victory. They were fortunate. Stanford couldn't score for the 1-yard line in overtime, but they have taken advantage of their opportunities going forward. So it's going to take a remarkable performance by the Trojans to upset them. But going back to your question, if it winds up Alabama, Florida, rematch, Georgia, Alabama, let's play. That's the game that they're going to give us, and so we'll deal with it like we did last year with LSU and Alabama.
Brent, always a pleasure. Good talking to you, bud.
Thank you, my friend. Take care, Colin.
Good
Happy
friend.
Thanksgiving.
All right, same to you, Brent Musburger, one of my favorite people in the world. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. Everybody's got the national championship game all mailed in. Just be very careful. Just all it takes, Notre Dame fumbles, 7-0 USC, 96,000, going nuts, freshman quarterback. I mean, everybody, Georgia still plays Alabama. Bama's struggled against good quarterbacks. Georgia's quarterback is as good as any they'll face this year. Be very careful. By the way, Jim Mora, UCLA. He's second place coach of the year to Brian Kelly. Pac-12 had a great year. Stanford, Oregon, 5 or 6 Pac-10 teams in the top 25. Great year for the Pac-12. SEC's the best because they're better up top. Second, Pac-12. Good to see UCLA being viable. I love that. And I grew up with Terry Donahue there. I grew up with UCLA putting guys like Kenny Easley in the NFL and Troy Aikman. Great to have UCLA back. Great to have Notre Dame back. What the hell's Maryland moving to the Big Ten for? That's not great. That's just weird. I don't even like that. I may vote no on that one. Apparently Rutgers is going to follow too, which I heard 2 years ago. Rutgers feels Big Ten. Cold weather, academic, major university. I mean, like 30,000 students. Rutgers feels like the Big Ten to me. Doesn't feel like it's going to win the Big Ten, but it feels like the Big Ten. Coming up next, I'll take a few phone calls. Trent Dilfer, 1-888-SAY-ESPN. But I think we all know the NFL better than we even give ourselves credit for. And I'll explain what I mean next. It's The Herd on ESPN Radio.
Get incredible savings at Lowe's with our pre-Black Friday sale. Start by taking 15% off all DeWalt cordless combo kits and miter saws. And while you're there, pick up a 100-count mini Christmas light set for only $1.99. It's the Lowe's pre-Black Friday sale. So hurry into Lowe's for these and other great values every day. Lowe's never stop improving. Offer valid November 14th through the 21st. Does not apply to special order or clearance items. Discount taken at time of purchase. While supplies last, see store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I'm a champion, real-life Shaq's mechanism. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hi, Shaquille O'Neal for Rad. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting.
Getting chewed out by
so
your
why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text. And together, we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Do you ever want to tell Greeny to just shut up? Or make sure Colin knows that baseball fans aren't all nerds? Or perhaps think SVP and Ryan have Boston sports fans all wrong? Make sure your voice is heard with ESPN Radio's all-new fan feedback, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Fan feedback allows you to engage with our hosts about whatever's on your mind via email, Twitter, Facebook, and text. Go to ESPNradio.com and look for the 1-800-Flowers.com fan feedback link to engage with your favorite hosts. And remember to visit 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN to discover exclusive offers for ESPN radio listeners. 1-800-Flowers.com is the preferred floral provider of ESPN Radio.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter work boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Regents today approved the school's move to the Big Ten from the ACC, according to ESPN. Rutgers will officially announce tomorrow it's leaving the Big East for the Big Ten. A concussion sidelines 49ers quarterback Alex Smith on Monday Night Football, 8:30 Eastern, ESPN HD. ESPN's Chris Mortensen reporting Smith was unable to get clearance from a neurologist a week after suffering his concussion. Colin Kaepernick makes his first NFL start versus the Bears. Chicago starter Jay Cutler's also out with a concussion. Jason Campbell's in. He'll be best served to focus on the running game early, advises ESPN's Ron Jaworski.
What that does, it opens up the play-action passing game. And this is an attribute that Jason Campbell excels at. He is a very good play-action passer. Ball fake, snap your head around, either or throws suit Jason Campbell's game.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski underwent surgery this morning on his broken forearm. Team's uncertain exactly how long he'll be out, but one source expects Gronkowski to probably miss a couple of weeks.
Protect the football. Watch every game at Buffalo Wild Wings. Go to protectthefootball.com to find the location nearest you. Because at Buffalo Wild Wings, it's football the way it should be. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Coming up in the herd, which NFL QB should be given a pass for struggling so far this season? We asked Super Bowl champion Kurt Warner via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. In the herd.
The herd brought to you by Quicken Loans, engineered to amaze. I think by the way, I'm such a weenie. So I saw Ryan Russillo in the hallway. And I pick my Blazing 5 picks every Friday. I kind of know by Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday what I'm going to do, generally by Wednesday. So I tweeted on my Twitter account, ESPN_Colin, one of the games this week, in my opinion, is the lock of the year. But when I got to Friday, I thought, you know what? You're doing well. Don't brag. And why put yourself out there? I said twice, I absolutely love the Saints. It was my favorite NFL pick of the year was the Saints to cover against Oakland. But I didn't have any guts, and I didn't want to say it, because if I said it and was wrong, I'd get destroyed. So kids, the key to life, kids, is have conviction. Don't be a big weenie. The NFL is a lot more predictable than anybody wants to admit. Now, let's be honest. Indianapolis is a real surprise. And Tampa Bay could be a surprise. Not there yet. Playing well, though. But when you look this morning at the NFL standings, Giants lead the NFC East. You all predicted that. Chicago and Green Bay are atop the NFC North. You and I predicted that. In fact, I went and found my August NFL predictions. I had the Giants winning the NFC East at 10-6, tied with Philly. So I'm wrong on Philly, but I have one divisional winner. I have Green Bay at 12-4, Chicago 10-6 atop. I had Atlanta winning their division and San Francisco winning theirs. So did you. I think most of you. By the way, in the AFC, I had New England at 13-3, probably too good a record, but winning. I had Baltimore 12-4, Pittsburgh 10-6. I had Houston winning in Denver. Now, I didn't always get the record right. I had Houston at 9-7. They're better than that. And I had Green Bay at 12-4. I don't think they're quite that good. And Atlanta at 9-7. But I literally predicted, to this point, every single divisional winner. And I think most of you did as well. So there's this sense that the NFL is wildly unpredictable if you have a top quarterback. and you have what you perceive to be at least a good enough coach, you generally win your division in this league. It's not as unpredictable as you think. I'm not that smart. You know, I look at right now, the divisions are absolutely. Now, the second and third place teams, I thought Tennessee would be better than they are. I thought Buffalo would be better than they are. I thought Philadelphia would be better than they are. But I didn't have any of them winning a division or running away with it. So, you know, it's just it just goes to show that the NBA, everybody criticizes the NBA. It's too predictable. Hell, the NFL's predictable. Ken, you're in the Herd on ESPN Radio. Ken, go ahead.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. Great show daily, Mr. Herd.
Thanks.
I know you're a Romo fan, but if you look at his stats from yesterday, he had probably more yards with penalty calls on his throws than when he actually played a decent game yesterday. And I thought Hercules and the rest of his crews had an awful day calling that game yesterday.
Well, you got Ken.
Sounds like you watched it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be very careful, Ken. When you watch Dallas play, there are so many leaks in the offensive line, Ken, that Romo, most quarterbacks in this league, I don't think Tom Brady would be very good with that line. That you got to credit.
The Browns off the list of they give up.
Well, no,
Browns are still playing hard.
Listen,
from what I see,
Cleveland's got arguably the best corners in the league, a very good defensive line. Remember, Cleveland has been so lousy, Ken, they've had great draft picks for years. They can play. So we said Cleveland's a tough out. They're a tough out. You got to be very careful about stats. Stats tell you that Alex Smith is better than Tony Romo. I'm here to tell you Tony Romo is better than Alex Smith. And every GM in the league, if asked, would take Romo over Alex Smith. Alex Smith, even his own team, the Niners, even his own team wouldn't give him a long contract. That's getting to the NFC Championship. Even his own team. He had to go to Miami and look for another job. His own general manager and coach wanted to give him 2 years. He wanted 4. So you got to be careful about stats. My eyeballs tell me with an atrocious offensive line and no running game right now because DeMarco Murray's not playing, Tony Romo is winning these games with his feet. Chuck, you're in the Herd on ESPN Radio. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I want to pick up where this guy left off. Watching that game yesterday, it was like watching boxing on HBO. The league wanted Dallas to win the game, and they won the game. Just like you watch the boxing match on HBO, one guy beats the heck out of the other guy, doesn't knock him out, but he doesn't get the decision because they want that guy to win the fight to go on to the next fight. And it's just that way with Dallas. They want Dallas to compete with New York. And, so they gave the game to Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the NFL has been pulling for Dallas for years. That's why they have one playoff win in 15 years. That's why over the last 150 games, they're a 500 team. God, degenerate line 6. Yeah, the NFL quietly staged the Quincy Carter years. The Chan Gailey years, that was the league too. Dallas won the game because Cleveland always loses close games because Cleveland probably isn't as good as Dallas or a lot of teams at quarterback, and they're very, very young. God. Ian, you're in the Herd. Go ahead.
Hey, Uncle Colin. Great show, man.
Thanks, bud.
Hey, just wondering if you could predict the NFC East for me. Like, are the Cowboys going to make the playoffs or what?
Giants. Ultimately, I get Coughlin and I get Eli Manning. Ian, we know with the New York Giants, this is what they do, Ian.
Yeah.
November's a rough month for them, but let's remember, this is a team with an elite pass rush, excellent veteran leadership, a tremendous coach, and a quarterback who generally in big games, home or away, will make plays. I just say, Ian, you go look at the top of that organization, the Mara family, Coughlin, Eli Manning, Jerry Reese, at all 4 of those. I go with the New York Giants. Philadelphia's done for the year. Redskins just don't have the pieces. Dallas will make it interesting, but they have shown an ability to blow leads and blow games they should win. Giants win games they should blow. Cowboys lose games they should win. I'll go Giants down the stretch. Trent Dilfer around the corner. Also, what to do with Lane Kiffin at USC? Does Pat Hayden really have his back 150%. Some thoughts on that. Kurt Warner last hour as well. Here at the Herd, we've got pros that listen to our show, from plumbers and remodelers to pro contractors. They own their own business. They work around the clock. They're writing estimates. Exhausting. When do they have time to order products and materials for their job site? That's where Ferguson comes in. The country's largest distributor of plumbing products and supplies. They've been around for nearly 6 decades. They've got an all-new program called Ferguson Pro Plus. Lets pros order product online 24/7. Not just that, but when pros order now online, you get Pro Plus rewards points. And you can use that stuff to buy sports gear and game tickets, trips, and electronics. Ferguson is the pro contractor's best resource, in person or online. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. That's Ferguson.com. For the record, you can pick up your products at a local Ferguson branch the next day or have them delivered anywhere you want, even to the job site. Trent Dilfer next.
With a win and a couple of favorable outcomes, the Jets are still breathing. Do they have what it takes to give their season a real shot in the arm on Thanksgiving night? Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco debated one on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Get incredible savings at Lowe's with our pre-Black Friday sale. Start by taking 15% off all DeWalt cordless combo kits and miter saws. And while you're there, pick up a 100-count mini Christmas light set for only $1.99. It's the Lowe's pre-Black Friday sale. So hurry into Lowe's for these and other great values every day. Lowe's never stop improving. Offer valid November 14th through the 21st. Does not apply to special order or clearance items. Discount taken at time of purchase. While supplies last, see store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move! Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Clips land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest? In this NBA Wednesday showdown. Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
It's Mike and Bears quarterback Jay Cutler.
My wife is a crazy Bears fan, so I'm speaking for her. If you throw a pick this weekend, get out of the way.
Don't
right?
be a ball
player.
Get
out of the way.
Just fall down is what you're
yes,
don't do it.
Run to the sideline. Actually, you realize
the
sideline.
You got my back in the backlash of what happened?
Yes, I promise you I will. I said it was the right thing to do.
That's just what you want, Jay, is Greeny to have your back.
Yeah. By the way.
Exactly.
It's Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category? Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam. Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping? Yep. That's a game changer. Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online. That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up. Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
The Herd brought to you by Ferguson. Contractors score points online with Ferguson. Visit Ferguson.com/Pro Plus. One of my guys, Trent Dilfer, stops by every Monday. So, yesterday I'm on Twitter, and, the NFL, you got about 45, 46 guys on game day. So if you're winning by a route, it's not like you can go to your fourth or fifth string guy. I didn't have a problem with what New England did to Indianapolis. Did you?
Colin, no, I didn't. I think that in today's football, because it's so wide open, you have a game plan intact. And, you preach all week to your team, hey, we're going to do something for 60 minutes. This is how we're going to play. This is the way we're going to win. And we're going to put the, pedal to the metal and go. And when you get a lead and there's a weakness in the opponent, there's nothing wrong with continuing to expose the weakness. It's no different than in the old days if you had a weakness in the run defense and you were running, power to the right side over and over, and they can't stop it. You keep running it. It's their job to stop you. So I didn't think there's anything egregious about what the Patriots did. They're obviously trying to incorporate a lot of different personnel into their offensive system because they've been banged up a little bit, and they look as great game opportunities to hone their offense. They know they have to be an offensive-driven team going into the playoffs, and the more success they're having, the more confidence it breeds, and the better their chance of long-term success is.
Trent Dilfer joining us. I was saying that the NFL, it feels like, my eyeballs tell me there's some teams that love to be physical. Your Chicago, San Francisco, your Houstons, your Pittsburgh, Baltimore. Then you got some teams that, they're kind of finesse sometimes. Green Bay, New England, Atlanta. I can't figure out which Denver is, and my gut feeling is they're a little surf and turf. They can give you both. Von Miller's now the best defensive player maybe in the league. What is Denver? What makes them? Are they finesse? Are they physical? What are they?
I think they're a combination of both. I don't think you can be a good team in the NFL without being physical. I think there is a perception of teams that lead with the pass offensively, or that can just rush the passer defensively, that they're labeled as finesse. I think if you look at the offensive line for Denver and what they were able to do with Tebow last year and be a run-driven team, kind of a college offense run-driven team, that carried over to this year, and they've been able to run the ball very effectively. But at the core of who the Denver Broncos are, they're a Peyton Manning-driven team. And Peyton is going to, from an offensive standpoint, expose wherever you're lacking on defense. It's a best play offense. I've said this for years. When Peyton Manning's your quarterback, you're in automatically what's called a best play offense. You're always going to be in the best play because he's going to get you there. If you're soft in the box or you're in a passive look, and he has a run advantage, and he's going to run the ball. It doesn't matter if down or distance. And they do a good job with that, and they're very physical at the point, and they get to the second level in the zone run game. They can run the power guard pulling game as well. But if he senses a weakness in your pass defense, he's going to throw it 40, 50 times in a game. So I think they're a combination of both. I like that term, surf and turf. But I don't think there's really finesse teams in the league that are successful. I think there's teams that are banged up at times or are lacking in certain departments, so they have to go to more of a tricky-dicky type offense.
Sure.
At times to manipulate yards and to score points. But every team has to have some physicality to them if they're going to get to this point of the season and be successful.
Trent Dilfer joining us, the Herd on ESPN Radio. This league is remarkable. Jacksonville takes Houston down to the end. Suddenly now New Orleans is hot. Watch out for Tampa Bay. Yet we can't figure out the New York Giants. Your eyeballs, and now we're getting into a part of the year. Weather gets colder. That plays a factor maybe for a dome team. Your eyeballs. Best team in the AFC, best team in the NFC, and consider the playoff alignments. If you had to pick a Super Bowl today, and it's absurd, where would it go?
Yeah, it's always tough this time of year. I still think Houston's the best team in the AFC.
Okay.
I actually liked what they did yesterday. All the conversation around teams this time of year, it's all right. I mean, there's teams that are built for the playoffs because of how they're put together tactically. There's teams that are strong in certain places, weak in other places. But at the end of the day, the quality of a team is more about its soul than it is about its offense or defense or, defensive end or left tackle or quarterback. It's their ability to believe in one another. It's their ability to keep climbing when things are tough, generate confidence when you're not having a lot of success. It's all the intangible things that make up the soul of a football team. And I look at Houston and Atlanta, two teams that, they have weaknesses. Absolutely, you can blow some holes in what they are. But at the end of the day, they win close games. They win games they shouldn't. They find a way to dig deep and believe in themselves in critical moments. For that, I put a lot of stock in that. I think every good team I've been a part of, every great team I've studied, it always comes back more to the chemistry and the soul of the team than it does one position group or one side of the ball or one statistical component to who they are. And I look at Atlanta, I look at Houston, I think they're two teams that have something special that way. And we're seeing it manifest itself when they do play poorly. They still find a way to win.
Yeah, no, there's some value to that. Good talking to you, Trent, as always. Tony Romo running for his life. The Cowboys, if they win on Thanksgiving, very much in it, which I think is great for the league. But just quickly before we go, my eyeballs tell me Dallas can play with a lot of people. But I look at that NFC with the Bears pass rush and the Niners pass rush. This Dallas team, ultimately, that offensive line can't win playoff games, right? That's what my eyes tell me?
Yeah, it'd take a remarkable effort by Romo, having to play beyond the X's and O's on a snap-to-snap basis. This time of year, we talk about quarterbacks, and I agree. But really what people should study and what really manifests itself more than anything else is offensive line play as we go down the back stretch and into the playoffs. That's the thing people should be focused on. If you can't block, it's at the core of football. If you have a hard time blocking, especially in pass protection, when the other team knows it's pass, you're going to have a tough time winning.
Yeah. Good talking to you, Trent.
All right, see you, pal.
The problem with Dallas is that their offensive line's a sieve. Well, the problem is in the NFC, all the really good teams have a great pass rush. The Bears do. San Francisco does. Okay? The New York Giants don't today, but they will eventually. Remember last year the Giants' pass rush was slow in November, too. So the problem is Dallas, even if they got to the playoffs, their weakness is the strength of every team they'd play. Now, Atlanta doesn't have a great pass rush. So maybe you're Dallas, and Atlanta's the number one seed, and you're the worst seed. You could play, that would be a pretty good matchup for Dallas. Play Atlanta. They already played them once and had a chance to win. But Dallas's O-line just does not. That Dallas's O-line would be much better served in the AFC because New England doesn't have a great pass rush. I'll tell you, Von Miller of Denver right now is the best defensive player in the league. Peyton Manning's the best offensive player. I know you need a team to win, but between what Peyton's doing on offense and what Von Miller's doing on defense, he's unblockable. He's literally unblockable. Coming up next, my college football rankings. You know how I look. I don't necessarily look at wins and losses, though it does play a factor. And should Pat Hayden back Lane Kiffin? He's in a very tough spot. USC's fans, unlike Bama or Ohio State, they flee if you lose. They're not loyal. Do you have to make a move? That and our college football top 10 rankings, plus Kurt Warner. It is a football-packed last hour on what's been a great Monday show. We're just flying through. It's the Herd on ESPN Radio.
ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. The Jets got a much-needed win in St. Louis, but there's no time for pats on the back as New England waits a Thanksgiving night showdown just days away. Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Get incredible savings at Lowe's with our pre-Black Friday sale. Start by taking 15% off all DeWalt cordless combo kits and miter saws. And while you're there, pick up a 100-count mini Christmas light set for only $1.99. It's the Lowe's pre-Black Friday sale. So hurry into Lowe's for these and other great values every day. Lowe's never stop improving. Offer valid November 14th through the 21st. Does not apply to special order or clearance items. Discount taken at time of purchase. While supplies last, see store for details.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Feast Week begins with the Progressive Legends Classic. Two top 15 teams headline a doubleheader in Brooklyn. First on ESPNU, 7-foot big man Cody Zeller leads Indiana as the #1 team in the country faces Georgia at 5:30 Eastern. Then on ESPN2, one of the top recruiting classes is on display when UCLA tips off against the Hoyas at 8. The Progressive Legends Classic as part of Feast Week presented by Lowe's. Tonight on ESPNU and ESPN2.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. The markets may bounce around quite a bit over the next few weeks, and whether stocks are up or down may well depend on talks about the fiscal cliff. Signs of compromise to avoid tax hikes and spending cuts on January 1st may be greeted with gains for stock averages. Futures rose this morning after 4 weeks of losses for the Dow and S&P. Hostess Brands, maker of Twinkies and Ho-Hos, in federal bankruptcy court today. The firm wants to liquidate and sell off brands and assets in pieces. Housing is in the spotlight this week with a series of new reports on sales and construction starts. A day before it hopes to secure release of the vital rescue loan payment, the Greek government has presented emergency legislation aimed at tidying up the last loose ends in its austerity commitments to bailout creditors. More spending on credit cards during the summer quarter. Credit reporting firm TransUnion says the number rose nearly 5% compared with a year ago. Richard Davies, ABC News.
You gotta wake him up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio. The first Giant since Willie Mays to win MVP in the World Series in the same year. Here's Buster Posey with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Let's just relive it again. Yours, a team that had its back to the wall so many times in the regular season in August when we thought things were going in the wrong direction and the Dodgers made those big acquisitions. Then down 2-0 famously to the Reds and down 3-1 against the Cardinals. Why was your team able to keep coming back off the mat this year so many times?
Oh, man, I
I really do believe it had to be, to get done what we got done, it had to be done by the whole team. We couldn't have just one or two guys think it was possible. And we really did, as a group, get along extremely well. I think chemistry, some people feel like chemistry is overrated or underrated. It depends on what your take is, but I do believe that chemistry played a big part in our success this year, and had a great time playing with all the guys. Just a quality group of players and people on that team.
Mike and Buster Posey again pulling off an unbelievable hat trick, if you will. First player, according to Elias, since Frank Robinson to win the MVP, a batting title, and a World Series in the same year. The others, Dick Grote, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Stan Musial, and Joe DiMaggio. So that's pretty nice company to be in.
Where does it go from you win and you guys celebrate that and what you have done to, okay, now how quickly do you turn your attention to what you can do the following year?
I think it's important to make sure we enjoy this, enjoy celebrating the World Series, enjoy this accomplishment and award with my family here. But I feel like I have a good plan going into next year in this offseason of what I want to do as far as back on the weights, when I want to start throwing and hitting. And I think after winning the World Series in 2010, I have a better idea of what my preparation needs to be coming off of a longer season. Playing all the way to the World Series, you're playing an extra month. And your off-season a little bit different than a guy that season ends at the beginning of October. So hopefully I can use what I learned in 2010 and apply that to the upcoming season.
Do you ever think to yourself that perhaps for longevity's sake, you'd be better off playing a different position?
Well, really now it definitely is my intention to stay behind the plate. It's what I love to do. I think that you ask anybody that catches, it's a passion. It's something you have to love, and you're going to be hard-pressed to pull a guy out from behind the plate unless you're almost forced to do it. And, for me, having the opportunity to work with a great pitching staff in San Francisco makes it all the more, gratifying.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. The Jets keep their season alive courtesy of a 27-13 victory over the St. Louis Rams yesterday, and Rex was just happy to get a W. All right, you'll have to wait until Rex speaks at 6:30 on the Michael Kay Show for that. Monday Night Football, it'll be the Niners playing host to the Chicago Bears. You can see that game on ESPN television with coverage beginning at 8 o'clock. Our very own Adam Schefter reports that this morning, Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski had surgery to his broken forearm suffered in the fourth quarter of the Patriots' victory over the Indianapolis Colts, and speculation is he could miss 4 to 6 weeks. Of course, the Jets will take on the Patriots on Thanksgiving Day coming up Thursday with our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM getting underway at 6:30. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn, Iona home for Illinois, Chicago, and Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Okay, for one Sunday, finally, the Jets were actually the team they hoped to be this year, whether it was against the Rams or not. They ran the ball. The quarterback was the game manager. He used to be in the playoffs. The defense pressured the other quarterback. The Jets even got a big break on a holding call that called back a touchdown. Rex Ryan told me on Friday no team ever needed a win as badly as the Jets did, and they got it. Now here come the Patriots. We're going to find out Thanksgiving night if the Rams game was just the Jets, getting hit by lightning, or if they can shock the world down the stretch and actually catch lightning in a bottle again.
I like that. Lightning references.
Hey, it's not my first rodeo.
This is the Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Mike Lupica Show. On the day after the Jets actually showed up when they had to show up, when the Jets didn't go to 3-7, when the Jets didn't go to St. Louis and end their season, and as I said in the opening, Donnie, when the Jets actually played football And I know it was against the Rams. That's not the point, but we always say this. Ain't no bad wins in the National Football League when they actually played a game of football exactly the way they wanted to play football this year.
Oh, there's no question. Sanchez, throws 20 passes. They run the ball as much as they did. That's the signature way to do it. Now, will that work against New England on Thursday? Will it work, against Arizona the week after that? Who knows? Because they played a team I think they matched up pretty well against. But they did all the things they needed to do, and more importantly, they didn't make a ton of mistakes. They didn't turn the ball over. They had just 3 penalties, and the team they played had 3 turnovers and had costly penalties, and that's the recipe for getting a W.
Yeah, Donnie, and here's the thing. The funny thing about the Jets, and, not that they've been funny, but so many times this year, they got hit, they went down, and they stayed down. And we will never know what would have happened yesterday if that kick return had stood and they'd gone into the locker room behind at halftime, having taken a pretty big shot from the Rams when they least expected it at that point.
Oh, absolutely. And we don't know how they would have done if the Rams did not turn the ball over because they got, 2 scores off those turnovers. And it was an ugly first quarter, right? I mean, there was the blocked field goal and then the ridiculous attempt at a fake punt where, Tim Tebow's got to realize that they didn't even have the special teams on the field for the Rams. They had their defense. They didn't fool anybody. So it wasn't as clean as the final score will tell you, but it was cleaner than the opposition. And you're right. If that kick return stands and they're down 14-13 at the half with the Rams getting the ball to start the third quarter, maybe it's a different game.
And at that point, after I watched the first quarter, Donnie, I had just watched the first half of the Knicks-Pacers game, which was also coyote ugly, even though the Knicks were on their way to winning the game. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, the whole afternoon is going to be a slog like this. But they did run the ball for the first time. Both guys. I like Powell. You like Powell? I like him.
Yeah, as long as he can stay healthy.
He's got a little spark to him. He's got a little burst. And so, yes, for this one day. And again, it was against the St. Louis Rams. They were ground and pound. And then when the quarterback did throw the ball, I actually thought, even though he didn't rack up much passing yards, I thought he looked pretty good. Yeah, 15 out of 20 is 15 out of 20. I mean, if you're going to keep score on all the days when he threw it 50 times and they did nothing, this was closer, Don, to the Sanchez that they want to have be their quarterback.
He is not going to light it up like a fantasy quarterback. What they want him to be is efficient. 15 of 20 is what they want. 178 with no turnovers is what they want. And when given time, he hits Schillens for the 25-yard touchdown, 2 plays after the turnover. And I thought he had a nice pass over the shoulder to Joe McKnight that went for a first down. So give him credit. I mean, he is not going to be an elite caliber franchise quarterback, but he is someone that with given time, he can make some plays, and yesterday was an example of that.
So nobody's saying that the Jets fans ought to get giddy, but it's like I've been saying with Knicks fans. Does 7-1 mean, pick the day at Lower Broadway where we can have the – no. But you're allowed to be happy today if you're a Jets fan. You don't, Donnie, you don't even have to turn the page quite yet, even though the game's coming up fast. You're allowed to enjoy this because the fact is – whomever they played yesterday, and we were having fun with the schedule. There's no easy games. There's no sure wins for this team. So, and you see what the league is like yesterday. Jacksonville should have beat the Texans. The Browns should have beat the Cowboys. That's the kind of league it is. So there's no sure things. And when you're 3-6, the way the Jets were going into St. Louis, they can't think that anybody's going to be a cupcake. But the point is, Don, when they had to show up, when it was all on the line for them yesterday, you don't look at you just look at how they played, and they played the way they want to play football.
And when you look at the schedule, because I think it's late enough now that teams have kind of defined where they are. Outside of the Patriot game coming up on Thanksgiving, everyone they play the rest of the way is under 500, and a lot like the team they beat on Sunday. So this is no BCS computer trying to figure out who's the best team. Just win games like that, and maybe we will get to December with this team having a shot to find a way to get into the playoffs. Does it mean a championship? Likely not, but if your team's still alive, why not have fun with it?
No, they showed me something yesterday. And Don, I had a very interesting conversation with Rex Ryan on Friday afternoon. I told him I had about 6 or 7 questions I wanted to ask him. And he talked about how his dad had been here. And he talks about how he feels like he understands Jets fans a little better than some other coach might because he grew up as a Jets fan. And again, that quote he used was even stronger than he had used on Friday. No team ever needed a win as badly as we need one on Sunday, but they got it. Okay, so many times they didn't come back this year. They didn't fight back this year. Nobody can watch. Don, nobody could have watched that 49ers game and think that they didn't just give up in the second half in the face of what was the beatdown they were taking. So when they had to actually show some pride and athletic character, they actually showed it on the road. I think they were happy to be on the road yesterday, don't you?
Oh, there's no question. They desperately needed to kind of just get away, focus on football, win the game. And I love the demeanor after the game. No beating on the chest, no we're back, baby.
Finally!
It was finally, hey, it's just one game. We got to keep this going. It's the focus that I think this team sometimes gets away from. I think they were humbled by the start and realized if this is going to work out, it's got to be less about talking and more about doing, and that's why they might be taking on the perfect team on Thursday to prove that they can do that.
And you know what? Here's the thing. And even though the Jets sound like dope sometimes, they aren't. They aren't. But they're smart enough to know which way the wind is blowing around here. And they all say all the time how much they like playing for this coach. This has nothing to do with the general manager or the special teams coach or even Sperano, who didn't validate his presence in town with one victory. But they all say they like playing for this coach. Don, you've been at the games. I've been at the games. You see before the game how much this coach likes being in the company of men. You see him go around to play every single player on his team during the stretching on the field. And some people think it's for show. I actually think it's who he is. But if they do like playing for this coach, then they got a chance to show that down the stretch. The Patriots game, the plot thickens now because of what happened to Gronkowski. That is a terrible loss. I mean, that would be like the Giants. Forget about Knicks. That would be like the Giants, Don, losing Victor Cruz. So they are coming in here, not shorthanded, but considerably shorthanded, without the best tight end in the whole wide world.
And we know how the Jets have always struggled against tight ends, and there's a chance that Hernandez won't play. So two of the best tight ends in football that kill the Jets, likely will not be on the field. We know Gronkowski will, and if Hernandez couldn't go on Sunday, what's the likelihood that he's definitely going to play on Thanksgiving?
And, the Giants, next Sunday night, they have the Packers. The Packers win again. The Packers just keep winning. Rodgers didn't have his best game yesterday, but he had a game on the road against a divisional rival. And when he had to take his team down the field, that is going to be a very interesting game for the Giants and the Packers, because think about the reversal of fortune. Forget about the game that got stolen from the Packers in Seattle. Think about how the Packers were looking after they lost to the Colts, and all of a sudden, who would have thought at this point in the season they would have a better record than the New York Giants? We got Adam Schefter. Our pal Adam Schefter is coming up in about 5 minutes. Our phone number, 1-800-919-3776. Oh, my Lord, in the greatest city in the world, the Jets win.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
My name is Michael Lupica. I am with my friend Don LaGreca. We are joined now by a young man that, once got on the Sports Reporter, Don. You know how they have these contests around the country and like a high school boy gets a chance to be a professional broadcaster? That's how we found Schefter. He sent in an audition tape.
So you don't think that's insulting?
No, it's more about his youth and his talent, because obviously his career has become a rocket to the moon. I actually wish I could take more credit for it, but I can't. Good afternoon, Mr. Schefter.
Michael, Don, happy Thanksgiving to you guys and to everybody out there in the New York, New Jersey area.
Adam Schefter, let's talk about Gronkowski first. This is a bad, bad thing to happen to the New England Patriots.
It's amazing because he hurt himself after the 8th touchdown of the day on the extra point attempt for their 59th point of the day. And he's out there, and some people say, well, what's he doing there on the extra point blocking in line? The fact of the matter is he wasn't in on offense on that drive when they did score the touchdown, but he did come out there for the extra point, sticks out his arm, breaks the forearm, undergoes surgery this morning. I'm told he's out probably a few weeks. And I think what that means when you look at it is the fact that right now they're in command of that division. Nobody's going to catch them. They're going to win the division. So they'd like to get that first-round bye, and I think they're in a position to do it depending on Houston and Denver, their competition. They've already beaten Denver, so they've got an advantage there. And as we've seen with Aaron Hernandez, they're not going to rush him back before he's ready. And so they'll take their time, and with their standing right now, with their position in the division, they can afford to hold him back and look at the big picture rather than the short term. That's exactly what they're going to do. There's 6 weeks left in the regular season. Maybe he comes back at the end of it. Maybe he doesn't. At the very least, I would be floored if he's not back for the postseason.
But, Adam, I know that they throw the football and that's what they do, but they were even questioning it during the broadcast on radio because I was listening to it driving home from the Jet broadcast. At 52-24 and you're playing on Thursday, why is Tom Brady still in the game? Isn't that foolishness?
Let me say this. You can question all you want, and I got no problem with that. The fact of the matter is that's exactly what they do every Sunday. Yep. That's no different. Every Sunday I'm watching, I'm going, what is Brady still – what is this team still throwing this? That's what they do. They never stop.
Adam, I really believe it. When you're talking about Gronkowski, and then we'll get to the way the Jets played yesterday. When you're talking about Gronkowski, there's an awful lot of people who think a healthy Gronkowski is the difference between the Patriots winning and losing the Super Bowl to the Giants last year.
Listen, Mike, you're talking about the most productive offensive player, one of the most, if not the most productive offensive team in football. The guy has been a touchdown machine, over 10 touchdowns in each of the last 3 years. He's been basically unstoppable. He's Drago out there, okay? Nobody stops the guy. And now the broken forearm will stop him, and it will sideline him, and he will miss a good portion of the regular season here before being back for the postseason.
Adam, I was saying that Don and I were talking about this in the first segment of the show, and I led the show with it today. I know it was the Rams. I get all that, okay? But the Jets, everything was on the line for them yesterday, and for one Sunday afternoon, they actually played football the way they wanted to play it this year.
I think they surprised a lot of people. I don't think that anybody expected that team to go into that setting to play a Rams team that really has been tough and feisty this year. You can say what you want about their record and the way they play. The fact of the matter is they've been a tough out for just about everybody but the Chicago Bears earlier in the year. 1 week earlier, they're in San Francisco. They should have beaten the 49ers in San Francisco. And I guess they come home and they're a little flat, whatever it was. Give the Jets credit because they were on the ropes. They're reeling. Everybody in New York is taking their shots at the Jets. They were not playing well. They were embarrassing themselves in every which way, and they come out and play a great game against a St. Louis team that's pretty good. Get a big win, come home Thursday night. Again, nobody will be counting on the Jets to do anything on Thursday night, and maybe they don't. But for at least 4 days, they've given themselves a chance to keep the season alive.
Watching that game yesterday, Adam, they're running the football pretty well with Jackson, and the Jets have had trouble stopping the run. I'm wondering if Schottenheimer got a little too cute and a little too caught up in trying to impress his old team.
You know, it meant a lot to him. I'll say that. There's no doubt that the game meant an awful lot to him with everything that he's been through with the Jets. I mean, the amazing part is the Jets are paying him this year, and they're paying him next year. They're paying a good portion of his salary for each of the next 2 years. And they gave him an extension last October. So clearly he leaves there, and there's definitely some feelings. I think anytime anybody goes up against their former employer, anytime, you want to come out and play your best game. And maybe it got away from him. I don't know what he was thinking. They did not play the way the Rams have played all year long, and I'm sure that's got to be really disappointing to Brian Schottenheimer most of all, but that entire organization there in St. Louis.
All right. Do you give the Jets any kind of reasonable, non-goofy chance to do something if they win a football game on Thanksgiving night?
If they win Thursday night, you're giving them the win, Mike. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying I'm posing a hypothetical, young man. If you'll pay attention.
I think it's an if.
You know what? I'm sorry to talk to you this way. Don't make me give you a timeout.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you something. A funny story. Last week I'm driving my daughter to school, and she said, "When's your birthday?" I said, "Next month." She said, "How old are you going to be?" I said, "I'm going to be 46 years old next month." And she looks at me. She goes, "Dad, you should be 5." I thought, that's a good idea. I should be 5 next month. So you can give me that timeout. But here's the deal. I never thought the Jets would be able to compete with New England when they went in there this last trip. And really, the truth of the matter is they're a Stephen Hill drop pass away from winning that game.
Yep.
Okay? So now they come home on a short week. The Patriots don't have Gronk. Do I like the Jets? Do I expect? No. But do I give them a chance? Why not? And I mean, they usually play that team pretty tough. They did it in New England. They come home on a short week. Team's probably feeling a little bit confident. Patriots are knocked around a little bit. Don't know if they'll have Hernandez. They won't have Gronkowski. Sure, I give them a chance. Do I like them to beat the Patriots? I think I would just respond to that by saying, would you ever like the Jets to beat Tom Brady and the Patriots?
All right, let's talk about the Giants. What are you hearing around the league? Is this just one of those little lulls that Eli's in, or do people actually believe, Adam, that he's had a tired arm lately?
I think they do believe he's had a tired arm. I think it's natural for a quarterback to get a tired arm at any point in the season. But I think what's got to be a little bit disconcerting about what the Giants have done is they've strung together a few bad football games. And typically you don't see that. When a team plays a bad football game, they typically come back and play a good game. And they haven't done that. They went to Cincinnati when you were expecting them to play a good game, and they played maybe their worst game of the season. That's un-Giant-like. And I guess we're heading into the time of the year where this becomes the time where they've usually played pretty well and they've gotten on a run and they've played the type of football that they have. But there are some things wrong with this team that they have to get corrected. And, again, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because they are the defending world champs and they've won the 2 Super Bowls in the 5 years and they've been such a great organization for so long that they'll get it figured out. But I don't think it masks the fact that there are some issues with the tired arm, with the running game that they can't seem to get going, with the lack of big plays sometimes that they're not getting that they've gotten in other years. They've just been off. They've been off.
All right. We got about a minute left before you do one of 9,000 hits on SportsCenter today. All right. The Packers are 7-3. That's with a bullet. You know they're really 8-2. And if they're 8-2, what? They have like the second best record in the whole sport. They didn't play great yesterday, but they won on the road. Are the Packers beginning to stir, Adam?
Yeah, well, beginning. They've absolutely stirred, Mike. They were 2-3. They were 2-3. Okay, they were on the ropes, and they've lost any number of injured players. There's no Charles Woodson. There's no Greg Jennings. There's no Clay Matthews. Those guys have combined for 13 Pro Bowls amongst the 3 of them. No Cedric Benson. And it reminds me a little bit of the year when they won the Super Bowl. They were missing a ton of talent that year that they lost to injury, and they just kept steamrolling through opponents. They're not on that type of roll. They have not looked that invincible. But they've been good, they've been strong, they've been effective, and they keep winning football games, and they put themselves in a position to win that division, which at one point when they were 2-3 didn't seem particularly likely.
Hey, man, it's always great to have you on. Happy to have you on. Happy for your success. If it's happening in pro football, you know it. I gave an idea for an MRI commercial. The guy comes through the MRI machine. He hears a little tap. He opens it up. There's Schefter with him. Hey, man, talk to you soon.
I appreciate your support and your friendship, Mike. And happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Don, and everybody out there.
You too, Adam.
Back at you, baby. Adam Schefter. Don, you know, this is a great football week. This is the start of a great football week around here. You can't ask for anything more than Jets, Patriots, with the Jets having, they pushed all their chips into the middle of the table yesterday. They won. Now they got to push all those chips back to the middle of the table against, Belichick and Brady. And then what do we get next Sunday night, MetLife Stadium? A tremendous game in the regular season last year. The Giants always play good against the Packers. We're going to find out if this bye week helps them. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776.
The Jets got a much-needed win in St. Louis, but there's no time for pats on the back as New England waits a Thanksgiving night showdown just days away. Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax. Put your feet up, or more precisely, down, and let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, Colin.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
When Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore, now open on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey. The PGA Tour Superstore. There's nothing else like it. Jets got a much-needed win. They're now 4-6 as they have a short week to prepare to play the New England Patriots on Thanksgiving Day. And despite the fact that Rex Ryan is happy the team won, he said no trash talk this week.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
Special time for Rex Ryan on the Michael Kay Show. He's usually on at 5:15, but because of the short week, he's going to join us at 6:30 today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Now, Week 11 will conclude in San Francisco tonight, Monday Night Football, as the 49ers play host to the Bears. Alex Smith's a game-time decision. We already know Jay Cutler is not going to play in this game for Chicago. You can see the game on ESPN television with coverage beginning at 8 o'clock. We just had our very own Adam Schefter on the Mike Lupica Show. He says the Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski had surgery to his forearm, and he's expected to be out at least the next 4 to 6 weeks. College basketball tonight. Fordham is at Penn. Iona plays host to Illinois. Chicago. Monmouth of New Jersey is at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca. Our phone number is 1-800-919-3776. Let's keep it simple with Jets fans because, sometimes that's the best way to go. Don't you think so, Don?
I agree.
You were just saying that before the show.
I was. Keep it simple, which is something that you've always done. And I wanted to take this moment because you're going 100 miles an hour and you're not stopping to let me speak a little bit. All right? The Jets had a big win. The Knicks had a big win. But you had a big win.
I did.
One of the most prestigious American journalism awards were given to my guy, my partner here on the Mike Lupica Show, the great Mike Lupica, Damon Runyon Award given to you. Congratulations. So that was a big win, and I wanted to take some time to say congratulations.
Thank you. It's given out by the Denver Press Club, and what's meaningful about it to me is that so many of my heroes have won this award. Pete Hamill won it. Jimmy Breslin won it. Mike Royko won it. My late friend Tim Russer won it. Bob Costas has won it. Anna Quinlan. Frank DeFord won it last year. So anyway, I'll go out in April. Taylor and I will go out. And there's a big event. I think it's Friday, April 12th out in Denver. And so thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we got lots of football to discuss. Santiago is even happy today. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Here's what we want to know. Jets fans, we're going to try to get as many calls as you can. Who's going to win Thursday night and why? No speechifying, as Don King would say. Right, Don?
Right.
Let's just take the temperature of Jets fans. How fair and balanced they are about yesterday's win. So that 1-800-919-3776, Jets fans, who's going to win Thursday night and why? Santiago, Jets fans are happy. Santiago is happy. He's as happy as any Cowboy fan could be because that was a very losable game yesterday, Don, and they easily could have lost that game after falling behind, and they figured it out the way the Packers did against the Lions.
Well, he's Cowboy happy. And when I say Cowboy happy, he's happy, but he's not thrilled because it was not the kind of game that they wanted. Down 13-0 in the half, down 13-3 going into the fourth quarter, giving up a touchdown late. But they got the job done. No style points, but you still wonder, is this team consistent enough to take advantage of the Giants' problems?
Oh, they're consistently bad.
See? There you go. Cowboy happy.
All right, Ray, just take your temperature from the moment after the punt at the end of regulation, then the penalty puts old Gramps, Whedon, the goal line is right there. How are things right there in front of the San Diego television
Oh, boy,
set?
I saw that touchdown coming a mile away. It's like they're going to score a touchdown right here. Sure enough, they're having transitions, defensive players running onto the field at the last second, and it's just typical. They've been doing stuff like this all year. You kind of expect it. It doesn't make my blood pressure any less, though.
And Don, we talked about this on Friday. If you wonder why they've changed the rules to protect quarterbacks, because you know what? You know what the sport is when the star quarterback goes down? It's Byron Leftwich, okay? And it's Leftwich, and I mean, did you? There's a point where you want to shoot the television set where we're analyzing his throwing motion. You know what I mean?
I know.
mean, oh my God, kill me now.
And he's obviously hurt because there was that one play very late. He rolls to the right. He could barely throw the ball downfield. That was such a winnable game. That's got to be frustrating. If Roethlisberger wins that game, I think they kill the Ravens.
All right. Now, Notre Dame is one win away from going to the big game. Obviously, you would have a different opinion about SC Notre Dame, even though I go all the way back to when I was a boy, Donnie, and I remember John Hewitt and Ara Parseghian and an undefeated Notre Dame team going out to Southern Cal and losing. I think they still won the national championship that year. Even with a backup quarterback, I think it's a dangerous game. But, Don, I've been, even as a Boston College guy, I have been on Notre Dame for about a month now. They play hard every week. They're very well coached. And Everett Golson gets better by the half hour. He gets better every single game he plays. And I think that if they win this, they are absolutely a worthy entry in the BCS title game, whether it's against Alabama, Georgia, or Florida. Now, Don, I'll tell you this. Anybody who's shocked that things fell this way for Alabama, that they fell out of a tree and landed on their feet again, they have amnesia that stretches all the way back to, a year ago.
Right.
When they didn't need just 2 losses last year to make it back to the big game. They needed 3 teams to lose. They all lost, and Alabama. All right, let me ask you this. Notre Dame, Alabama, BCS title game, how much do you think Alabama wins by?
At least 2 touchdowns.
Georgia.
I think it'd be closer. They'd win. I think Notre Dame can beat Florida.
I think Notre Dame has done everything that a team trying to be, and the BCS, if Notre Dame beats SC on Saturday, has been saved from having to explain to the world why an undefeated Notre Dame team doesn't go to a game and it would. You know what they would do to the television audience? They'd put it on steroids, Don. That's how many more people will watch this game if Notre Dame's in it. So, because I'm a team player with our network.
Sure.
I'm happy for the network.
It should be.
All right,
that's a ratings bonanza. And give Notre Dame credit. Listen, they should have lost to Pittsburgh. They could have very easily lost to Stanford. I get it, but they're undefeated. Everybody else, Oregon blows it. What happened to K-State? I mean, they get crushed the way they did.
They're not that good. They were never
right. So, hey, they're passing the tests. They've gotten their share of breaks, but I think they're going to, with Barkley out, they're going to get the opportunity to play in the national championship game. I just don't think they can beat Bama.
We will talk about the Knicks before this show is over. So let's take some fast calls now. Just make your point. Jets fans, win, lose. Thanksgiving night. Matt in Rockland County, you're on ESPN New York.
How's it going, guys? I was just, wanted to talk about how the Jets defense has been playing, pretty well these last few weeks. And against that Patriots offense last week, last game, they played really well. And I think that Patriots team is you can score on them.
All right, so you got the Jets are going to win on Thursday.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the phone call. Miguel Westwood, you're on ESPN New York.
Hey, guys. Great show. I'm a great listener. Thank you for everything. I'm a Jet fan, but I want the Pacers to win. I don't want the Jets to think that nothing is wrong. If they win, Rex Ryan and everyone will crazy thinking there's a hope for everything, and there will be no cleaning of the house. They need to lose for everything.
Miguel, you're Donnie, he's very cynical. Don't you think he's a very cynical person?
Well, it sounds like he's going to root against his own team.
You know, Don, it's so funny, the mood swings of our local sports fans. I mean, the Jets fans, think about this, Donnie. When was the last time the Jets fan was happy? When was the last time he was happy? You can't even remember the last time he was happy. And as I said in my Sunday column, you can't even remember the last time the Jets were fun. We've got to allow them to be happy today.
Yeah, but it's hard when you got a short week and it's the New England Patriots coming up. But you can't listen. I understand you want changes. You don't want to be fooled into making a run that falls short and thinking everything's okay. You know, it's the M. Donald Grant syndrome I always bring up from '73 with the Mets. But to sit there and root against your team so change can come, you said it before. There's no great team in the NFL. You make a run, who knows?
All right, let me ask you this, because this is always the most important thing when the Jets do have a good day. Was Greg Buttle happy on the postgame yesterday?
Oh, loves it because we had a nice spread. He gets the KFC, so we get some chicken in him. Jets are playing well. Early game, so he gets home early. Very good day for Greg Buttle.
Because you don't want a cranky Buttle.
No, I've seen that more often than not.
I mean, you've had a long year. You've not just 6 losses. 6 losses in Buttle time is like 6 losses in dog years. You know what I'm saying?
I know. They're like 7 years wrapped in one.
Our phone number is 1-800-919-3776. 1-800-919-3776. We'll talk about the Knicks, but we've got time for Jets calls on a Monday in the greatest city in the world on the Mike Lupica Show.
Will Mark Sanchez get a breather from the critics this week? Or did he just face a bad Rams team? Steve Young joins Michael and Don today at 4:30 with his take on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
You've got to grab the lumber. Measure the studs. Twice to be sure. Cut the studs. Then start framing up the wall. All before you crack open your thermos. The question is, are you ready? Your boots will be if they're Irish Setter work boots. They're ready to take on anything from the moment you lace them up. That's what a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship will do for you. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
What is work? Is work talking about working? Is work telling others to work? No, work is actually working with your hands and your brains. Work is building skyscrapers and drilling for oil. Work is loading ships and building submarines. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. And if you're serious about it, work is a pair of Red Wing boots on your feet. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup. Served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
Mike and Mike discuss the possible end of the Andy Reid era in Philly.
For the Philadelphia Eagles, this has been an incredibly successful era. You know, Andy Reid has been down there a really long time. Andy Reid has been the coach of the Eagles longer than we've been doing this show. We've been together forever. And it's been one of those constants in the sport. And I think for all intents and purposes, it came to an end last night. They'll play out the rest of their season, and whatever happens will happen, whether Nick Foles becomes the quarterback or not, and whether they win a game or two here or there. But I think the only way that this thing was going to continue was if they put together a really big year. And their last chance of doing that was last night. And it didn't happen, and it didn't ever really look like it had any conceivable chance of happening. So I think in reality, Mike, the Andy Reid era in Philadelphia came to an end last night in New Orleans.
It's heading there. I'm certainly not going to say it's completely over at this point. If you look at it, they're one game out of the last spot.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, Monday, the greatest city in the world. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadeSaudi.com. Mike Lupica with you, Don LaGreca. One more thing before we go back to the phones. Donnie, it's so funny. We may continue to undervalue. By the way, did I crush? Am I crushing Rucco in fantasy? I think I am. We may continue to undervalue the Falcons and the Texans all the way to an Atlanta-Houston Texans Super Bowl, because they keep finding ways. But Ryan threw 5 interceptions yesterday and still won the game.
They turned the ball over 6 times total. I think it was the first quarterback since Bart Starr, I forget the year, to throw 5 interceptions and still win the game.
It's amazing. And then the Texans just won this crazy game against the Jaguars. All right. A dark cloud on a sunny day. Hank in Connecticut. You're on ESPN New York with Mike Lupica and Don LaGreca. And don't make some speech. Hey, wait. Hey, listen to me. No, listen. Don't make some speech and remind us what you've been saying all year. No one cares. Who's going to win Thursday night?
I'm hoping the Jets because I felt so
You're
sorry
hoping the Jets?
I felt so sorry for Rex Ryan that he was humiliated and shamed. So I am now on the Jet bandwagon. Jet fans, we can pull this off. We can win. We just need to be positive.
Are you listening to this, Donnie?
I'm listening. I'm not believing it, but I'm listening to it.
No, I'm telling you, I was a Jet fan 3 years ago. Ryan turned me against him, but now that he has shown some humiliation, I actually felt embarrassed for him. So now I want him to win because it'll be a great story. The Jets are the underdog. Everybody's saying they stink. They did learn from me. I agree that I was the first person to recognize how terrible they were, but now I am on the Jet bandwagon. And I want Don to know I'm saying that sincerely.
Thank you for the phone call. How? Well, I'm trying to follow this logic, Donnie. Because they've been humiliated, because they've been knocked down, now he's talking about the Jets again in the first person plural?
Yes, he wanted to convince the world they stink, and now that he has done that, he has now moved on to another mission. Or he's reverse psychology guy. I'm not sure which one it is.
That is, I'm telling you, that he's more hinky than General Petraeus. Charles in Peekskill, what? Is that wrong? You can't say that about a 4-star general? What? Was that wrong?
I don't know. What you violated something, but it's I don't know. It was FCC, company policy.
Hinky. I called him hinky. You don't even know what hinky. Nobody knows what hinky means. Charles and Peekskill, restore some order to the Mike Lupica show.
I'm going to try. You guys were making fun of cynical Jet fans, but what about cynical radio hosts? You guys were like, oh, well, what would have happened if that touchdown return didn't get called back, or what wouldn't have happened if why do you guys got to rain on our parade?
I'm not raining on your parade. I've been very positive. I gave the Jets some hope in a big old back page column in the New York Daily News yesterday. Don't you smart mouth me, young man. I'll tell you what, you'll get a timeout. Who's going to win? Don't you smart mouth me. Hey, who's going to win Thursday night?
What if? It was a nice game by Sanchez, who needed one because he's been horrible.
Oh, you think? Donnie, you think he needed a good game? I agree with Charles.
Take the neat win instead of saying what would have happened. If my aunt had tested.
No, but all she was saying, all we were saying is this is a team that has had a bit of a glass jaw. It would have been interesting to see if they're down a point going into the third quarter with the Rams having the ball. That's all we're asking. Well, we can do whatever we want, Charles. Goodbye.
Charles.
My God.
Charles. Chris in Staten Island, you're on ESPN New York with Mike Lubick on a fun, and LeGrec on a fun football Monday.
Guys, I love this show. All right, I'm going to be concise and quick. As a Jets fan, I also have to be a realist. If the Jet offense cannot keep up with the Patriot offense, I don't think the Jets have a chance. Even with Gronkowski down, Brady does spread the ball very evenly amongst his offense.
All right, listen, here's what happened yesterday. Donnie, here's what happened. Seriously, how much interest would you have had in this game if the Jets had been 3-7 after a long Thanksgiving day? You've eaten Thanksgiving dinner. You're starting to get sleepy because of what's that stuff that's in turkey?
Tryptophan.
Yeah, you're starting to get sleep. Nancy's saying, done. And now, if the Jets are 3-7, you would have maybe given it a half, right, on Thursday night?
Well, that's hypothetical because I'm there. Remember, I'm doing the pre and post.
They make you work holidays?
Oh, what are you kidding? Yeah, somebody's got to do the pre and post. So no, I might be nudged, but it'll be by Buttle, not Nancy.
James in the car. You're on ESPN New York with Lupica and LaGreca.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Lupica, it is an honor to finally talk to you. I have been reading your column since I was a kid. I worship the ground you walk on in writing.
You know what? I'm comfortable with that, James. How you doing?
No problem. The Jets have a very good chance of winning as long as they keep the Antichrist off the field, which entails Tim Tebow.
See, now that's just plain old mean. That is mean.
No,
First of all, he's a Christian. Don't call a devout Christian the Antichrist. Take that back. Take it back.
I'm not taking it back, Mike.
Take it back.
Sorry. No. I do not want this guy on our team. We throw a 50-yard bomb, and what happens? They put him in to lose 2-3 yards. All he does is kill momentum. The guy's a waste of time. Tannenbaum needs to go. Woody Johnson needs an attitude adjustment, and Rex Ryan needs to be who he was, a kick-ass coach.
Well, James, let me ask you this, though. Don't you think it's prudent of him to take an aggressive stance against trash talk? I know the Jets have talked since the moment he started talking when he hit town. Donnie, don't you think that this is a prudent approach? I don't know if the Jets can hold to it even for a couple of days, but don't you think it's good for him to say, hey, we don't need to do anything to get their attention?
Yeah, absolutely, because it hasn't worked. So it's got to be about football, and I like this train of thought, and I like the way he's going about it.
All right, very quickly, before we'll go back to the Jets, because I don't want to forget before the show. You know what? There's no bad wins for the Knicks. The Knicks now, they don't lose at home under Woodson. It's like it's like 15-1 or something crazy going back to last year in the regular season. Carmelo continues to play at a high level. Raymond Felton continues to play good, smart basketball at both ends of the court. The one thing we saw Friday night, Donnie, we haven't talked about this yet today. The Knicks are small. Even with Tyson Chandler, small ball is pretty specific about the way the Knicks are. Big physical teams, and I know there's not that many big physical teams. They're going to struggle against teams like that because Carmelo doesn't play like a big. He doesn't. Rasheed doesn't play like a big. I don't know what we're going to get out of Marcus. When Tyson sits down, this is a small basketball team.
And that's what happened to them against Memphis. But they don't face a lot of Zach Randolphs to try to get to a final. And does this help or change when Stoudemire comes back?
It'll be interesting to see where they are after about 20 games, because then it's not too small a sampling. Now they've played a quarter of a season. They go back out on the road. But, again, Knicks fans, be like Jets fans today. Enjoy it while it's this good, because you suffered. You suffered for a long time. Jets fans haven't suffered. The Jets fans, even with an 8-8 year, things have been pretty good for the Jets since Rex Ryan. The Knicks went through 10 of the darkest years, and probably the darkest years in the history of the franchise. They are 7-1. This is a good time to be a Knicks fan. Danny in Yonkers, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lubiga, Don LaGreca.
Hi, Mike and Don. How you guys doing?
Good, Danny. How are you, baby?
Good. Happy Thanksgiving.
Listen,
I've been a Jets fan for 43 years, and you know the futility and everything else that goes along with it. Just wanted to mention something about Thursday's game against New England. I noticed that against St. Louis, I think one of the main reasons why they won. I'm not a big Mark Sanchez fan. I think that he's below average and he makes fundamental mistakes. But I noticed that against St. Louis, they don't really blitz that much. And I've noticed that whenever Mark Sanchez gets blitzed, he gets rattled, and he makes those fundamental
mistakes. Well, Danny, Sal Palantonio told Don and I on Friday, I don't know if you were listening or not, Mark Sanchez is the most blitz. He gets blitzed, what did he say, 39% of the time?
Most of the NFL.
Right.
Danny, he gets, and you know what? They weren't in his face that way yesterday, Donnie. They just
early on in the first half, they were.
Yes, that's right, they were.
But they made the adjustment in the second half.
Right. Other than that, they didn't really blitz him that much. But I noticed he gets rattled. He gets rattled very much, and that's when he makes those fundamental mistakes. I wanted to hear your opinion on getting what you would do as Woody Johnson if they lose the rest of their games. What would you do to turn this franchise around? I'm going to hang up.
Well, I don't think they're going to. Johnny, I don't think they're going to lose the rest of their games. And I think that you can see an avenue. You can see an avenue. And again, it's Thursday night is so important. If they go to 4-7, I don't think they're going to get to 500, even with the schedule being what it is, because I think that they will be so heavily invested. They know that whatever. Remember on election night they were talking about this narrow path that Romney had?
Right.
That this had to break right, this had to break. So many things have to break right, even if they win on Thursday night. But I think that emotionally, this a bad loss on Thursday night might be the thing. I didn't ask you about this during the show. Might be the thing that they can't recover from.
I don't think any loss they can recover from mathematically, but you're right. If they lose 35-3, I think that would shake them emotionally to where now it can get away from them. And what they need to do, they need to take a first-round pick on a skill player. None of these hopeful pass rushers go out and get themselves a good wide receiver.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit here and fire people. I don't want Mike Tannenbaum to lose his job. I don't want Rex to lose his job. I don't want people to lose their job. Do I think Sparano was a mistake? Yeah, and what have we said all year? If it turns out to look like an inspired choice by the end of the year, we're never afraid to say we're wrong here. It's not the guy I thought Sanchez needed. But I don't want these. Listen, it's more interesting. It's what we said when the Mets were going good early. Right, Don? It's just more fun to be around here when both teams are playing good. And it wasn't like this is 5 years of bad football from the Jets. Last Christmas Eve, they were ahead of the Giants with a chance to knock the Giants out of the playoffs. That's how close they were to probably making the playoffs themselves and the Giants not making it. Because if they win Christmas Eve, they probably would have beaten the Dolphins, don't you think?
Yep, and then who knows, maybe they make the run the Giants did.
That's it. So anyway, so Thursday night, Jets-Patriots. Sunday night, Giants-Packers. This is, for November, as good a football week as you could have. I will talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
Will Mark Sanchez get a breather from the critics this week? Or did he just face a bad Rams team? Steve Young joins Michael and Don today at 4:30 with his take on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You know how to tell if a man is serious about the work he does with his hands? Look at his feet. If he stands in a pair of Red Wing boots, that means he stands for something. He cares about the work he does and the crew he works with. He works with his brains as much as his brawn. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work. Work.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with this ESPN New York Sports Center. And, hey, if you're looking for the best value of an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. The Jets got off the mat yesterday with a win over the Rams. Not much time, though, for Rex Ryan's team to enjoy this one as they get ready to take on New England.
It's great to get a win. I'm happy for our guys. We needed a win, obviously in the worst way, and we get our plane ride home. Of course, we're going to win this one because we play Thursday, so you get to enjoy it for about 5 hours, and then it's on to the next opponent.
Jets-Pats Thursday at MetLife. New England will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery today on a broken forearm. He's expected to be out a few weeks. 49ers quarterback Alex Smith ruled out for tonight's contest. Colin Kaepernick will start for the 49ers, who host the Jay Cutler-less Bears on Monday Night Football. You can watch at 8:30 on ESPN TV. Notre Dame #1, Alabama #2 in the new BCS standings for college football. University of Maryland voted to accept an invitation to the Big Ten for the 2014-15 calendar year. Rutgers will reportedly agree to join the Big Ten tomorrow as the 14th team.
J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. Reason to be excited, wouldn't you say? At least some of you would. Not this way. Sorry. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco in the house, coming at you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Holla at your boys.
Now, here's Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Oh, you better believe it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show, presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. How are you, sir?
What's going on, Big Time? How you doing, my man?
Good, man.
Congratulations. Outstanding job calling the Sacramento Kings Brooklyn Nets game over the weekend.
Thank you.
Very proud.
Thank you, man.
Very proud, sir.
That was very kind of you. Thank you.
Hell of a job.
Hey, man, my Nets are rolling, baby. They're rolling.
You know what? They don't sleep on them.
I won't
Don't sleep on them, no doubt.
Hey, it was a good New York day yesterday. Nets won, Knicks won, and Steven, as you just chanted, the Jets even pulled up a win yesterday in St. Louis.
Yeah, I thought they would lose. I'm pleasantly surprised. They deserve a lot of credit. We didn't expect Mark Sanchez to be efficient, but 15 of 20 for 178 yards with a touchdown certainly was efficient enough. There's no doubt about that. He deserves a lot of credit. We don't want to take anything away from him, but forgive me if I'm not overly excited. We'll see what they do Thanksgiving night when they face a real team. Up until that moment, we will give them credit for this victory. We will applaud them for not completely wetting the bed, for granting themselves a reprieve for 3 days. and they can enjoy the moment. We'll see what they do Thursday night.
You know what I would give them credit for, Stephen, is just the ability to play a focused football after a chaotic week. I mean, this did feel like a week that would end with a huge loss, the way that the storylines went throughout the entire week. The attention around the Jets, that was about everything but the actual game. Yet this team was able to play a very focused game of football, avoid those killer mistakes. And, yeah, I mean, they still aren't impressive. And if you look at the stat sheet, I mean, the yardage with the Rams, pretty much the same. The first downs, pretty much the same. I mean, it's not as if they dominated St. Louis, although by the scoreboard they did. The biggest difference, though, in this game was Jets didn't turn the ball over. St. Louis did 3 times. And Mark Sanchez said after the game, hey, that could almost be our identity. That maybe has to be our identity as a team that just doesn't turn the ball over. And I think if that is your identity, then you probably don't have enough firepower to compete with the big boys. But if you could do that, well, maybe you can scrap together enough wins to at least prolong this season for the fan base.
Well, let's be clear. Let's not use the word probably. They don't have enough weapons to compete with the big boys. It is what it is. There's just no way around it. There's no way to slice it. The Jets are limited offensively. That's been a problem coming into the season. It's been a problem throughout the season. And it's going to be a problem until the offseason arrives and we have individuals that are capable of upgrading this roster significantly on the offensive side of the ball. But that doesn't mean that we should refrain from giving credit where credit is due. St. Louis is a week removed from a tie against San Francisco, which is considered a Super Bowl contender. All right, they registered a tie, so they can play the game of football. Jeff Fisher is a good coach by all accounts. They just struggled yesterday. I think the indictment for the St. Louis Rams is against Brian Schottenheimer. You're coming up in there. You're the former offensive coordinator for the New York Jets. You leave the Jets. You get a new job, knowing that you had been used as a scapegoat by the New York Jets all of these years. You have an opportunity to really rub it in on them during a very vulnerable week, unquestionably so. And you go up in there and your offense stinks. And they look awful. And so to me, it was a bad week for Brian Schottenheimer, or bad day, rather, for Brian Schottenheimer, more so than anybody else. But at the same time, again, the Jets got a victory. They deserve a reprieve from everything that's been going on over the last few days. And we will see what they will do Thanksgiving night against the New England Patriots, who dropped 59 on the Indianapolis Colts. We will see what happens then.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show. This portion of it presented by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. You know what's interesting, Stephen? I think for this team, obviously yesterday, winning against St. Louis, it's not a perception changer. Now, it keeps the heartbeat going a little bit because you see the Steelers lose, and now Byron Leftwich probably going to be out for a little while. They have to turn to Charlie Batch. Don't know when Big Ben's going to be back. You see that the Colts, and they went up against New England, but they're no lock to win 10 games because they're a team that has a lot of new pieces, including the quarterback. And while we'd like to think Andrew Luck is going to continue to play the brand of football he's played thus far, no guarantee. So the other wild cards aren't a guarantee. And the Jets' schedule is manageable. Yesterday's win, not a perception changer at all, because the Jets have won against some teams that aren't that good this year. That's sort of what they've done. There's only one game. There's really, for me, only one game throughout this Jets season that changed my perception of who they are and who they could be. And that was the loss to the Dolphins. Other than that, it's almost been chalk with what they've done. Now, they have never exceeded our expectations because they've lost to every team they should lose to. They lost to New England. They lost in Seattle. They lost to San Francisco and Houston. They also, for the most part, have beaten the teams I would have thought they were going to beat. They beat the Bills. They beat the Colts. They beat the Dolphins the first time. And they beat the Rams. The game that is really the perception changer within this season, the one that has derailed the thought process that this team would win one of those wild card spots, is that drubbing they took from the Dolphins 30-9 at home. Otherwise, it's kind of played out the way we would have thought it would.
Well, listen, you could say that. I mean, to me, again, it's not just about wins and losses. It's about the way that you go down. It's about the dysfunctionality that has, permeated this franchise and invaded it to such a degree. It's sifted through the franchise like a virus. This team is not what we expected them to be, but not for the reasons that we expected them to be a bit inept. We thought that they just didn't have the talent. It's not just that. It's an absence of control. It's just an institution that has run amok. It doesn't seem to be everything that they proclaimed it to be. We've got a starting quarterback that has been brutalized emotionally, physically, spiritually. We've got a backup quarterback that has been bullied and used as a scapegoat for all that has ailed this franchise, and has showed them to be a bit far more petulant and immature than we had ever hoped they would be. You've got the head coach, reeling to the point where for the first time his name is being mentioned in terms of being on a hot seat. We've got a GM that seems to be another couple of losses away from being kicked out the door. Everything that you look at as it pertains to this franchise, these are not all things that were predictable. These are things that the Jets have allowed their franchise to regress into. So I'm not sure if I can sit there and definitively say it was anticipated. Some of this was not.
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what's weird about it, Stephen, is, of their 4 wins, 3 of them have been blowout wins, too. I mean, you're right. When they've lost this year, they have
Buffalo,
some grand
Indianapolis,
and
Buffalo,
yesterday.
Indianapolis, and yesterday.
Yeah. It's
so
strange.
Go ahead. So say that again.
No.
Indianapolis, rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills, they are who we thought they were.
Right.
And the St. Louis Rams.
But I agree. But that's what I'm saying. But that's why they it's only the Dolphin game that has been the outlier within this season, because they've blown out bad teams. They have lost to good teams, including getting blown out a couple of times.
Did you expect them to lose 34-0 to the San Francisco 49ers?
No, I didn't. But I didn't expect them to absolutely demolish the Colts or demolish the Bills.
Did you expect them not to be able to register a single point offensively against the Seattle Seahawks?
No, I didn't expect that. Not coming off a bye week. No.
Did you expect that to happen coming off a 30-9 drubbing at the hands of the Miami Dolphins?
No, that's the.
Did you expect Tim Tebow to be utilized as pathetically as he's been utilized?
No, not at all. Not at all. That, I guess, is where the expectations really have not come close to being met. But otherwise, within this season, there is a lot more that looks like as I think we would have projected it to play out than we thought.
You projected that Mark Sanchez would continue to regress?
You know what? I didn't know what to expect from him. So, in that sense, I didn't think he was necessarily going to get better. I didn't think he would be as bad as he's been, no. So I guess you're right, Stephen. It has been a little bit worse than projected. But I'm saying, my point is, really, if you would have played the win-loss game with this team's schedule before the year, there is only one game at this point that would have played out differently than what you expected. That Dolphins game at home. Otherwise, they've gone win-loss the way we would have expected. Now, the expectations you would like to be higher, but looking at the talent as we did before the season and recognizing that the offense was so limited and knowing the huge injury they had on defense, they've kind of been about what we expected with one huge exception. That's how I feel.
Okay. All right.
1-800.
I can't knock that. I mean, those are all plausible rationales, Ryan, which you are really devoid of.
Glad that I could provide them this time, then. 1-800-919-3776. 1-800-919-3776 is the telephone number. We have some Jets-Cardinals tickets to give away in a moment. I'm just wondering for you guys out there, I mean, let us know. Is there renewed optimism for you, or is it just, yesterday's win? What did it do for you? Did it give you some renewed optimism, or did it not really move you at all? Maybe you're even mad about it as a fan. Maybe you want them to lose out the rest of the way, get a better draft pick, get your wholesale changes. We'll give you 137 reasons why the Jets do have a shot to upset the Patriots on Thanksgiving night. We'll do that next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer is at GoToMeeting.com. Click the Try It Free button. Use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Feast Week begins with the Progressive Legends Classic. Two top 15 teams headline a doubleheader in Brooklyn. First on ESPNU, 7-foot big man Cody Zeller leads Indiana as the #1 team in the country faces Georgia at 5:30 Eastern. Then on ESPN2, one of the top recruiting classes is on display when UCLA tips off against the Hoyas at 8. The Progressive Legends Classic as part of Feast Week presented by Lowe's. Tonight on ESPNU and ESPN2.
Get your New York sports here.
We decide our own agenda. We have to deal with adversity, and we respond to it accordingly. I think we have a great team. I think we have guys that are committed and dedicated to their jobs. And, excellence is excellence is what we strive for.
That was the SNY Jets quote of the game. If you were watching Jets postgame live on SNY after yesterday's game, you know what player or coach that was. Be the first correct caller right now at 212-268-9222 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Jets take on the Cardinals. That's 212-268-9222. The Jets quote of the game is all brought to you by SNY, the TV home of the Jets, and ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, your home for New York Jets football. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York. So, Stephen, the one thing, we talked about perception changers for this Jets team, and look, yesterday does not change my perception of this Jets team. I still think they're going to fall short of one of the wild card spots and end up with,
Then why argue so vociferously on their behalf?
No, I wasn't arguing on their behalf. What I'm saying is, for the most part this year, the games have, maybe the actual journey has been a little bit different, but the destination within the games has been, for the most part, what we expected, with the exception of that game against the Dolphins at home. Otherwise, pretty much when you thought they'd win, they won. When you thought they'd lose, they lose. Now, maybe sometimes they won by more than you expected or lost by more than you expected. And, yes, I didn't expect Sanchez to be this bad or Tebow to be used in such an embarrassing fashion. But for the most part, they have only had one game that really was a huge perception changer, the loss to the Dolphins. And, I mentioned they have 137 reasons why they might have a shot on Thursday night. Well, no Rob Gronkowski and his 137 yards of production yesterday. And that's an offense changer for the Patriots. You don't know exactly how healthy Aaron Hernandez is going to be, what his availability will be on Thursday.
Stop.
What?
I understand how important Hernandez is. I understand how important Gronkowski is. I also understand that the Jets played them really, really tough in New England just a few weeks ago. But please tell me, I'm begging you to tell me, that in no way are you sitting here and trying to act as if, something? The Jets are comparable to the Patriots.
Well, no.
Please don't tell me you're doing that.
Well, I'm not saying they're comparable to the Patriots. What I'm saying is they're not even, they can't sniff being comparable to the Patriots.
All right, you can go on. I just want to make sure. I thought you were losing it. I was getting ready to say the flight you got jet lag. Something's wrong. But go ahead.
You know what? I do have a rough time with red eye, Steven. I took a red eye back from Sacramento, man. I was envious. There's a 5-year-old little boy sitting next to me, sleeps the whole darn flight, and I'm like up every 5 minutes, man. It's one of those things where you have your eyes closed, you're trying to sleep, but you're not sure how much sleep you actually got, but you didn't do anything else but have your eyes closed. Very confusing. But I would say this. Obviously, the Jets aren't close to the Patriots class, but they always play them tough, right? I mean, that's what they do. If they were to ever find a way to win this game, your home field, Thanksgiving, Patriots without Rob Gronkowski, if they somehow found a way to win, and they already played this team tight this year, then you actually, record-wise, would be where I expected them to be at that point. 5-6. That's what I expected them to be after 11 games, and I was projecting them to be one of the wild card playoff teams. That's my point, Stephen, this team has so much that just looks, But really, in reality, if they were to win that game, and I'm not saying they're going to, I'll still pick the Patriots to do it, but if they somehow did, all of a sudden it's like, well, you know what? As ugly as it's been, as much as we've talked, their record is kind of what it probably should be at this point based on their schedule.
Yeah, but again, it's not the record that has turned me off about the New York Jets because I anticipated it, and if you remember at the beginning of the season, I predicted it. My problem is how they have been playing and how they have been losing and just the flagrant level of ineptitude when it comes to their offense. The combination of them losing the way that they've been losing along with their flagrant misuse of Tim Tebow really has rubbed me the wrong way because it reeks of individuals who've allowed their egos to supersede football IQ. And as a result, they have just looked too abysmal to be respected at times. And that alarms me. That is what bothers me. Do you really think that I get any joy of coming on the air going off the other day about Mike Tannenbaum?
Man, a little bit.
Listen, let me tell you something, Ryan. I hate revealing this about myself. I absolutely, positively hate it. I really hate what I'm about to say.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
But contrary to what people believe, I'm actually a nice guy.
Oh, I know. You get mad at me when I tell people that.
I don't like admitting that. But I have a heart. I don't want Mike Tannenbaum to lose his job. I don't want Rex Ryan to lose his job. I hope that they can be successful. I hope that the Jets can be successful because of it. I hope they get huge contract extensions, but more importantly than that, I hope they deserve it. It hurts when I have to come on these airwaves, being a native New Yorker that I am, watching this flagrant level of ineptitude that I've witnessed and having to critique them to the degree that I critique them. I hate it. I don't mind critiquing you week to week because I use sports like soap operas. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a General Hospital fanatic. I know that at the end of the day, Luke is going to be just fine. And Sonny's going to be just fine. You understand what I'm saying? And Carly's going to give me another sex scene, which I love, and all of that. I know that. You understand? But that don't mean I don't want to see it. And I don't want to see the process that leads up to it and the process that follows. And I'm saying to you the same thing with the New York Jets. I want to be able to judge you week to week and isolate and compartmentalize that. But still knowing that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Like with the Giants. We critique the Giants. We call it like we see it. But in our heart of hearts, where do we believe that Eli and Victor Cruz and those boys are going to be when it counts?
NFC East.
We believe they'll be there. They'll be in the playoffs. They'll get it done. They ain't going to win the Super Bowl every year, but we believe they'll be in the hunt. They'll be in the fight. What I'm saying about the New York Jets is we have no reason to believe that's going to happen with them. They have been abysmal. They have a quarterback. Even if they are successful, let me ask you this question, Ryan, rhetorically to some degree.
Okay.
Do you really want the Jets to be but so successful? We know that Mark Sanchez is not the future of this franchise. So, but if you end up winning the next 4 or 5 games, right, and you squeeze into the playoffs at 9-7, where's that going to get you?
Yeah. It's a valid question.
That's my concern.
You don't want to fool yourself. It's a valid question.
You don't want to fool yourself. You're going to get stuck. And that's my problem. Because I look at them and I'm saying, the personnel that you have, where are you really going? Even if you end up winning enough games and Cincinnati loses and the Indianapolis Colts fall apart and the Pittsburgh Steelers fall apart and you make the playoffs, where are you really going? Are you really going to give us reason to believe that come next season we have something to look forward to as long as you have this roster? Isn't it, even in Philadelphia, I can make a legitimate argument right now that the Philadelphia Eagles are better off than the New York Jets. You know why, Ryan? Because there clearly has to be wholesale changes. Andy Reid, it's over. Michael Vick, it's probably over. That defense and all of those named dudes, Rogers Cromartie and Nnamdi Asomugha and, all of these guys, it's over. So ultimately, you're Philadelphia Eagles. You're a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what you get to do? You get to sit back in the cut and say, all right, who's going to be the next coach? Who's going to be our new quarterback? Who's going to be the new defensive personnel? Who's going to be our offensive and defensive coordinator? Who are these people that they are going to bring in? If the Jets win a few games, the worst possible thing might happen. Woody Johnson might say, all is well. Leave it be. Let the same personnel I have fix it. And they haven't given us much reason to have faith that that's exactly what they'll do. That's my problem, Ryan, with the New York Jets.
Jets Focus brought to you by All-American Ford. All-American Ford with locations in Old Bridge, Hackensack, Paramus, and Kingston. Visit them at allamericanford.net. Well, Bart Scott with a little interesting exhibition with the media after the game. Asked his teammates to do something that they would not do. We'll fill you in on that and talk with our buddy Skip Bayless next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Will Mark Sanchez get a breather from the critics this week? Or did he just face a bad Rams team? Steve Young joins Michael and Don today at 4:30 with his take on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
The difference between a job and work? Tools. A job, you just need a desk and a pair of loafers. But work? Building bridges, repairing jets? Those take tools, brains, and a pair of Red Wing boots. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. And at a Red Wing shoe store, we still use tools to precisely measure your feet. In fact, maybe we should start wearing a tool belt. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on this Monday. Hi from San Francisco. I'm Mike Tirico in advance of the huge Monday night game with the Bears and the 49ers. Coming up 8:30 Eastern ESPN TV. We'll talk about the unit I think is under the most pressure tonight in a moment. But first, let's switch it over to college football. Alabama looked like they were out of the national championship picture when this weekend started. Their game was mostly meaningless. However, the Crimson Tide get all the right things to happen in Eugene, Oregon and Waco, Texas. And Alabama has a chance to play for back-to-back national championships back in their hands. All they have to do is win over a much-weakened Auburn team in their rivalry game this week, and then the SEC title game against Georgia. Not easy, but certainly Alabama favored in both. But that's not even the biggest story in college football. Notre Dame's back at number 1. First time since 1993. And all the Irish have to do is go out to Southern California on Saturday night and beat USC, which sounded much more difficult early and middle of the season than it does now. After SC with their very talented receivers, but saw an injury to quarterback Matt Barkley, embarrassed by the loss to UCLA, their inability to win their own division in the Pac-12, getting a vote of confidence for Lane Kiffin, the head coach, from the athletic director Pat Hayden, is figures to be a wounded USC team. If Notre Dame's defense can hold up here, the Irish will have 6 weeks to ponder playing in the national title game. All right, you know the injuries from last week with Jay Cutler and Alex Smith, the 2 quarterbacks. Their concussions have certainly put a shadow over the game a little bit going into this Monday night with the Bears out here against the 49ers. Here's what I'm looking at. The top 2 scoring defenses in the National Football League. But the Bears defense has made more big plays, more of a dramatic impact on games than any defense or any unit really in the NFL. So given that, where are we looking? We're looking at the San Francisco defense. So solid, yet disappointing against St. Louis a week ago. The 49er defense will be under pressure to stop Matt Forte and Brandon Marshall. If they can do that, they'll get the home win. That's the ESPN Radio Sports Beat. See 8:30 Eastern on TV. This is Mike Tirico.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. The Jets got off the mat yesterday with a win over the Rams, but not much time for Rex Ryan's team to enjoy this one.
It's great to get a win. I'm happy for our guys. We needed a win, obviously in the worst way, and we get our plane ride home. Of course, we're going to win this one because we play Thursday, so you get to enjoy it for about 5 hours, and then it's on to the next opponent.
Next opponent is the Patriots. Jets-Pats Thursday, Thanksgiving, at MetLife. New England will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery today on a broken forearm. He's expected to be out a few weeks. 49ers quarterback Alex Smith ruled out tonight. Colin Kaepernick will start for San Francisco, who hosts the Jay Cutler-less Bears on Monday Night Football. You can watch it at 8:30 on ESPN. ESPN TV. Notre Dame number 1, Alabama number 2 in the new BCS standings. University of Maryland voted to accept the invitation to the Big Ten, which will begin in the 2014-15 season. Rutgers will reportedly officially agree to join tomorrow.
Minutes past hour. Number 1 back here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. As is the case every day following a New York Jets football game, we have on our next guest. That means he'll be doing double duty this week, because not only will he be on today, but he'll be on Friday. That's right, at 1:30. Why? Because the Jets are playing Thursday night.
Wait, I thought I only came after victories.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break that to you, but it will definitely be a defeat. We're talking about the one and only Skip Bayless of First Take fame on ESPN2 every weekday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. What's going on, big boy? How are you?
I got to hit Ryan with my theory that I hit you with on the
Yes, sir.
Day.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Feel free.
I'm sorry. I got to do this, Ryan.
We don't even need to start with a question. Go ahead.
Suffer me this, Ryan, because he already did. So I'm sitting there on my little couch watching my little New York Jets kick the tails of the St. Louis Rams. I was a little surprised. I thought the Rams would win the game. Sanchez did play well. Though Sam Bradford, is he not overrated? That's a whole other issue.
He is violently overrated.
Thank you. Violently is a good word. It applies. So, Ryan, for your sympathetic ears, I'm watching Tebow come in randomly in the first series, sort of at midfield for no apparent reason, and he lines up in the empty backfield, and once again they snap it to him, and it's like, here he comes, right up the middle. There's no frills. There's no hocus pocus to it. There's no faking. There's no back to fake to. There's no pass. He just runs it up the middle for, 2 yards predictably, and out he goes. And I'm feeling sorrier and sorrier for Sanchez and for Tebow. And then he comes in a little later and he does another play and he's out. And what did he want? I lost track. I don't even care. I finally had to turn the thing off because, Ryan, I am starting to wonder if Rex Ryan and Sperano are trying to sabotage Tim Tebow. And I'm serious about this, where they've been forced somehow to play him. I don't know if it's an owner forcing them or if they feel pressured by the media or the fans or whatever pressure they're feeling, that they're saying, we are going to prove to you people with these odd little plays that this guy, to quote the anonymous source in the locker room, is, quote unquote, terrible, and that we don't want him, and we're going to throw him into the game for these plays that he clearly will fail on because they are set up to fail. And at some point, the fandom, the media, whoever, the owner maybe, all will get sick and tired of seeing these useless Tebow plays, and they'll finally say, enough of these useless Tebow plays, and then Rex and Sperano can go back permanently, as they wanted to from the start, to Sanchez, who did, again, play well. What do you think of my theory?
Well, I think your theory is definitely not correct. But I would say this, Skip. I think that the fact that you can actually come up with this is more of an indictment on the lack of ability and creativity that these two men have showed. And the reason I would say I don't buy into the theory is because the job security in this business is non-existent. I don't think anybody is giving away plays when they know that, giving away any number of plays could end up resulting in a loss, and losses could end up resulting in you losing your job. I got to tell you, Skip, I don't think that they have that kind of level of faith in Mark Sanchez either to want to put all the eggs in that basket, But, I could understand why. Trying to come up with reasons for the way they use this guy kind of can lead you down this road, though. That's how poor the use of him has been.
Ryan, preposterously uncreative. As I told Stephen A. on First Take, I have now seen Tebow from scrimmage, not counting the punt formations, from scrimmage, throw one pass all year on the Monday night game to Jason Hill, hit him in the face mask, and he, of course, dropped it. And I'm thinking, that's it? That's all you get to see? And as I've made the point to Stephen A. again and again, he works best in the spread option. They did give him one spread option play yesterday, and he probably should have kept the ball, and he gave it away. But that's what he does best. But off the spread option, you have to let him occasionally fake it, step back, and throw it to wide-open receivers because everybody's cheating up to play the run.
But riddle me this, Skip Bayless, right here with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I propose this to you on First Take. I'll propose it to you for our radio audience right now. Rather than be so incredibly annoyed and turned off by the flagrant misuse of Tim Tebow throughout this season.
And even you admit to that.
I admit to that. Why have a desire for him to play? This is what I posed to him today, Ryan. What my suggestion is, you shouldn't want to see Tim Tebow play in a New York Jets uniform ever again. Because the more he plays, the worse it appears he looks. Maybe through no fault of his own.
Yeah.
Why even desire for him to play? Why not just move on, let the Jets do what they do, and hope that Tim Tebow lands elsewhere? Why not?
I agree with that premise. I went into yesterday's game hoping I had seen the end of Tebow in green. I was hoping, frankly, I was rooting against the Jets because I'm rooting for Tebow. Not that I root against Rex. I like Rex. I just don't like the way he has misused Tim Tebow. I don't like how pathetic this has gotten for everybody involved. And I don't like the way the locker room treated Tebow. So for once, I was rooting against the Jets in St. Louis in a 50-50 kind of game.
Well, you think you didn't like the way that the locker room acted towards Tim Tebow. Ryan, did you tell Skip what you said?
Oh, about
the locker room, the anonymous quote?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said, Skip?
No.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Lay it on me.
Well, you're saying my reaction to the anonymous post this past week? I thought it was a bully tactic, Skip. To me, it was a bully tactic, and it showed the coward that all of those men in there who decided to assign blame to Tim Tebow have. It reminded me of a bully because a bully, when they cannot identify or admit to their own faults or mistakes, they decide to pick on whoever they think is the easiest target. And in this case, those men picked Tim Tebow. Yeah, it made me physically ill throughout the week because I was just, and Steven painted a great picture, I thought, the day after it happened about him having to walk into that locker room, as nice a kid as he is, and deal with that. It actually, it makes you hurt a little bit because you don't want any human being to have to deal with that.
Yet, you want to know the irony of what you're saying?
What's that?
The irony was that the rest of the team, however many anonymous sources there were, plus Slauson, wrote a check that they had to cash yesterday because they actually called themselves out because they were so pro-Sanchez that they had to back up their off-the-record terrible comments about Tebow by supporting Mark Sanchez on the football field. And they played, I think we would all agree, one of their better games, maybe their best game of the year, right?
Yeah, but it was against St. Louis. What are they going to do this Thursday, Skip?
Well, this is the but I have to agree with what Eric Mangini kept pointing out to you this morning. St. Louis just was coming off an overtime loss that should have been a win at San Francisco. So I got to give them that. Now, were they a little deadheaded after that game? Were they a little hungover emotionally after that game? Maybe. Mm-hmm. But, again, I'm not a Sam Bradford fan, but I got to give it up to the Jets because they backed up their anonymous quotes with, I think I'd have to say their best all-around game of the year. All things considered, it was. Now, on to Thursday, I think they're going to get their butts kicked, even though there's no Gronkowski, who has been a Jets killer in the past. I think New England is on a roll. I think they've added so many weapons on defense, including Aqib Talib. And I pointed out to you today, they are plus 20 as New England in turnovers. They are running away with the turnover ratio race, which is always the most telling stat in pro football, in football in general. Turnover ratio. They are plus 20. They're 4 ahead of the next team, which is stunning. They are running away with the scoring championship. They're 5 points ahead of Peyton Manning's Broncos in scoring points. Well, I think you're going to see more of the same, even though Rex has had occasionally, as you know, Brady's number. But when you least expect it, Brady will come back and have his number, as we've seen in Foxborough before.
You know what, Skip? I wanted to just get your take real quick on Bart Scott, what he did. After the game, he tried to organize, a media boycott with his teammates in which they, would not talk to reporters based on the way they were treated, in his opinion, this week, and then quickly ended that and ended up talking to reporters anyway after he didn't get support. But, I mean...
That pretty much sums it up.
Right? I mean, What do you make of that? After a win, still thinking about this kind of thing.
I know Bart. I like Bart personally. Bart, as we've seen before, gets way over-emotional after games. We've seen can't wait before after games, and I think he let his emotions run amok with him and somehow had flipped everything in his mind to blaming the media what the locker room should have been and was blamed for last week. So the irony was he was trying to condemn the media for what he should have been condemned for last week.
Well, I think the thing about it is, I know Bart Scott a little bit, and I think that what happened is that he personalized it, obviously. But when I say personalized it, I mean he's appalled that anybody would think that he would be somebody that would give an anonymous quote, because his whole point is he's not scared of anything. Yep. And if that's how he felt, he would say it. If he would say it, he would attach his name to it. So the fact that his name has been lumped into that bowl of anonymous quotes, which he took it as, I think that bothered him.
Who did LaDainian lump him in?
I think so. It was LaDainian, okay. But he has to understand that that's a former teammate. That's not necessarily the media. Even though he's working in the media, it's a little bit differently.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There you have it, Ryan.
You knew you would get some interesting theory from Skip. We knew we would get that. Hey, man.
Sabotage.
That's right.
Write it down.
You're so emotional.
File it away.
You're so emotional.
I'm like the Bart Scott of the media, right? I'm over-emotional.
You're over-emotional when it comes to
overreacted. You know what? I think there's something to what I said. Whether you guys believe it or not, think about it.
Well, you know what? We will think about it. And we will hear from you again, I guess, after Thursday's game.
Friday.
All right. Very good.
Friday, right here, same time, same place.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Skip. After the big Patriots win.
Fair enough. Thank you, Skip. That's the Second Take with Skip Bayless, brought to you by Raleigh BMW. Test drive the all-new 3 Series X-Drive sedan at Raleigh BMW, One Brush Hollow Road in Westbury. BMW makes the cars. Raleigh makes the difference. 1-800-919-3776. I mean, did yesterday's win change the perception at all for you? Do you guys have any rejuvenated optimism? Plus, the NFL got one thing absolutely right, and it was on display yesterday. We'll tackle that in Fourth and Goal next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. The Jets end their losing skid. The Knicks begin a new winning streak, and the Nets continue a streak of their own. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Volkswagen means people's car in German. It's a name that could not be more accurate. According to the website, 24/7 Wall Street, Volkswagen has 3 cars among the 10 best-selling cars of all time. They're the Golf, the Beetle, and the Passat. The good news is that 2 of these cars, the 2013 Beetle and the Passat, are alive and well at Bay Ridge Volkswagen and are as popular as ever. Of course, Bay Ridge Volkswagen offers such popular models as the Jetta, the CC, and the Tiguan as well. With over 200 new and used cars to choose from, you won't find a bigger selection or better prices anywhere. And there's great service as well, like no-charge scheduled maintenance for 3 years at 36,000 miles, whichever occurs first. There are some restrictions, so ask the dealer or check the program for details. And then, as always, their exclusive Night Owl service and parts is open till midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. Bay Ridge Volkswagen is at 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Brooklyn, or visit them at BayRidgeVolkswagen.com.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
All right, yeah, sure. Little HC is up. Here was Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco. This portion of the show brought to you by Teddy Nissan, New York's most huggable dealer. Get into the Knicks and Nets weekends in a little bit as well. Do 4th and goal in a minute. But John in the Bronx, Stephen, he's ready to let us know whether or not yesterday's Jets win is going to change his perception of this team. So, John, changing your perception at all? John?
Thanks for taking my call. It's the first time on with Stephen A. and Ryan. I get on with all the other guys. You guys are tough, though, VIP.
Well, all right. VIP, I like that. That's right, man. At least you got it right.
First I want to give Stephen A. props because I was watching the game against Seattle, and one of the announcements, they said the Jets have yet to record any score on offense, and Stephen A. popped up right over my shoulder, and I was like, how did he know that was going to happen?
He was on the money on that.
Last night I'm watching the Jets play, and I'm just like, wow, the Jets are going to go Jets fans are going to go crazy for this one against St. Louis. I mean, I just adapted to being a Knicks fan anytime before this season, and if you do know the Knicks, you know that any win against any team would an account and put in your pocket, but against the more garbage teams, a guy like Stephen A. would come on and tear you a new one for getting excited about a win that means absolutely nothing. And a lot of people in Gang Green right now are excited about what? I couldn't tell you, because Thanksgiving's coming up, and if anyone saw the 8 touchdowns that happened yesterday, I feel like they were sending a silent message, like a little crow, over to the Jets. Hey guys, get ready. You know, you might not even want to suit up on Thanksgiving. You might want to take the day for your family because it's going to be a rough one when you come over. When you come to play against Belichick and
the Jets defense has too much heart and too much pride to allow what Indianapolis allowed yesterday. But if there's a team, I'm talking about, you talk about Tom Brady in New England running up the score. If they get an opportunity to do that on the New York Jets, they're going to take it. Without a shred of compassion.
Absolutely. No question about it. By the way, John sounds like your kind of guy, Steven. Wanted to pump the brakes for everybody who gets excited. John, he was your kind of caller right there, Steven. That's your guy.
No, well, people, most callers tend to be my kind of callers. They usually agree with me. There are some haters that don't, but that's what makes the world go round. I'm not mad about that.
And that's when you get to say your favorite phrase, kick rocks. I mean, that's when you get to say that. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Every Monday and Friday at this time, we answer 4 key questions around the NFL.
It's Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco's 4th and Goal.
First down. If the Jets find a way to beat New England on Thanksgiving night, considering the favorable schedule, do you think Cromartie will be right that the Jets will make the playoffs?
I think the Jets would make the playoffs if they found a way to beat New England, although I don't think it's going to happen. Clearly, they'd have to have some dominoes fall in their direction, and I think that's entirely possible. But at the same time, I think it's a moot question because I can't see any way in hell they're going to beat the New England Patriots on Thanksgiving night.
You know what, Steven, I think they'll lose. I could see a way they'd win, but I think they'll lose that game, but I agree with you. Look, if they won that that game, I do think they would end up going to the playoffs. The thing that helps them, the schedule, obviously, and then also the perception of their season, the whole vibe of it would be completely flipped and going with positive inertia. And then also, the Steelers have to play, we don't know how many games without Ben Roethlisberger, and now their backup quarterback as well. So Charlie Batch might be at the helm for a while. We saw how that sabotaged the Bears' seasons last year. Now, and the Texans, obviously, they still went far, but that eventually was their demise as well last season. And then also, we don't know for certain, the Colts are definitely going to get the requisite wins for the playoffs. So I think it's a possibility. If they won this game, yes, I would say I think they would go on to the playoffs. But like you said, Steven, I don't think they'll beat the Patriots on Thanksgiving.
Second down. The Cowboys struggled to dispose of the Browns in overtime yesterday. Does Dallas pose any threat to the Giants in the NFC East?
Well, this one's interesting. First of all, let's just say one thing the NFL absolutely nailed was the overtime rule. I mean, this new overtime rule, these overtimes are sensational watching them. Yesterday we had 3 of them, and the new overtime rule impacted all of them in ways that I think totally enhances the experience for the viewer. So kudos to the NFL on that move. I think college football should actually end up adopting the NFL overtime rules, because watching that Stanford-Oregon overtime didn't come close to the excitement of watching the 3 overtimes yesterday. Now, as far as the actual question goes, it's interesting, because win-wise, you would say the Cowboys are a threat when you consider their schedule the rest of the way compared to the Giants' schedule. But, Steven, my gosh, have you ever seen a team look less impressive than the Cowboys have in their wins this year?
Not me. I really haven't, and that's why. But I will still say this to you. I still think that they're a legitimate threat, because the Giants' schedule is their schedule, and I don't think that can be ignored, okay? When you've got Green Bay next week, when you still got another game against Washington, when you still have another game against Philadelphia, when you've got the schedule that they have overall.
At Atlanta, at Baltimore.
At Atlanta, at Baltimore, New Orleans. I mean, I just don't want to sit there and assume that the New York Giants are going to be absolutely fine. I don't see it that way. I think it's problematic for them, so I think Dallas is still a threat because of their cupcake schedule. But I'm still assuming that the Giants are going to win the division.
Third down. The Saints were left for dead at 0-4, but now at 5-5. How likely is it that the Saints will find their way into the playoffs?
I'm not going to say it's likely. They still have an uphill battle, but I'm not summarily dismissing the possibility. The New Orleans Saints are balling. Drew Brees looks absolutely fantastic. There's no way around it. And if you're looking at their high-powered offense, even though their defense flat out stinks, the reality of the situation is very, very simple. Right now, as you look at them, they are a team to be reckoned with. Drew Brees is putting up some MVP caliber numbers when you consider the way that he's been performing. And then look at the rest of their schedule. They've got San Francisco, they've got Atlanta, they've got the Giants, all tough schedules. Got Tampa Bay tough, Dallas, Carolina. There's only, to me, one surefire victory in that at the end of the season. So I can't see them making the playoffs. But I will tell you, none of those teams are looking forward to playing New Orleans. I can tell you that much.
I agree with you on this, Steven. I think that's the difficulty, because Seattle's schedule comparatively is much easier than the Saints. You also have the Bucs now in the mix at 6-4 as well. I think ultimately the Saints fall short, but the Saints are that team that nobody, not only in the regular season, wants to play down the stretch here, but nobody in the postseason would want to play them. If New Orleans ever found their way into the postseason, that is the team that everybody would want to avoid.
Fourth down. The Patriots are 7-3, and their 3 losses are by combined 4 points. Are we all sleeping on the Patriots being as dominant as ever?
You know what I think it is? We have seen this so many times, and it has not translated to ultimate postseason success in the last, 8 years. I think that's what makes us sleep on the Patriots as they do what they do in the regular season. Is we look at this and we say, okay, we've seen this before. We've seen their offense look like it's unstoppable. We've seen them pile up 12, 13, 14 wins. But ultimately, it has not resulted in a championship in a very long time for this team. And I think because of that, we tend not to get as excited about what they do in the regular season.
I'm sleeping on the Patriots just a little bit. I understand that Tom Brady is absolutely sensational. I know they've got a high-powered, number 1 ranked offense in the NFL, averaging more than 35 a game. They just dropped 59. Tom Brady has just as many 3 touchdown games this season as he does interceptions. He's only thrown 3 interceptions this entire year. He has been absolutely phenomenal and a league MVP candidate right up there with Peyton Manning and those boys. But the reality is is their defense stinks. There's no way to slice that. When you consider the fact that they're 30th in the league in terms of yards, passing yards allowed, 31st in TDs allowed, 28th in overall yards allowed defensively. I just look at them and I say, you know what? They can be had. Now, they've got the Jets, they've got Miami, they've got Houston at home, San Francisco at home. They've got the Jaguars, they've got the Dolphins. I only see the potential for 2 losses there, so they're easily 11-5 on the season to me, and they'll be destined for the playoffs. To me, the one thing that will derail them is if they have home field advantage, and Houston, Baltimore, anybody else has to come to New England in order to beat them. But we'll see. Right now, they are awesome. There's no doubt, but their defense is suspect, so I'm not giving them that unstoppable nod.
That's 4th and goal, a chance for Stephen A. and I to answer 4 key questions around the NFL here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. You know, Andy Reid will not be fired this week, but one of the decisions he made yesterday certainly could be deserving of it. We will touch on that with Eric Allen, lending more perspective next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The Jets got a much-needed win in St. Louis, but there's no time for pats on the back as New England waits a Thanksgiving night showdown just days away. Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
It's a demanding job, a very demanding job, and someone's got to do it. When push comes to shove, that someone is you. You take it on with pride, know-how, and even a bit of swagger, but not before you lace up your Irish setter work boots. They're as tough, resilient, and hard-working as you, and never afraid to get dirty. Isn't that what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship? New Irish setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with this ESPN New York Sports Center. And reminder that if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. The Jets got off the mat yesterday with a win over the Rams, but Rex Ryan's team does not have much time to soak this one in.
It's great to get a win. I'm happy for our guys. We needed a win, obviously in the worst way, and we get our plane ride home. Of course, we're going to win this one because we play Thursday, so you get to enjoy it for about 5 hours, and then it's on to the next opponent.
And the next opponent is the Patriots Thursday at MetLife. New England will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery today on a broken forearm, is expected to be out a few weeks. 49ers quarterback Alex Smith ruled out for tonight's contest against the Bears in San Francisco. Colin Kaepernick will get the start. Bears are without Jay Cutler. You can watch that one at 8:30 on ESPN TV. Notre Dame #1, Alabama #2 in the new BCS standings. University of Maryland voted to accept an invitation to the Big Ten for the 2014 and 15 season. Rutgers will reportedly agree to join the conference tomorrow.
is the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All-time beat right there. Oh. There's not a better beat. There's not a better beat. There's no doubt about that. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco in the house, coming at you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. And our next guest can appreciate that beat, especially since he lives in San Diego these days, especially since he's a California boy. One and only NFL analyst extraordinaire for the family. Eric Allen right here with Stephen A. and Ryan Ruocco. What's up, boy? Good afternoon. How you doing?
It's all good. That
beat is lovely.
Man, it makes my whole day.
I'm just trying to
From
tell
here,
you.
I can just roll on, talk some NFL, whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do, Stephen A.
This beat is so fly, it might have had something to do with why Denzel decided to do the movie.
Oh, my God.
That's how bad this beat is.
Look,
they could have just had the beat in Denzel, and the movie would have been cool.
That's right. And the fact that they had Dr. Dre acting in the movie too. I mean, Ryan, you can't miss it.
No, man.
You can't miss it.
Whenever you
Everybody
hear
forgot Dr. Dre was in that movie.
I didn't forget.
On the roof, planning that out.
Maybe they need to have this at the Eagle games. You know, just throw the beat on.
Oh my
and instead
God.
of defense going out there, just throw the beat out there. You know,
the players will get up for that.
That's my walk-up. That's my walk-up music right there. If I was a baseball player, Eric, that would be as I go to the plate. That's what I would be having pumping right there.
I'll tell you what. If there's any day that I get that gold jacket, I'm gonna make them play that song when I walk on stage.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to open it up like that.
I like that. You know what? You got a good crack at that gold jacket, too. That would be someday. You know, Eric, I want to, since obviously you are a big part of Eagles history, want to ask you about Andy Reid yesterday. Now, I think we all kind of assume that he's going to be gone at the end of this season. Not yet, but at the end of this year.
I agree.
How do you justify two things from yesterday, Eric? One, being down 31-6 with 2 minutes left, having LaShawn McCoy in the game, and then afterwards saying, I'm trying to win a football game, I'm trying to come back, as your reasoning for why he's in, knowing that it is mathematically impossible at that point to win the game. And then two, a rookie quarterback in his first start ever, you have him drop back 51 times? How does any of that make sense, Eric?
That is the design of the offense. That offense will not change no matter who is at quarterback. And we all understand a little bit more now about the quarterback position is not very good if you don't have protection, and that's the end of it. And that's what it's about. And not having the ability to take your best offensive player out of the football game, and LaShawn McCoy is unexcusable. Right now, that locker room and that football team is a complete disaster, and we all love Andy, and that's the first thing we all say.
It broke my heart. It broke my heart, and you talk about inexcusable. This is what broke my heart. Ryan, I was on the air today, and I said this. I think that Andy Reid should be let go right now. I think that, and why? Because I think a mercy rule should be invoked. What he has been through is enough. We know that in 13 years, going to the postseason 8 times, going to the NFC Championship game 5 times, going to a Super Bowl, we know the man can coach, Ryan. Mm-hmm. It's just that it comes a point in time where your voice rings hollow. And you're not the man for a particular franchise any longer. And it's time to move in a different direction.
What does a great captain do with the big ship? He goes down with it. And that's what Andy's doing right now.
Well, I understand he's doing that, but I'm talking about Jeffrey Lurie. I'm not talking about Andy Reid should quit. I'm saying to own, if I'm Jeffrey Lurie and I'm looking for young talent, Eric, to move in a different direction, to find what is it that's worth salvaging. I no longer believe that Andy Reid is capable of doing that for this team because he has too much invested personally in it. You need an objective, neutral voice to come in there, roll what you got and see what's left.
You don't
of the wreckage.
Everyone on that staff is beholden to Andy Reid. Andy Reid has been the guy for that organization for 14 years. Everyone on that coaching staff owes a debt of gratitude to Andy Reid. And they may feel like, you know what, if I take this job, if I step up and be the guy for the interim, because I'm not going to be around here. I mean, they have to clean the whole shop out. Only the things that have to be left, and what I would say to players is you better make sure you're putting good stuff on film. Because when the next regime comes in there, they're not going to look at the first 3-4 games. They're going to look at when things are going down, how did you perform? How did you perform? How did you prepare yourself? And believe me, they're going to talk to the coaches, and they're going to find out exactly who gave up on this coaching staff and who didn't.
Eric Allen, we get a chance to speak with every Monday at 2 o'clock here. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Eric, as someone who played in Philadelphia for a long time, how tangible is the atmosphere and the difficulty of playing in that city with fans that, they're known to be vicious? I mean, how much do you feel that as a player, as a member of that organization?
You tiptoe coming out your house. You really do.
Wow.
You're noticed when you go to the grocery store, when you go to the movies. I mean, when things are difficult and tough like they are right now in Philly, the Philly fans are going to obviously let you know what's going on. And they're more pinpoint because they love Andy Reid, and they know what is going on with this situation. And so they're exacting a lot of that anger towards the players, which is necessary, what they have to do. I understand offensively, your line's not doing very well. You got a rookie at quarterback. The running game is not popping. But defensively, there's no excuses. I mean, I see blown coverages every single week, play after play, just sending 4 guys. They're not blitzing anymore because Juan Castillo's not there, who evidently you ran him out of town. He led the league in sacks last year with 50. Now you're not blitzing. You're not getting any pressure on the quarterback, and you're giving up tons of yardage down the field. Just you can't excuse the defensive breakdowns week after week. And yes, on them. It's on the player.
Eric Allen right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Let me ask you a question that some people may not have ever asked you before, but I'm sure Ryan will be interested in this as well. Look at what we're talking about. Look at how we're highlighting the deficiencies of the Eagles. Forget offense and defense. We're talking about mental makeup, personnel, approach towards the game, etc. How do they compare to the New York Jets?
Wow, that's a great question. And it's close. It really is. When you look at what the coaching philosophy, the player personnel standpoint, both of these organizations have built their teams the way they want it. And now that it's crumbling, leadership from the coaching standpoint and the player personnel standpoint are the one thing right now that is keeping these teams from overcoming a lot of that adversity. What I mean by locker room dissension for the New York Jets. Obviously, blown coverages for the Philadelphia Eagles. Both of those things start on Tuesday in the film room, on Wednesday in the film room, making sure you're prepared from a coaching standpoint, understanding and making sure your players are held accountable because they walk onto the football field. So, again, from a leadership standpoint, both of those organizations are in deep trouble, one because of the locker room dissension, and it carries over ultimately to tough football games, and then the Philadelphia Eagles standpoint, from the preparation standpoint to the football field and blown coverages. Great question.
Eric, the Cowboys are, as we keep it in this division, it's tough to figure out how likely it is that they'll challenge the Giants because the Giants' schedule is so much more difficult the rest of the way. But Dallas, in their wins, is even just so unimpressive. So as you look at the schedules and you consider the brand of football, I mean, do you expect Dallas to be seriously challenging for this division the rest of the way?
I do, because the month of November, Tony Romo plays pretty good in November, and we know the Giants don't play very well in November. Right now, Tony Romo's on a 3-game roll, not turning the football over right now. Obviously need to find a running game.
It's an aberration.
And again, you know what? And again, if you don't turn the ball over, you give yourself a chance to win when you have those elite guys outside with Witten in the middle, controlling the middle of the field. So he's going to balance that lack of running game, which both teams don't really have. So when you start to look at both these football teams, it's really going to come down to, can the Giants find a way to get that pass rush together again to protect that secondary, and can the Cowboys continue to not turn the ball over and find a way to utilize Witten and that running game to get them a little balance? And I think it'll be a race towards the end depending on November. If the Cowboys continue to win in November, the Giants struggle, it's going to be closer in December. It's going to come down to a couple games against the Eagles, and we'll see if they've melted in at the time.
When I look at, we talk about the Giants, talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Let me switch and transition back to the AFC if you guys don't mind, because the way we're looking at the New England Patriots right now, the juggernaut of an offense, unstoppable. They just look unstoppable. And that's with Gronkowski and now injured. You're wondering what's going to happen when he's back in a month. Plus, Aaron Hernandez is back in a month with the weapons they already have. Then you got to leave now in the secondary. His first game, he gets a pick 6. He goes for a touchdown. And you're just wondering, my goodness, can anybody beat the New England Patriots. I guess I'm of the mindset that if you put a hat on Tom Brady, soften him up, let him tap dance like the second coming of the late Gregory Hines, God rest his soul, anything's possible. But I still think that somehow, some way, the Houston Texans can end up being the team to beat in the AFC. What are your thoughts about what you're seeing from the New England Patriots and whether or not anybody can stop them?
Wow. You guys better watch out. Put your jerseys on, helmets. If the Patriots are going to roll like that defensively, they pressured yesterday. They didn't sit back. And that was the first time, maybe because Talib. Denard on the other side corner had a big day. He challenging guys on the side. That move, Talib, made the Patriots a more potent secondary. Now you can move McCourty, who's a ball hawk, to safety. Now he can roam around, doesn't have to worry about playing man-to-man. It's 3 teams in the AFC for me, I think. You talk about the Patriots, and Gronkowski is a big miss. The guy is uncoverable. He makes sure that if you pressure Brady, who's going to cover that guy's very difficult matchup there? Look out for the Denver Broncos out there on the West Coast. Defensively, they can get it done, have an outstanding edge rusher in Dumerville, and we all forget about Champ Bailey, how great a player Champ Bailey is, shutting down your number 1 receiver. And then the Texans, they need to continue to start. They start slow. You can't start slow in a big game. If you lose that home field advantage and have to go to New England or go to Denver, I'm not sure if you can really get it done in those 2 places. So it's going to come down to who ultimately has home field advantage in the AFC.
Eric, really enjoy talking with you every Monday at 2 o'clock, man. Thanks for all the time, as always.
It's all good, man. I'm always here for you guys.
Hey, I know you are, man. And you know what? We're always here for you with those beats, too. You don't forget that, all right?
I won't.
We will have you taken care of. Whenever you're on this show, you know you're going to hear some kind of West Coast beat, all right?
All right. Appreciate it.
That's Eric Allen with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco, our show presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Does the road to the Eastern Conference Finals go through New York? We'll talk about it next on ESPN New York.
With raised expectations, the Knicks are getting it done.
Lays it up, misses. Chandler sticks it back. 5 to shoot, right wing kid, pull up 3, got it.
How far can they go?
They're playing championship basketball. They're legitimate contenders. You got to give the Miami Heat number 1 billing in the East. The Knicks are right there.
Hear about them, talk about them. Catch every Knicks game right here.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony. We are the home of the New York Knicks. We are ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Absolutely. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts. Now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. When Ray Dinahan has it going on, he just has it going on with the beats, doesn't he, Stephen?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased with Ray. I must say that. I'm very pleased with him.
Me
he
too.
has potential.
He does. I mean, if you're saying he has potential now, and he's already performing at this level. I mean, imagine if he fulfills that potential. I mean, it'd just be the ultimate beats them because they're already sensational, Stephen. Absolutely brilliant. On a Monday, you need that too, especially if you pulled a me. And, the red eye, it doesn't really work if you don't sleep on the flight. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, it's hard, because the red eye throws you off, and especially with somebody like me, I have long legs, so you're never comfortable. You're never There's only one flight I've ever been fully comfortable on. Even with the seats that stretch out, my legs are still too long. The only flight I've ever been comfortable on is either 767 or 777. When they got like three different rows, and the seats just elevate to like a bed. It's fantastic.
Even when you're in your own special part of first class, because there's first class and then there's Stephen A's first class.
No, it's all the same.
Oh, okay. I
work for ESPN. Clearly, you don't know what the deal is. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to get but so much, bro.
I understand. You know what you got to check out? Air Italia. That airline, you want to be treated like royalty? My gosh, man. I
heard British Airways is no joke.
That's right. These international flights, that's where it's going on. That's a vacation in itself. Here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York. Stephen, it's interesting. Hoops, the basketball scene in our city is going to continue to be a huge story throughout the winter, throughout the spring. And both of these teams, they have gotten off to the starts they need to grip all of those who were hoping that we would have this sort of situation with the basketball landscape. The Knicks, you knew they were going to probably drop one of those two games. They end up losing that second one to Memphis.
Which we both predicted would happen.
We did. And, no big deal there as far as I'm concerned, because you just kind of came off an emotional game against San Antonio, a game which really seemed to have that kind of, physical playoff-like intensity from jump. You go to Memphis the very next day, Memphis is sitting there waiting for you. It's a huge game for them in a city that gets into their basketball. I didn't look at that game and make any judgments against the Knicks. And then you come back and you demolish the Pacers at home if you're the Knicks. And I think that, a couple of things that help with the perception and the projections for both the Knicks and Nets is you look at what happened this weekend. Now, the Nets took care of business again, and they're starting to play better and better on the West Coast win over the Kings yesterday, a game I called. And you look at what happened over the weekend, looking at the Pacers up close, Stephen, this team is a totally different team. And then finding out that Andrew Bynum has, hurt his knee further.
It's changed the complexion of everything.
Yeah.
We made our prognostications about the Knicks and the Brooklyn Nets with the belief that the Indiana Pacers would be at full strength with Danny Granger and the crew coming off their hard-fought second-round series against the Miami Heat. And we also looked at the Philadelphia 76ers acquiring Andrew Bynum. Now, I don't think there's any question the top four teams in the Eastern Conference, unless Andrew Bynum miraculously gets healthy and Danny Granger is able to come back, I don't think there's any question the top four teams in the Eastern Conference are Miami, New York, Boston, and Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And I don't care about Boston's struggles. They struggled last year. They went into All-Star Weekend a below 500 team. That's what they did, okay? And they finished with the third best record in the entire NBA in the second half of the season. That is what happened. So I'm not worried about Boston. I'm not worried about Doc Rivers. They'll figure it out. But the Knicks and the Brooklyn Nets could very well end up being two of the top three seeds in the Eastern Conference because of the injuries in New York and Indiana.
Yeah. It's because the 76ers and I think the Pacers were the two teams that we thought would be most likely to bump the Knicks or Nets to opening on the road in the playoffs. But both of those teams, not just for the Pacers, I mean, Roy Hibbert has not played the same level of basketball. And it's not just the Granger injury. No more Darren Collison for them either. You know, he was a big part of what they did last year, and they did not prioritize keeping him around, which I thought was a mistake at the time, and they don't look the same, and I think that has part to do with it as well. And I don't know, Andrew Bynum's ever going to get his act together, ever going to be healthy enough.
How do you get hurt for bowling?
Oh, my gosh.
I was sitting there joking about that with Skip today. I said, Skip, the dude has missed 37 games, 47 games, 17 games, 28 games in his career. Last year when he missed 5 games was the best season of his career. And he only played 60 games. He averaged 18 and 11, okay? This dude is perpetually injured, okay? His knees are highly questionable. How do you go out bowling when you're trying to recover from knee surgery?
Yeah, you're right.
That's what he did. And I said, listen, man, you can sit there and say what you want to say, but here's all I know. If you listen to his words, Andrew Bynum was talking about, I don't think, or I did not realize. That's his problem. He is a highly intelligent kid, Ryan. He is very intelligent. But here's the problem with youthful intelligence. You think you know it all, and you don't think there's anything anybody could tell you. I don't care what anybody says. When you are 23 years of age and you look in the face of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a 6-time world champion, a 6-time league MVP, a Hall of Famer, a 5-time champion, 6-time champion, the leading scorer in NBA history with the most unstoppable move ever in NBA or in basketball, period. You looked that man in the face and said, I learned enough. I don't need to learn anymore. At age 23, that's a problem. I don't care how anybody slices it. Now, if you sit there and you say you don't like him, you sit there and say you don't like being around him, you know his demeanor, his personal disposition is not something you enjoy, it messes with your spirit, we can relate to that. Because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar doesn't come across as the most affable dude in the world. But to look him in the face at age 23, when you haven't accomplished a shred of the things that he has achieved in his career, and you say to him, you've learned enough, you don't need to learn anymore, that tells you what you need to know. Oh. That's what he did. And so it is what it is. He's not healthy. We don't know when he's going to be healthy. And Skip Bayless tried to come up with all of this stuff about what the Sixers might be doing with cortisone shots or whatever the case may be. No, the biggest problem in all of this is that Andrew Bynum continuously thinks he knows more than everybody else because he is so intelligent. This dude is well-read. He's highly intelligent, Ryan. He is not stupid. He's a smart kid, okay? Very well-balanced. Cares about his money, cares about his cars, cares about his mama, okay? And basketball obviously helps him get the money to take care of all of those different things, which is why he cares about basketball. That's entirely different than having an unfiltered, unadulterated love for the game. And that's what you're seeing right now.
And that's
Sixers. It's a tough spot for the Sixers to be in because they gave up Andre Iguodala, who is no scrub.
No. He's a great defender. And then that's why right now you feel even better, not just because of the way the Knicks and Nets have played. And look, things are going to get a lot more difficult for the Nets. Their opponents over their next few games are going to be a lot more difficult than the ones they've been playing. But they've taken care of business. But that's why you feel a lot better about both teams and their seeding positioning. And just looking at the landscape of the East is because Sixers, Pacers, you feel totally differently about on the negative side. And you know what, Steven? That game tomorrow night, Brooklyn, L.A., Mike D'Antoni's debut, Lopez, Howard, that's a good one, man. And I'll tell you what, I'm watching the Magic.
Will you be calling that game?
I won't be calling that one, man. Iron Eagle will have that one. But that would have been a great one to have. But I'm looking at how awful the Magic are. And I'm watching the way Brook Lopez and Marshawn Brooks are playing early on this season. And Brook Lopez right now is the 9th best player efficiency ranking in the NBA at this point. And I'm thinking, what was Orlando thinking that they got a better package in the deal they ended up striking, which is obviously part of that Andrew Bynum deal with Philly landing him? I mean, Brook Lopez, Marshawn Brooks are good players, man. They are good players. And Lopez is blocking shots now, too.
And that is why the Orlando Magic will rue the day they did not make the deal for Dwight Howard. Because they could have had Brook Lopez, and if they had pressed it enough, they could have got Marshawn Brooks.
And a ton of draft picks,
Even though the Nets were not trying to do it, they would have unloaded some of those contracts. And in the end, I don't care what Billy King says. And I've known him for years, love him to death. Let me tell you something right now. There's no way that Billy King would have looked into the eyes of New Yorkers throughout Brooklyn and this New York tri-state area and would have turned down the opportunity to have Dwight Howard because he was trying desperately to hold on to Marshawn Brooks.
No chance.
He would not have done it. He would have given in. And he didn't. And that's the problem.
Stephen A.
And Orlando, it's not his problem. I'm saying Orlando
problem.
Messed up by not wanting to make that deal happen. They made a huge mistake.
Totally agree. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Talk some Notre Dame football in a moment. But first, a word from Bay Ridge Honda. MVP, Cy Young's, the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards. But the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of their own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipients of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everyone's talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl Service and Parts is open till midnight, Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 till 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or visit them online at bayridgehonda.com. We'll get back into the hoops in a little bit, but I'll tell you what, Notre Dame, #1 in the nation. How about that? Probably the biggest thing that happened this weekend. Probably. We'll sort out the BCS madness next with Trevor Maddich. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Knicks bounce back strong Sunday with a win over the Pacers. Will they be road warriors this week and continue their winning ways? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with the ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Johnny Walker. Put your skills to the test. Log on to ESPNNewYork.com right now and play New York Rankum, presented by Johnny Walker. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. Must be 21 and over. The Jets got off the mat yesterday with a win over the Rams. Not much time, though, for Rex Ryan's team to enjoy this victory as they get ready to host the Patriots at MetLife Stadium on Thursday night. Where does Rex think his team is at right now?
Again, right now, we just have to focus on each day and get better. We know that we're a long way away. We're 4-6 and we can't come up rare. We just got to just stay the course and keep getting better.
On Thanksgiving, Pats will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery on a broken forearm today, is expected to be out a few weeks. Tonight, the 49ers will not have Alex Smith. The Bears will not have Jay Cutler, Colin Kaepernick, Jason Campbell getting the respective starts for the Niners and Bears. That game in San Francisco, you can watch it at 8:30 on ESPN TV. Notre Dame #1, Alabama #2 in the new BCS standings. We'll sort it out with Trevor Maddich following this update. University of Maryland voted to accept an invitation to the Big Ten for the 2014-15 season. Rutgers will reportedly agree to join the Big Ten tomorrow. All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. It's interesting, Stephen. Obviously, a lot happened this weekend, but probably the thing that was the most gripping is the madness with the BCS, with the college football, having the #1 and 2 teams lose, and Notre Dame being the #1 team now.
I got to tell you, it was an exciting week of college football. I don't think people realize how exciting it was. It was absolutely fantastic. And the fact that Notre Dame, of all people, is the #1 team in the nation right now, although you can question whether or not they deserve it, I certainly do, because after all, they did, what was it, a triple overtime victory against unranked Pittsburgh, for crying out loud. 5 of your victories came by 7 points or less. There's nothing about Notre Dame that really stands out as #1 in my mind. But at the same time, if you look at some of their schedule and some of the teams that they beat, I can't knock it. You beat Michigan when they were ranked. You beat Michigan State when they were ranked. You beat Stanford when they were ranked 4th in the nation. I got to give credit where credit is due on that front. I just look at some of the things right there. Monte Teo, he's big time. Sarah Wood is not bad. Golson is not playing bad at all. So I just look at that, and I'm just looking at some of their victories. Look at this, man. They beat Michigan State when they were ranked number 10th in the nation, 20-3. They beat Michigan 13-6 when they were ranked 18th in the nation. They beat Stanford 20-13 on October 13th when they were ranked number 4 in the nation. They beat Oklahoma 30-13 when Oklahoma was 8th in the nation. So you got those kind of victories on your resume. I got to give Notre Dame respect where respect is due and say I don't mind. Here's my thing. Georgia's in the picture at #3, right, Ryan?
Right.
A part of me says, all right, I like them, and they're 10-1 and they're in the SEC. But here's where it gets tricky. They didn't have LSU or Alabama on their schedule this year. So they didn't beat them. Plus, they lost 35-7 to South Carolina. So I'm not feeling that.
Well, you know what? Let's get more perspective on this from Trevor Maddich. Does an excellent job as a college football analyst for us at ESPN, joining Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Trevor, this weekend, obviously, just a crazy college football weekend. Just give us an idea of what it means to the college football landscape when you have Notre Dame back on top as the #1 team in the nation.
I'll tell you, Notre Dame is not just the team you love to love, it's also the team you love to hate. And that's one of the great things about college football, Ryan, is that it's not just about which teams you love to root for. It's which teams you absolutely despise to the core of your very soul. And college football has that kind of passion on both sides of the ledger, love and hate, more than any other sport that I can think of.
Who's loved?
That's part of the fun of it.
Who's most loved? What do you mean? When you say somebody, I know about Notre Dame, but who's most loved? Who gets that kind of love in college football?
Oh, well, your team. Whoever you love. That's who you love. You go to Alabama. If you love Alabama and hate Auburn, or if you love Auburn and hate Alabama, then I tell you, it's not just something you talk about for the week before and after the game. It's generational. They still talk about games that they lost to their rival from 12 years ago that wrecked their entire year, and it's still a topic of conversation when they get together for family Thanksgiving and Christmas. And college football, you take basketball, you've got Duke, Carolina, you've got that kind of passion. But in college football, that's all over the country with fans of their team, the people they like to love.
Trevor, let me ask you this question. When we talk about Notre Dame and Alabama, first of all, I'd like to know, do you have a problem with them being ranked 1 and 2 in the nation? And do you have a problem with Alabama being in a picture to play in a national championship game when they just finished losing to a Texas A&M team that Florida beat?
No, I'm okay with that, Stephen A. I'm okay with it. The thing about it is that there's a lot of talk about when you lose a game and how important it is if you're going to lose it early. But truth be told, I know it has emotional effect and it has immediate effect on the polls, but I don't think it should matter that much when you lose. It's if you lose and how you lose that matters. And when you talk about benefit of the doubt for all those people around the country who hate the SEC, I think they do get benefit of the doubt, and a one-loss SEC champion should get in over a one-loss any other champion until somebody beats the SEC. And truthfully, I think that it's better for college football with a run of 6 straight national championships for the SEC, that when that run ends, it ends with somebody outside of that conference knocking them off the throne. If Alabama or Georgia did not have a chance to get back into the championship game, and there was no SEC team in the BCS championship game, then they could make the case that, hey, you guys couldn't knock us off. One of our own conference members had to knock us off. And so it's better for college football to have that big target up there once again.
Talking with college football analyst Trevor Maddich. Trevor, do you think this is going to end up being an Alabama-Notre Dame national championship game?
It appears that Notre Dame will be there because of the problems going on out at USC with Matt Barkley, their quarterback, injured. They'll be starting a freshman out there, and it became more likely that Notre Dame would win that game. Alabama, though, I'm not so sure. I've seen them play a couple of times in person, and I've watched a lot of tape on that team, and their talent is down, well down, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Well, on the defensive side of the ball, from years past. They still are statistically very highly rated, and they're very good because they're so well coached and so well disciplined on that side of the ball. But the talent on Georgia's defense is better top to bottom, in my opinion, than Alabama's. The only question is which Georgia team will show up. I trust Alabama to show up and play every time to the best of their ability. I do not trust Georgia to show up and play even for a half, much less the full game, to the best of their ability. So Alabama could get knocked off if Georgia shows up, and it could be the Bulldogs after all the grief they've had in recent years playing for the national championship.
I'll tell you this much. As I look at Alabama and Notre Dame, the team that comes to my mind is Oregon from the standpoint of I hate the fact that they're not in the championship picture right now because I don't want to see a replica of Alabama versus LSU in the national championship game last year. That was just so boring. I almost fell asleep, okay? And I don't want to see something like that. I'd like to see a high-powered team offensively like Oregon, even though they got stymied this past weekend against Stanford. Those kind of things happen. Do you feel that it's fair that they're dropped out of that picture in terms of being in a position to play a Notre Dame for the national championship in favor of Alabama?
Well, it's fair. It's unfortunate, but they lost the game at home, a game that they could have won, a game that they made some mistakes that could have given them that game. The thing about the rematch, the potential rematch that could happen in the SEC, last week when Alabama lost, it seemed like the SEC would not have a representative in the championship game, and all of a sudden now there's a possibility that you could have not just two SEC teams in the national championship game, but two SEC teams that played each other in the regular season. Because if Georgia knocks off Alabama, if Notre Dame loses, if Oregon loses to Oregon State especially, then Florida is lurking there. And Florida could be the default team where nobody else really is close enough to be in range to get there. And Georgia and Florida already played this year. Georgia won a very, very, very ugly game in Gainesville. And if that happens, the United Nations must step in on humanitarian grounds and save us from a horrible, horrible, horrible month leading up to a rematch that nobody wants to see.
Trevor Maddich here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Trevor, this weekend, how important do you think it was just to have what happened happen so we didn't have the ugliness of trying to sort out 3 undefeated teams with the BCS?
Yeah, that would have been difficult because this way, teams like Oregon, teams like Alabama, teams that have lost the game, might say that they are the best of the one-loss teams. But there's always that big elephant lurking in the living room, which is, but you didn't take care of business. And Florida State's one of those teams. That's a team, I think, that is good enough to compete for a national championship. And right now, they would be in the top 2 without question, except they were up 16-0 against NC State, fell asleep in the second half, and lost that game 17-16. So for all the complaints that Florida State fans have that they're not being respected by the computers, if they would have held on and won that game, they would be undefeated. They would be there. So the fact that these teams have lost really doesn't clean up who should be in the top 2 so much as it takes the excuse away from any individual team in saying that they got ripped off.
Trevor, always love talking with you. I'll be hosting the Herd
Trevor.
with
Thanks
you on Friday, man.
Much fun. Looking forward to it, Ryan. Stephen A., great always talking to you as well.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
That's Trevor Maddich, excellent college football analyst with us at ESPN here, joining Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco.
Ryan, this is a riveting college football season. Right now, you can make a legitimate argument that Florida and Georgia should be one of the top 2 teams in the nation, that Oregon shouldn't be far behind, and Skip tried to make the argument that Texas A&M, when you go by the eye test, they should be in position to play for the national championship with Johnny Football leading the way, a freshman quarterback for them. So, there's a lot of compelling stories going on. There's no doubt about it. But I will say that it is good for football, college football, that Notre Dame is in this national championship picture for the first time since 1988. It really, really is good.
No question about it. Let's throw a little hybrid question at the audience at 1-800-919-3776. More surprising right now, Notre Dame's ranking or the Knicks start? What is more surprising to you guys? At 1-800-919-3776. We'll answer that question next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Man, I'll never forget the day this cat came through the park. He sure didn't look like a player. We were all wrong. He was dishing and swishing till sundown. Who was this guy? He just said,
"They call me the head."
I found out years later who the head really was. Yes, indeed. The head was Michael Kay. Michael Kay knows his basketball. The Michael Kay Show. Weekdays at 3 on the home of the Knicks, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax. Put your feet up, or more precisely, down, and let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Feast Week begins with the Progressive Legends Classic. Two top 15 teams headline a doubleheader in Brooklyn. First on ESPNU, 7-foot big man Cody Zeller leads Indiana as the #1 team in the country faces Georgia at 5:30 Eastern. Then on ESPN2, one of the top recruiting classes is on display when UCLA tips off against the Hoyas at 8. The Progressive Legends Classic as part of Feast Week presented by Lowe's. Tonight on ESPNU and ESPN2.
Yeah, sure. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts. Now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. All right, Stephen. What are you more surprised by? The Knicks start or Notre Dame being #1?
Notre Dame.
Not even close to you.
Not even close.
You know what?
I didn't see Notre Dame coming. I mean, when you look at the New York Knicks, it's a long 82-game schedule. That's what it is. And you look at Andrew Bynum and him missing the 2 games against Philly. You look at Dallas and not having Dirk Nowitzki. You look at Orlando, who's a shell of themselves. You look at all of these different things. It's not that surprising that the New York Knicks are 7-1. There are only 2 surprises: that they beat Miami to open the season and that they beat the San Antonio Spurs on the road. But when you look at Notre Dame, you expected Notre Dame right now to be 10-0?
No.
Did you really expect
Not at all. Not at all.
Undefeated? If I told you coming into this season that they'd play Michigan State, Michigan, Stanford, Oklahoma, and they would be undefeated going into Thanksgiving, who would have thought that?
No, I wouldn't have at all. I don't know that people even realize that this was a possibility for this program at this point, that Brian Kelly had moved it along that far. And John Winthrop, he likes to say he's a slice of Americana, where if a song is a proper, if he knows a song and it's popular, it must be a pretty big song. If he likes it, then America's going to like it. He likes to do that. If he likes a show, then America's going to like the show. John, don't you like to refer to yourself in this sense all the time, right? Yes, he's shaking his head, yes. Well, I will say that I'll be a slice of Americana here instead, because John is actually a Notre Dame fan. It is getting my attention, Stephen. And I am not the biggest college football fan. I watch the national championship game. I watch some of their bowls on a Saturday. I'll put it on. But I'm an NFL guy. I always have been. When I call college football games, I love doing that. But I've never been a huge college football fan. But this has really gotten my attention and has caught my interest. I was all over that Oregon-Stanford game on Saturday night. I was following as furiously as I could that Kansas State game. Texas A&M, Alabama, I was all over it. And what is the motivation behind all of this for me? It's not just that you had multiple undefeated teams. It's that they all were having an impact on Notre Dame. That is what's brought me back to the table, Stephen, is the Notre Dame impact there. It's just like when we're talking about an NCAA tournament and we say, we like Cinderellas and stuff, and we do. But that national championship game, you want to see Duke Carolina. That's bringing you in. That's a big-time matchup. Notre Dame's one of those schools, regardless of recent failures in the past, that has that cachet, that still has the power, I believe, to bring in Americana, to bring in that casual fan. I think that's on display right now.
No question. And I think listen, Notre Dame is a great story. The national championship, matter of fact, they make it more compelling because we know how many diehard Notre Dame fans there are throughout this country. There's no doubt about that.
Sort of the local team here, too.
Right.
You know, I mean, they really are.
To a degree, because they're the ones on national television all the time with NBC. You know, they had that deal with NBC, so that had a lot to do with it. The flip side to it all, however, is that you have to remember also that the New York Knicks, they're not national, they're local. So in these parts, New York Knicks may resonate to a larger degree, but from a national perspective, does not even compare to Notre Dame.
No, and the surprise, I think, is much greater for Notre Dame and what they're doing. We'll let you chime in at 1-800-919-3776. Steve in Jersey. Steve, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
Hello. I'm just commenting about, you asked Cullen about Notre Dame or the Knicks.
Yes.
I'm saying I don't find that I think Notre Dame should be ranked number one, and I'm surprised how quickly they rose to number one. Although I know they're number one and two teams did lose, but I feel the media give them any opportunity to get Notre Dame to the top, they will do it.
No, but hold on a second, Steve. They're undefeated, man. How can you not see why?
Yeah, they're undefeated. And let's look at their schedule. Squeaked out one against Pitt.
Their schedule has been very difficult. Their schedule, in fact, people were arguing why they should have been ahead of Kansas State and Oregon before this past weekend because of their strength of schedule.
Strength of schedule against the likes of 64th ranked Pitt, BYU, Wake Forest.
Okay, so hold on, Steve. I'm sorry, man. You are off, my friend. You are conveniently leaving out Oklahoma, Michigan State. They're still going up against USC, Stanford. I mean, come on, man. Going to talk about the schedule and just mention, you want to go through and mention the four teams that everybody's going to wallop on? Every single team in the country has those games. That's part of the lack of appeal for me for college football throughout a season, Stephen, is there are so many games where a team's going to win, a great team's going to win 60-10 that I tune those ones out. And it's hard to keep me gripped. But you can't sit here and act like Notre Dame hasn't had a difficult schedule. That's preposterous.
No, that is preposterous. I mean, again, I didn't feel like they deserved it until I watched. The fact is you can only play the teams on your schedule. It's not their fault if Michigan State hasn't looked like the 10th ranked team in the nation, if Michigan State didn't look like a top 20 team, if Stanford didn't live up to expectations, even though they just did because they beat the number one ranked team in the nation this past weekend. If Oklahoma has fallen short of expectations, that's not their fault. They played the teams that we said, meaning the polls and aficionados and the BCS computer system and all of this stuff. They played the team that everybody said was a top-notch team, and they knocked them off. That's what they did.
Bottom line. Deshaun in Elizabeth. Deshaun, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. Oh, Deshaun was there. Deshaun is gone. See you, Deshaun. All right, Alan in Queens. Alan, what do you think? Notre Dame, the more surprising season than the Knicks start?
As a matter of fact, yes. I do think it's the Fighting Irish that's more surprising because they've been down for so long, it's ridiculous. As far as the Knicks are concerned, honestly, and I'm not surprised. Why I say that? Because they finally got a full training camp in, and they have the right coach that's a no-nonsense guy, and, and most importantly, right, that's what he has the attention of Carmelo Anthony, who, in my opinion, is one of the best ballers in the league.
Well, right now he's certainly playing like it, Alan. No question about that. Here's the thing I would say why, the Knicks under Mike Woodson, they do have a good recipe for a very gaudy regular season, Stephen, because this team has this incredible chip on their shoulder, a real urge to prove something and to bring a title to this city. They also have had a horrible seeding the last 2 years in the playoffs, and they want to host a playoff game. And then Mike Woodson, I'll compare it a little bit to what Tom Thibodeau has done with the Bulls over the last couple of years, where he has gotten them to buy in every single night and play defense every single night. And you went through those regular seasons, and you didn't necessarily think Chicago was the best team in the East, even though they were the 1 seed. But Tom Thibodeau got them there because he had them not taking any nights off throughout the regular season. And I think that's what Mike Woodson could do with this group. I think he will have them focused and playing defense every single night. And because of that, you might see them with a very gaudy regular season record.
Well, you know what? We may. You got to look at the age on their roster, and that's what we got to monitor and watch out for. I'm still not sold on the Knicks' durability. That's my question mark. That matters to me. That's very, very important to me. To me, if Camby and Rasheed Wallace, who I told you would be formidable, if we look at a crew like If we look at a crew like a Raymond Felton and a Jason Kidd compared to Jeremy Lin, clearly there's an upgrade that is taking place. We love it. Are they going to be healthy? A Kidd, a Camby, a Kurt Thomas, a Rasheed Wallace. Are these people going to be ready? These are the question marks.
You know what? A couple guys in this town deserve a lot of credit, too. You know, what Glenn Grunwald and Billy King were able to do with their rosters while having serious restrictions from the cap, it's really impressive how deep these teams are when you consider that they didn't have a lot of money to throw around anywhere. I mean, Andre Blatch, he was 11 of 12 yesterday, 22 points off the bench.
I know that. Still not sold on him, though.
All right.
He's got to show me that what he brings to the table, and I'm not talking about his game. I'm talking about his head.
Fair enough.
He's got to show me. He's got to show me that he could be consistent in that regard.
The Knicks too. We thought the Knicks were never going to be able to build a deep team. It would have to be the 3 stars and that's it. And you know they are deep, and they're going to get 2 players back who are essential parts of their team still. Both these teams very deep. I wanted to throw an analogy by you, Stephen. It was Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. My old co-host, my buddy Robin Lundberg, I saw him tweet out his podcast link today, and I thought you'd get a kick out of this analogy because I thought it was a pretty good one. That the Jets are like the store brand. You know? They're like the store brand. Like, it could get the job done. It's serviceable. It's not terrible. But if you compare it to the real thing, like the store brand Oreos, like they're all right. They might like fill that need for you, but you compare them to the regular Oreos, like, oh my gosh, please, it's not in the same league. Like the Jets, you put them on the field with the 49ers, the Texans, well, okay. You know, the Patriots, they look like the store brand. But, you know, against the Rams, they can get the job done. Not a bad analogy, right?
Not a bad one. Not a bad one, but you know you're a bit different. So some of these analogies you come up with are a bit weird from time to time. But
time to time. Well, this isn't mine. This is Lundberg's, but I am endorsing it. So I guess
you endorse it, and you sound like you're speaking for him. So I'm crediting you with it.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm glad that my endorsement has that kind of power to you. That makes me feel good.
Well, Lundberg's not here to validate whether or not that's the case, so I'm putting it on you.
Okay, fair enough. I think that I am accurately being the vessel to this analogy, which I believe is accurate as well. Nonetheless, hey, Stephen, good stuff, my man. We will do it again in 22 hours.
Yes, we will.
That's Stephen A. Smith. Great job, as always, by Ray Dinahan, John Winthrop. I'm Ryan Rucco. You can hit us all up on Twitter. Any portion of today's show you missed, you can catch on ESPNNewYork.com or download for free on iTunes. Want to let you know that Rex Ryan will be at 6:30 today on the Michael Kay Show, not 5:15, so 6:30, special time for Rex Ryan on the Michael Kay Show, which is up next here on ESPN New York.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Time for the ESPN New York Sports Center. So the New York Jets needed a win in the worst way, and they got it. They beat St. Louis, and they beat them convincingly. Good running game, and Mark Sanchez was 15 for 20. The question after the game, did this win save the season, Mark?
Each win can help us, no matter what. And that's where we're at right now. We just need as many wins as possible, and then we'll see where everything ends up at the end. But that's all we're focused on, just one game at a time. And we got another tough test next week.
And another tough test is this Thursday, Thanksgiving night, at MetLife against the New England Patriots, who beat up on the Colts yesterday. Now, Rex Ryan usually joins us at 5:15 on a Monday. Today, it's a little bit different. He will join us at 6:30, so remember to say 6:30 for Rex Ryan. Speaking of football, Monday Night Football tonight, it's going to be the Chicago Bears in San Francisco against the 49ers. That's a game where both starting quarterbacks are going to be out with concussions.
Linebacker Keith Rivers of the New York Giants apparently got into a car accident last week during the bye in California. Tom Coughlin said today he had a car accident last week. He's being evaluated. He bruised a knee. We hope that's all that it is. Our very own Adam Schefter reported the Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski had surgery on his broken forearm, suffered in the fourth quarter of the Patriots' win over the Indianapolis Colts. Looks like he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn. Iona playing host to Illinois, Chicago. Monmouth of New Jersey at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Now, here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State.
And a good afternoon, everybody. This is the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don LaGreca starring behind the microphones. It's a Monday, November 19th, 2012. Good weekend for the Jets. Pretty good weekend for the Knicks. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. We will start with the Jets. Jets had to win this game. Are they in good shape? No, they're not in great shape, but it's certainly not the sort of shape where their season is over. Because if they lost this game and then they lose on Thursday, that would give them 8 losses, and 8-8 certainly not making the playoffs. But the way it is right now, even if they lose on Thursday, that's their 7th loss. They win out. They're 9-7, and they certainly have an opportunity. You have to look at this Jet game, and you have to temper a little bit of your enthusiasm because it was the St. Louis Rams. Now, I know the Rams played the 49ers to a tie. I get all that. You don't dismiss it. But they're not a great team. But the Jets did what they had to do. I don't want to take anything away. Mark Sanchez was 15 for 20. Their defense was opportunistic. Their running game was pretty good. The one thing that scares me, and we'll talk to Rex about it, boy, you really have to be nervous about their special teams. Another block field goal. They gave up a kickoff return touchdown or punt return touchdown that ended up being called back because of a penalty. They just don't look great on their special teams. But overall, Don, you can't be that upset about that win. The Jets had lost 3 in a row. They had not won a game in 35 days. And so they win this game against St. Louis. Don't get a chance to take much of a deep breath and enjoy it because you got to play the Patriots on Thursday. But who knows, if they pull an upset on the Patriots, then the whole season looks completely different.
Well, I think it was a good game for them, a good, solid football game. And I think you saw the blueprint for how this team is going to win offensively. You gave the stats for Mark Sanchez. I think that's what Mark is now. With Holmes out of the lineup and where the weapons are around him, I think that's what you can hope for. High completion percentage, 15 to 20, 178 yards, didn't throw an interception, didn't fumble the football in which the other team recovered. He did have one fumble, but he was able to get it back. I think that's what the offense is. Run for 124 yards. I think the fact that they dressed 5 running backs is something that you're going to see for the rest of the year. A limited amount of Tebow to the point where I would almost think that you're going to see less of him as we move on as long as Sanchez plays efficiently. And efficiently is the word, I think, of the day. Because I think that's all this offense could be. It's never going to be dynamic. It's never going to be explosive. It's going to be efficient. Get some yards, get some points, don't commit turnovers, don't commit penalties. And this team, can go out there and score anywhere between 17 and 24 points. And the defense can put them in a position to win a game. I think that's what it is. Now, that's more than enough to beat the St. Louis Rams, who turned the ball over 3 times, committed costly penalties. As you said, they had a kick return for a touchdown that was wiped away because of the fact that there was a penalty. They were awful in the second half, being able to move the football. Bradford had a 67.4 percentage as far as a rating for a quarterback. He was a miserable performance by the Rams offensively, and they committed mistakes. So Offensively, efficient will beat the Rams. Efficient will beat the Jaguars. Efficient will beat the Buffalo Bills. But is efficient going to beat the New England Patriots on Thanksgiving? I'm not sure.
Now, we'll start to break down the New England game in just a moment, but they do catch a break with Gronkowski out. Adam Schefter actually said it on the Lupica show. He had surgery this morning, so he's out maybe until the playoffs. Could be a little sooner, but it's certainly not going to be by Thursday. That's a big component of New England's offense, so the Jets catch a break.
And maybe Hernandez doesn't play either. So the two of the best tight ends in football and an area of concern for the Jets' defense now is not there.
One thing that we're looking for from the Jets in these 3 days of preparation, not too much talking, guys. You haven't done anything. You won a game that you were supposed to win. So this is not the time to strut the strut and walk the walk and have what players say is swag. There's no need to have swag. You haven't done anything. You're under 500. Your season's still on the precipice of being irrelevant. But after the game yesterday, they said all the right things. Rex Ryan was asked, how relieved are you to get this win?
Well, again, the thing that I've been encouraged about, because a lot of the pressure is coming from outside in. And when I look at it as, this is a hard-working football team that believes in each other. And I think that's, obviously a start in the right direction. It hasn't paid off on, on the game field. It hadn't until today, so that was, it was good. But that's the way. You just got to stay the course, believe in what you're doing, and good things happen today.
How many teams do you think out there, out of the 32 in the NFL, don't work hard and don't believe they're going to win? I mean, I guess some real bad teams don't believe they're going to win against certain teams. But you think there are teams that just don't work hard, that you have to trumpet the fact that you work hard?
Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of a fallback when there's not much else to say. I also took exception to the fact that the pressure is from the outside in, not inside out. Listen, those 12 guys said what they said, okay? So you can't ignore that. But you know what? The reason it does get blown out of proportion, and the reason why I think the Bart Scott antics of this trying to boycott the media vibe after the game yesterday, I think is overrated, because I think the Jets are going to win and lose games based on their talent on the field. A rift in the locker room, a boycott of the media, them not really getting along. That's not going to help them wins and losses wise. What's going to help them is them to go out there and execute and play well. And if they have enough talent, then they'll do it. And if they don't, they'll fall short. That's what it comes down to. So how much they like each other, how much they're coming together, doesn't mean anything to me. Go out and play football. And we'll see if the guys that they quote-unquote are the talented guys, the ones that Rex really still believes in, can go out there and get the job done.
Now, Rex was asked, is this win a step in the right direction?
We know we're a long way out, and we just got to we just got to keep slugging it out and find a way to get out of it. Punch our way out, and that's what you have to do. And obviously, going up against New England on Thursday night, it's a huge task, but this is just a step in the right direction, and we just got to keep working. And albeit on a short week, we have to be ready to roll. I'm excited that we'll play in front of our fans on Thanksgiving, so I think that could be a big help for us.
Rex also talked about where he thinks his team is.
Again, right now we just have to focus on each day and get better. We know that. We're a long way away. We're 4-6, and we can't come up for air. We just got to just stay the course and keep getting better.
I like it. He's not crowing. Okay, that's not a game that you crow about. Also, have you ever noticed, just an aside, Paul O'Neill does the same thing all the time on the games. He starts every sentence with again. Here's Rex.
It's great to get a win. I'm happy for our guys. We needed a win.
Well, let's see.
We know we're a long way. Again, right. Well, again.
All the time. Half the time he answers questions. Again, same thing with O'Neill. Whenever he starts some kind of analysis, it's again.
It happens. A lot of people have those words. I have them. You have them.
What's
we don't
yours?
Notice what they are.
What's mine?
Oh, no, somebody needs to tell me.
What's mine?
I got to listen. I'll let you know.
Well, you've only listened for 11 years.
We all have, there's certain words that you hear a lot that they're crutch words.
That's a crutch, again.
And I think that's all that it is. It doesn't mean anything.
No, doesn't. I'm sure there's no hidden meaning.
A lot of the players will say something at the end of the day that's become a huge crutch phrase. To be honest with you. Right. Mike Greenberg says a lot, but the reality is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure I have one. Somebody will probably tell me.
All right, just tweet us at Real Michael K and at Don LaGreca. Okay, maybe that's mine. Okay. everything kind of fell for the Jets yesterday, fell the right way. Indianapolis lost. Indianapolis wins, it becomes a little bit tougher. All of a sudden, they're 7-3. Now they're 6-4, kind of within striking distance. So the Jets have to look at those sorts of games and take some solace out of it. But the bottom line is this. The way you look at the Jets schedule right now, Don, after this win, you've got to win 5 of the last 6 games.
Yeah, I'm convinced 9 will be enough. Who knows? Maybe 8 will end up being enough when it all comes to it. Cincinnati's involved in this. Buffalo's certainly involved in this because they have, similar records. San Diego lost again to Denver, so I don't think they're winning that division.
Right.
So San Diego's under 5. Everybody the Jets play the rest of the way, with the exception of New England's under 500. Now the Jets are too, and I'm sure those teams are thinking, hey, we got the Jets coming up on our schedule. That could be a win. But I think 9 gets you in. Matter of fact, I would say I know 9 will get them in. But can they win 5 of their final 6 and do it?
Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. Now, Rex spoke today to the media, and we're going to have Rex on today at 6:30. We usually have him on at 5:15, so make a note of that if you definitely want to tune in for Rex. He's going to be at 6:30. But he did talk today about the upcoming game against New England, and we've got to break that down as well. Sanchez talked about it as well. What kind of chance, what legitimate chance do the Jets have to beat the New England Patriots? Probably got a little bit better with the loss of Gronkowski. Kayla, Greg, and you. We got a big show. Name it in the 6 o'clock hour. Rex Ryan at 6:30. The great Steve Young at 4:30. We're here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Will Mark Sanchez get a breather from the critics this week? Or did he just face a bad Rams team? Steve Young joins Michael and Don today at 4:30 with his take on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Almost done with the hors d'oeuvres. Souffles are ready. Hey, Flo, how are those cupcakes coming?
Putting sprinkles on the last one now.
Great. Hey, I thought we had another tray of the red velvet. Have you seen it?
Me? What? Why would... There's frosting on my face, isn't there?
Yep.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. 24/7 live support, online bill pay, and expert claims. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda, because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's. Never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
3:16 here on the Michael K. Show. So Rex Ryan spoke today. He's going to speak to us today at 6:30. This is a short week. This is not the perfect week to get ready for New England, but it's also not the perfect week for Bill Belichick to flex his genius. You can't flex genius in 3 days rather than 6. And Rex did talk today about the prep for Thursday's game.
Right now, we're just swinging. Right now, we're just. I mean, we're not worried. We can't. Obviously, we're going to focus on our opponent specific, but anything we do, we're just. We're behind and where we have to be, and we can only focus on ourselves and just, like I say, just find a way to punch us. We earned where we are. Where we are, and we just got to find a way to punch our way out, and that's it. So,
Is somebody on a typewriter there?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Was that like a stenographer?
Like Edward R. Murrow is there writing an article.
I've got a great story here. I think I could get it. Yeah. I think Rex Ryan said we're just going for it.
He's got the hat, says press.
Yes.
All right, we got to call up on the phone.
Get me Jimmy Olsen. I need this story as quick as possible to the Daily Planet. Is there any benefit at all, Rex, from the short week against New England?
We know each other well. They have, clearly, when you look at how their offense is, you get, like I say, they can run a zillion different things. So I don't know how much of a help it'll be or not, but I guess we'll see on Thursday.
What do you think? Help or hindrance?
I think it always helps when Belichick has less time, because you give him more time to deal with stuff. He does a great job. Just his record speaks for itself after buys. But here's what I would say. What exactly does he have to do to try to stop the Jets' offense? It's not like the Jets have something working that he's going to have to scheme to stop. It's pretty basic. They're going to have success trying to run the football, so they're going to have to try to figure out a way to stop the run. But to me, I don't really care about stopping the Jets' offense. What I'm going to try to do if I'm Bill Belichick is try to figure out a way. This Jets' defense is actually playing pretty decently. They're not going to score 59 points like they did against Indianapolis yesterday, but he's going to have to try to figure out a way in a very short period of time to do something offensively with two of his best tight ends not there. So I think it is a benefit, but at the end of the day, they know each other so well that I can't imagine there's going to be too much scheming going on. They're just going to do what they did last time.
And the Jets didn't get slapped around last time. They played a pretty representative game against New England.
They did, and they usually do for the most part, with the exception of that one Monday night game when they got destroyed. I mean, there's been times, but for the most part, these are rivals that's in the division. And I think one of the reasons you're not hearing the Jets talk too much is they know they have to respect this football team, and they also have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, one good game against the lousy St. Louis Rams is not going to wipe away what happened the previous 3 weeks. So they've got a lot of work to do. I'm not sure playing the identical game they played yesterday will be enough to beat the Patriots.
Here's the interesting thing. Rex was asked today, is he going to stop his players from trash talking?
Not really.
Oh.
We're just trying to, like I say, punch our way out. So I don't know, how much of that there'll be, but it's, it's not something that I'll bring up to the team.
Why? That's what a coach is. Why wouldn't he bring it up to the team, Don? Why wouldn't he say, hey, guys, keep your mouth shut, let's play hard, and let's go and beat them?
He doesn't like to be that guy. He is not a disciplinary type guy. He wants his players to be confident. He wants them to speak their mind. And he, more importantly than anything else, wants them to like him. And he does not want to go in there and start saying, don't talk, because he's afraid that's going to send some sort of a message that maybe I don't believe in you guys.
But
so
you know
he's
what?
just going to leave him to be.
He's overthinking then. All right, because the bottom line is this. If you say, don't talk, you're not saying I don't believe. You could close the door, say, listen, I think we're going to kick their butt. But let's do it on the field, and let's not put it in the newspapers. Let's give them anything to hang their hat on. Let's just go in, say we're going to play hard. But I think you guys are going to destroy them, and we keep it in this room. Now, he did say today he's not stirring anything up.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where, no, we have to focus on just us.
Why couldn't he tell his team that?
Well, maybe he did, but he's not telling us that. We'll see if anybody speaks. And it'd be rare if no one does. So if no one does, it'll be because there just wasn't enough time, because they're playing on Thursday, or maybe Rex did say it privately but didn't tell us, because he still wants to keep that perception that the door is open and the players are allowed to do what they want to do.
What this team needs is to continue to have a sense of desperation. I sensed that in yesterday's game. And Rex was asked today, is there still that sense of desperation?
Well, it's there. We put ourselves in this spot, and it's without question it's there. And again, it's not a panic thing. It's just the fact that we just got to be focused and tight, and whatever the next challenge is, to face it head on, and that's what we'll do.
That's what they have to do, and that's the right way to say it. And so far, everything that Rex said today is the right thing.
Yes.
Not tweaking anybody, not making fun of Belichick, kiss his ring, anything like that, not taking a shot at Brady or anything like that. He is just all business, and that's how his team has to be.
And I also think he looks at this team and says, you know what, the reason we won the game against St. Louis is because they turned the ball over 3 times. We didn't turn the ball over. We committed just 3 penalties. They played, with the exception of the blocked field goal, as clean a game as they've played all year. And when they play that way, they give themselves a chance to win. Let's face it, they're not going to go out there and beat anybody up, and they're not going to overly skill people. They've got to go out there and play near-perfect football. And, Michael, how can you predict that that's going to happen every single week? You can't. So I think Rex realizes his team is what it is, and this isn't the time for talking, because they've got way too much work to do. And there might be some damage control if they lose to New England, because they could still be alive at the end of the day.
See, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the key. If they lose on Thursday, their season's not over. Now, in all likelihood, they have a very, very tiny chance, but it would not be over. With Pittsburgh losing yesterday, and you see what that team is without Roethlisberger, with Indianapolis losing yesterday, the door has been open just a crack. But the magic number is 9. The magic number to me is 9 or 8. 9 wins, and you have to stay away from 8 losses, because 8 losses gives you 8 wins, and then you're not going to make it. So even if they lose on Thursday, that's 7 losses, and every other game after that is eminently winnable.
That's right.
Eminently winnable. Now, as Don said, and it was a good point, those other teams the Jets are playing, they're probably saying the Jets are an eminently winnable game. But if you're legitimately good, and just a couple of bad breaks have gotten you to this point, which I don't believe is the case, I think they've earned their 6 losses. But if you're a decent team, and could have been better with some breaks, Don, you can win out. You can win out after the Patriots. That's what they have to guard against, because if they lose to the Patriots, high-profile game, NBC on Thanksgiving, there's going to be that huge letdown. But they can't have that, because they can still make the playoffs even if they lose to the Patriots. Now, if they beat the Patriots, they're in pretty good shape.
But don't you think keeping it to football, not making bold predictions, not exaggerating what you are, makes it just more about football, so you can focus on what you have to do? You make the game bigger by talking it up. And I don't think he wants that hung on him, because the way he's got to look at it is this. They can beat the Patriots. Why? Because a month ago they almost beat them in Foxborough. Why can't they win at MetLife? But he has to look at the great picture. And the picture is they're still alive if they lose to the Patriots. So let's just focus on football. If we're not good enough to beat the Patriots, fine. But we've got 5 more games to still prove we're good enough to make the playoffs. When you start building it up into this Super Bowl, Rex versus Bill, not going to kiss his rings, we're going to the playoffs, well, then the thump at the end of the day is going to be a lot harder and a lot more difficult to overcome. So if you focus just on football, then you could do the damage control if you don't win the game Thursday.
Rex was also asked, with Pittsburgh and Indy's losses, are you thinking about the playoffs?
Right now, we have so much work to do. All we can do is focus on ourselves. We're not getting into that now. We know we have to get better. We know the challenge that's in front of us, but we're just trying to punch our way out, and that's where our focus is.
That's the way you say. And this is a message to all of those Jet fans that love when Rex talk. What do they always say, Michael? What is he supposed to say? That is what you're supposed to say.
That's what you're supposed to say.
You know what? I don't want to hear about playoffs because it's too far away. I don't want to hear about what their record's going to be. It's focusing on the task at hand. And there is nothing that I saw yesterday or nothing that I've seen all season makes me think that this is a team that should be overconfident with where they are in the standings. He's handling it perfectly.
And sometimes we overanalyze, and things could just break. I mean, let's look at the college football situation. Alabama loses last week. Well, they're out of it. They have no chance at another national championship. And then Kansas State and Oregon loses. And all of a sudden, Alabama is second again, and they're right in line to play for the national championship against Notre Dame. Same thing could happen. Maybe Indy doesn't win a game the rest of the way. Maybe Pittsburgh loses its next 4 in a row. Sometimes we look at it on a week-to-week basis, and we try to say, well, this can't happen or this can't happen. A lot of things can happen that we don't envision.
But looking at where things are in the AFC, Michael, tell me how 9 wins isn't going to be enough.
I think it's enough.
Are you confident that Indianapolis is going to win 4 of their next 6 to get to 10 wins? No. So if they get to 9, Jets have the tiebreaker. You're telling me that San Diego's going to get to 9? Even if Pittsburgh gets to 9, Michael, there's still another wild card out there. Is Oakland going to get to 9? Is Buffalo? Is Miami? Cincinnati? I don't know. I would bet no.
And you can almost make the case, as you said earlier, maybe 8 gets you in. I don't want my chances on 8, but 8 might get you in. I think you have to get to 9.
The thing is, we don't know, so all you got to do is go out there and win.
All right, what does Sanchez have to do? 1-800-919-3776. I say he doesn't have to be great against New England. Just be what he was yesterday. Not too much, not too little. Don't turn the ball over. Hey, Volkswagen means people's car in German. It's a name that could not be more accurate. According to the website 24/7 Wall Street, Volkswagen has 3 cars among the 10 best-selling cars of all time. They're the Golf, the Beetle, and the Passat. The good news is that 2 of these cars, the 2013 Beetle and the Passat, they're alive and well at Bay Ridge Volkswagen, and they're as popular as ever. Of course, Bay Ridge Volkswagen offers such popular models as the Jetta, the CC, and the Tiguan as well. With over 200 new and used cars to choose from, you won't find a bigger selection or better prices anywhere, and there's great service as well, like no charge schedule maintenance for 3 years at 36,000 miles, whichever occurs first. There are some restrictions, so ask the dealer or check the program for details. And as always, their exclusive night-owl service and parts open until midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Bay Ridge Volkswagen is at 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Brooklyn, or visit them at BayRidgeVolkswagen.com.
Ending their 3-game skid was a relief to the Jets, who can revel in their win until Thursday night. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
Calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Caesars Entertainment is ready to welcome you back to the excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. Can't keep the Jets down. They had lost 3 in a row, had not won a game in 35 days on the calendar. And yesterday they beat up on the Rams in St. Louis. Mark Sanchez had a very good game. He was 15 of 20, and he also didn't have much Tim Tebow to contend with. And he was asked after the game if his rhythm was better with less Tebow.
I think that's just the way things work out today. But, you know, whatever Coach Sperano and Rex and those guys need us to do, we should be able to execute. So, you know, I'm confident in our system, and we'll keep rolling.
All right, next up for the Jets will be Thursday, Thanksgiving night, against the Patriots, and that will be from MetLife Stadium. Tonight, Monday Night Football, it's the Bears against the 49ers. Both Bears and 49ers do not have their starting quarterbacks, each out with a concussion. Remember, Monday Night Football will start on ESPN HD at 8 o'clock. And remember, Rex Ryan will have his weekly segment here on the Michael K. Show. It will be at 6:30 rather than 5:15. The Giants linebacker Keith Rivers was involved in a car accident last week in California. He bruised his knee. Tom Coughlin said today, we hope that's as much as it is. Time will tell now to see how hurt Keith Rivers is.
Our very own Adam Schefter reports the Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski did have surgery on his broken forearm sustained in the fourth quarter against the Colts yesterday. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. The University of Maryland has accepted an invitation to join the Big Ten beginning in the 2014-2015 season. Meanwhile, Big East sources have told us here at ESPN that Rutgers will announce that they will be the 14th team to enter the Big Ten, and that'll come up tomorrow. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn. Iona plays host to Illinois, Chicago, Monmouth, and New Jersey at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
We don't back down, we don't stumble, we don't fumble, we never fall, we go harder, you can't guard us.
You know, that story that Don just gave you about the Big Ten, it has more ramifications than you think. Maryland leaves the ACC, and now there's some talk about might St. John's go to the ACC? And then they'd have the New York market, and you'd have St. John's against Duke and North Carolina and teams like that at the Garden. There are a lot of stories over the weekend, but none for sure that St. John's would leave. Maybe Georgetown, maybe Connecticut, maybe Louisville. But there's so much movement now. I don't think that any of the conferences mean much. And the conference that looks like it's been hurt the most is the Big East. They've lost Syracuse. I mean, all these teams that have gone, it's kind of sad.
And from a football perspective, Michael, who's left that's like a legitimate East Coast team? UConn? I mean, everybody else is out. I mean, Louisville, Cincinnati, Boise State's going to be joining the Big East. So, I mean, they almost have to change the name, don't they? It's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, Boise State should not be in the East.
Now, it's kind of been a lost story with everything that's been going on. Rutgers it was an ugly win, but a win against Cincinnati. Now they're going up against Louisville coming up later this week. And if they win that, they win the Big East title. and then they're going to leave eventually. And you just wonder, does that help Rutgers? Because I always think that you got to do so much extra because you're a football program in the Big East. If they can play this kind of competitive football, and I don't know if they will, but if they could and they're in the Big Ten, well, now you're talking about really having a legitimate chance to do something. There's a team that's going to play in the Rose Bowl, I think, if they beat Louisville. Imagine if they had that kind of a season in the Big Ten. Now we're talking. So I don't know if they can because the competition is going to be a lot stiffer. But it does put the basketball and the football program for Rutgers at a much bigger stage. And as you said, it completely destroys, on both ends, football and basketball, what we knew as the Big East.
It's unbelievable. The Big East has a completely different feel. The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Yesterday with the Jets winning 27-13. By the way, can you explain to me, Don? Because when I don't know things, I turn to you.
All right.
Well, why would Jeff Fisher go for a 2-point conversion on that last time?
I have no idea.
I can't figure it out.
The only legitimate, and this isn't even legitimate, but the only thing I can understand is he misread the score. He needs glasses. Because it made no sense. They're down 14. You kick the extra point. They're down 14. You kick the extra point. He's got a better explanation. Let me know, because I couldn't figure it out. Greg Buttle couldn't figure it out. We're watching the game on television. Ian Eagle couldn't figure it out. Dan Fouts couldn't figure it out. Nobody could figure it out. And I'm watching that game. And another thing, I don't know whether Brian Schottenheimer got caught up at the moment or whatever. They're running the football at 6-7 yards a clip, and the next thing you know, all they're doing is throwing the football. Did he want to really rub it in the Jets' face? Again, the razzle-dazzle didn't make any sense to me. Jackson's running straight up the middle for 6-7 yards. Why did they get away from the run? And it was Richardson that fumbled, not Jackson. What, one time he only got 1 yard? He got completely scared away from it? I mean, we defended Schottenheimer because I think he'd be better than Tony. But Schottenheimer gave you a little bit of a taste of what it was like last year. We were scratching our head why they made play calls the way they did. Strange game, but the best part of the Jet game was the fact that you didn't see much Tebow, and I think that might have helped Sanchez. 15 for 20, 178 yards. He had a TD, a good quarterback rating, over 100. He hit 9 different receivers on the day. That's what you need out of Sanchez. Not doing too much, not hitting the big bomb or anything like that, moving the chains, throwing high percentage passes, getting the job done, making good decisions at the line, and not looking over his shoulder every time to see whether or not Tebow was coming in. Well, I thought it was an important performance because the underlining controversy with the Tebow stuff from last week was the reason we were talking about it is because Sanchez was not performing. So when Sanchez goes out there and is 15 of 20, forget about the yardage. He's not going to pass for 350 yards. He's not built that way. The offense isn't built that way. And certainly the weapons aren't that way. But his big stigma is not getting a high completion percentage. 15 to 20 is what it's going to be about for him. So the fact that the underlying controversy was about him not playing well, for him to go out and play well, I thought was important. And you know what? Tebow had nothing to do with the game yesterday. He's got to be able to read and get out of that fake punt. I mean, he's got to. The Rams had their defense on the field. Right. That play was never going to work. So I hope now is the beginning of the end of Tim Tebow as far as being anything that we will see in the play calling on offense.
And Tebow, who does everything right, I don't know if you guys noticed this, looked miserable on the sideline at the end of the game. This is a game that the team won, and he looked like he was pouting. And that's a little telling for a guy who's always up. He looked as if he was pouting.
But in defense of Tim Tebow, it was a rough week for him. First of all, half the room doesn't like him, okay, and he doesn't know who it is. And I'm sure he looked at this and said, this is what I signed up for? This is what I told I was going to be? So I can understand his frustration. I don't want to see him, but I understand his frustration because this can't be what he thought he was getting traded into.
Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com, 1-800-919-3776. So what does Sanchez have to do against New England? Monty in New Jersey knows. Monty, what do you think?
Hey, guys, thanks for the call. I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I don't often disagree with you, but, I'm just listening to what you guys are saying. Dom just said Mark Sanchez is not going to throw for 350 yards. That's not how he's built. This league is not about ground and pound. In order to beat the Patriots, you have to outscore them. I'm tired of hearing that Mark Sanchez doesn't have a running game. The Patriots and the Giants went to the Super Bowl without a running game. I'm tired of hearing that anytime a Giant wide receiver gets injured, Eli Manning makes a start out of the third-string wide receiver for that day. Mark Sanchez in this league needs to make plays, and he is not capable of doing it. He overthrows people. He misreads defenses. So you guys are saying, I'm just listening to you right now, and again, I love you guys, but I totally disagree. You know, he threw for 178 yards. He didn't make mistakes. That doesn't win in today's NFL.
Well, don't you think that, Monty, your argument is then with Rex Ryan and Tony Sparano? I mean, that's what this team is. I agree. This team should not be ground and pound in this league.
Well, I just don't think that you look at two offensive coordinators who we've had, regardless of how bad Schottenheimer was and the philosophy, Mark Sanchez misses wide open guys. Mark Sanchez underthrows guys, overthrows guys. You know, Adam said before, he's not going to complete a 50-yard touchdown pass. Well, then what type of team is this that in the NFL you have to score and score and score to win?
Well, that's why we disagree with how this team is built, Monty. But my defense of Sanchez is, all right, so he's not Eli Manning. He's not Tom Brady. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks aren't. But the thing is, I watch every play of this team, and they don't throw the ball. How often do you see them try to stretch the field?
They don't.
Is it because Sanchez can't do it, or is it because he doesn't have receivers that can get open? He doesn't have an offensive line that can hold a block long enough for him to be able to throw the ball 50 yards downfield. That has to be part of your evaluation as well.
You can also look at it this way, and we'll continue on with this, that if the ground and pound works the way they want, then New England can't get the ball as much as they should, because Rex wants to chew a lot of clock up, and it's almost the same thing as what the Giants did against the Bills. They kept that high-powered offense off the field because they couldn't let them score that much. They couldn't let them have the ball a lot, and that could be the way the Jets set up this coming game against New England.
Hey, partner, it is time for our listeners to get their freak in gear.
What are you talking about?
Freak, as in SportsFreak365.com.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. SportsFreak365.com. The website has all the licensed gear from all the professional leagues and colleges, too. Jerseys, T-shirts, sweatshirts, you name it.
Yeah, but this is a site for us. It's made for sports freaks like you and me and all of our listeners out there, people who are sports freaks all day, every day, 365 days a year.
That's right. If you go to the Sports Freak 365 website, you'll see a great website. You'll just see all these great bargains, and you'll see every single thing that you could possibly want. Again, SportsFreak365.com. Go to the homepage. Check it out. It's outstanding.
And we're all sports freaks. Whether you paint your face or go to the games, just listen to this show every day.
Listening to this show every day always pays off, especially at SportsFreak365.com, because they're going to give you 25% off if you enter in promo code ESPN New York.
Wait, so hold on. I get all sorts of New York sports gear at SportsFreak365.com, and I get 25% off for using promo code ESPN New York?
That's right, Donald. SportsFreak365.com.
SportsFreak365.com. Get your freak in gear.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough, short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Monday's Thun Ring Herd podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Mike and Mike Extra Point.
So let's go ahead, Mr. Golick. Let's give you a moment. Let us all say congratulations to the Irish and to the football family that is Golick as Notre Dame is number one in the land.
Pretty wild Saturday, wouldn't you say? I mean, starting, the Notre Dame game, obviously they took control of that game early, but before it was senior day, so having my son Mike is a fifth-year senior and Jake is a senior, so they were supposed to run out separately as the seniors do, but they told the people who were setting it up that they wanted to come out together, so they ran out together to meet us as they did the other seniors as well. That was very, very emotional. A lot of tears shed as the last time they'll both run on that field. The game went very well, obviously, for Notre Dame, and then at night, wow. I mean, what can you say but wow.
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio. Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
New York.
All right, Knicks rally beat the Spurs 6-0. Ian Begley covers them, ESPNNewYork.com. What are they doing, just besides obviously offense, but what are they doing that, Ian, surprises you so far?
Number one, their point guard play is much improved. They have the fewest turnovers in the league, and they have one of the best assist-to-turnover ratios. That's a credit to Ray Felton and Jason Kidd and Pablo Prigioni. And this is not to slight what Jeremy Lin gave them last year, but they're just getting a different kind of performance from the point guard position. And secondly, Colin, they're doing it on defense, and that's a Mike Woodson staple. But what you're seeing this year, the difference from last year, is Carmelo Anthony buying in on both ends of the floor. He went 3 of 12 last night, only scored 9 points, but he found different ways to impact the game on the defensive end and by rebounding the ball. And to me, that's a huge difference from last season.
Major League Baseball.
Miguel Cabrera wins the MVP on a Triple Crown year, but a lot of people think Mike Trout should get it, the better defensive player who also put up big numbers, although his numbers weren't great in August and September. Tim Britton, Providence Journal, you voted for Mike Trout, so why'd you vote for Trout?
Well, I think you look at the offensive numbers over the course of the entire season. Trout was a little bit behind Cabrera as a hitter, and he more than made up for that difference with his speed on the base pass, taking the extra base, and obviously he was a far superior defensive player. I think Cabrera won the Triple Crown, nothing against that, but you look at the entire picture, and Trout was the better player in 2012.
Why should I weigh the season equally? If you're great August, September, and the other guy isn't, can't I give you the edge because you're great when it truly matters?
Well, there's an unbalanced schedule in Major League Baseball. In August and September, and particularly in September, Cabrera plays in the American League Central. The other 4 teams in the AL Central had 4 of the 6 worst pitching staff in the American League. You get to feast on the Indians and Twins. for, I think it was 28 games in August and September against the two worst pitching staffs the last 2 months of the year. So I think that contributed to it. And again, it's not like Trout was hitting 220 over the last 2 months, and he still brought the speed and the defense over that course. I think you can make the argument that Trout was the better player in August and September, even as he lagged behind offensively.
College football.
Kansas State, Oregon, Notre Dame look to stay unbeaten tomorrow. Jerry Palm, collegebcs.com. Which team, Kansas State, Oregon, Notre Dame, has the most difficult task tomorrow, Jerry?
Oh, it's definitely Oregon. Stanford's already beaten USC. They're a physical team that likes to run the football. Cal was able to do that against Oregon last week. Oregon's defense is so banged up that it's going to put a lot of pressure on their offense to hang a basketball score, which fortunately for them, they're good at doing.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com.
You starting a thing now?
What do you mean?
The Michael K. Show, like the Ohio State University?
You know what? I never thought of it, but that might be a way to go.
I think we're starting something because that's what you said. The Michael K. Show.
I think, what do you think? Let's make an executive decision right now. All right, let's do it then. Let's do it. Did you see Chris Christie on Saturday Night Live?
Absolutely fabulous.
I mean, the timing, it was unbelievable. And, he mentioned the fleece, which he wore. I thought he was great.
Self-deprecating. He read the cue cards flawlessly as if he wasn't reading them at all. He seemed like a natural.
Yeah.
It was really good. I thought he did a fabulous job. He got a great reaction from the crowd. Good job out of him.
Yeah, he was very, very good. I'm surprised they got him. I always wonder about one thing when you see stuff like that. Does that hurt his chances of becoming president down the line? Do they look at him with less gravitas now because he did something goofy?
Why? Because President Clinton was played a saxophone on Arsenio.
You're right.
I mean, I think it's a different time now. I think one of the reasons he's so popular right now is he came across as someone that was going through a tragedy like everybody else was, and not somebody that was looking down from above. And I think it comes across as he's a common guy, which is cool.
Is Mark Sanchez a common guy? Is Mark Sanchez the common quarterback, or is he better than that? His performance yesterday completed 75% of his passes, and he was asked how the win against the Rams could help against the Patriots on Thursday.
Well, it's great. I mean, where we're at before this game, even after this game, whatever we got to do to win, we just need to win games. So nothing changes there. And, it's another game. Happens to be on Thursday. We've got to get another win. So we'll figure out a way to do that. And we know we're going to have a tough test because that's a great team, great coaching staff. They got it all. So we got to play our best.
Listen, I got to be honest, and I always am on this show. I'm almost glad we don't have Mark on. I like Mark, but he's a yawn. He doesn't say anything.
Eli didn't light up a room either.
Eli did at one point say he was elite, and that was worth having him on for 8 years. But what did Mark ever say?
Oh, wait a minute. He gave you a shocking first 3 or 4 words of that and then kind of droned on a little bit. The attraction of Eli is that he came on when he was, being competitive, being a great quarterback, and then winning a Super Bowl and then winning another one. I don't really think you had Eli on because he was the guy that, was doing a stand-up comedian. You had him on because he was Eli Manning.
But, I mean, you wonder sometimes about some of these guests.
Mark has always been a little bit robotic. Remember, this is a guy in his rookie year that wrote all of his answers down, if you remember, and read it off a script after a game one time and got heat for that. He's just not – listen, it's been a tough ride for him, but he's never been somebody that lit up a room.
Let's go to Tom in New Jersey. He's not a Mark Sanchez fan. Why, Tom?
Hey, Mike, I think that you guys, I would love for you guys to sit there and analyze the 32 teams and tell me, if you could, one team, okay, that would possibly drop their quarterback to have Mark
Arizona.
Sanchez. Who?
Arizona.
Okay, you got me on that one. I was thinking possibly Kansas City with Matt Castle.
Right. Maybe Jacksonville, although Henny looked really good yesterday, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like the last caller said, so many short-armed balls, so many red zone interceptions. And you know what? The one thing he does have going for him, which is great, he takes a hit and he comes back up like a real soldier. But, I mean, other than that,
well, let me ask you this, Tom. All right, because you sound like a football fan. I'm sure you watch the Giants too. If you didn't know anything about what happened in the history of the New York Giants and Eli Manning, if you watched Eli over the last 3 weeks, wouldn't you have the same assessment? This guy, he's getting hit, he's not getting rid of the ball, he's overthrowing. See, because I think your play is going to be dictated by how guys block, who gets open. So, I think Sanchez is unfairly criticized because I just don't think he's in a system or has a lot of talent around him where he can really accentuate the things that he can do.
I just think he would have benefited from more time in college and stuff like that because, the first couple of years in the pros, I really did think he got lucky the first couple of years. But as far as he just seems like Eli did first, like a deer.
Yeah, but you know what? But how did Eli turn out? Let's go over the teams. It's fair, okay? I think he could start on the Bills.
Oh.
Dolphins, you don't think they take him over Ryan Tannehill?
No. I think they're happy that Tannehill is going to grow into some. Now, you go look at it statistically, but I think if they're starting a team right now, they would take Tannehill over Sanchez.
Browns?
Well,
come on.
They think Wheaton it's unfair. He's a rookie.
He's better
he doesn't
than
have
Wheaton.
Right now, but if you're starting a team, you want to see what this kid can do.
Well, he's also 30 years old.
Well, he's not that old, but
he's 28, 29.
I thought he was 27 years old, but all right.
All right, so
fine.
Browns, Jaguars, Titans. You think you'd rather start Hasselbeck over this guy?
Well, at least Hasselbeck's been to a Super Bowl. But I'm with you. Listen, I got killed on Twitter. I got killed on Twitter about a week ago when I said there are 6 or 7 teams that would trade for Sanchez, and people eviscerated me.
You don't think that the Eagles would rather have him than Nick Foles?
No, I think they want to see where Foles can go.
No.
But no, I think Arizona. I think you can make a case for Jacksonville.
Cardinals.
Let's see what Henny.
Right.
Certainly the Cardinals. Tennessee. There's probably about 5 teams out there that think that maybe Sanchez would be a better quarterback. And maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But you would have to say, weapons, style of play, it's very difficult for Sanchez to really shine like a lot of other quarterbacks because of just the way they play football. He had a couple of nice passes yesterday, a nice over the shoulder throw to McKnight. I thought the throw to Schillens was very good after the turnover. He's got ability. He played in 2 championship games. He didn't completely luck out in an 11-5 season in 2010, did he?
No, I think he's better than people give him credit for. I don't know if he's great, but I don't think he's great, but I think he's better than he's being given credit for. He's not in the right system that really exploits his talent. Now, the Jets announced today that Lenny Kravitz is going to perform at halftime on Thanksgiving night, Thursday at MetLife Stadium. Now, the Grammy Award winner and lifelong Jets fan will perform a medley of his hits and the song he wrote exclusively for the Green and White, Like a Jet. The game on Thanksgiving has been dedicated to helping and honoring all those affected by Hurricane Sandy. At the game, the Jets will continue their support by partnering with the American Red Cross to collect monetary donations at all MetLife Stadium gates, with the team matching the total donation up to $100,000 made by fans that night. Now, pretty cool to be able to get to see the Jets game and Lenny Kravitz perform all in one night. So what we're going to do here is get you a pair of tickets to the game this Thursday at MetLife against the Patriots. All you need to do is listen throughout the show, and when you hear this.
But what I really want to know is, I'm gonna go my way.
All right, you hear that? You'll be the first caller at 212-268-9222, and you will qualify to appear in the Sports K Showdown later in the show to compete for your chance to go to see the Jets against the Patriots Thanksgiving night with a special treat of Lenny Kravitz playing the halftime show. So listen throughout the show for your next chance to qualify, and the next couple of minutes I might hit that cue again, Don.
Okay.
So you ready for that?
I'm ready for it.
I'm glad you are. I am glad you are. Danny in Centerport, what do you think of Sanchez?
Hey, guys, how are you? Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling.
Guys, I've spoken to you before, Don, after games. I'm a 30-year season ticket holder, okay, and I'm only 42, 43 years old. So I've been through the mill. And
you're not sure how old you are?
I'm sorry?
You're not sure how old you are?
I said I'm 43 years old.
No, you said 42, 43.
42, 43. I'm trying to confuse myself. So, I've been through the mill with it, and I continuously go, and I've been such an advocate of Sanchez since day one. And just like you brought up, Don, first 2 years he's won games, and he's been in the championship game and the whole deal, okay? But the bottom line is, Don, he does not have NFL accuracy. He just doesn't. There's times where he shows it to you, just like you said yesterday. He makes the throw that says, wow, he really has it. Or he rolls out and makes a play, and you say, well, the kid that we think that we have. And then he throws continuously screen passes to people's feet. And listen to me, a 5-yard out is predicated on not making a running back lose stride and make that play work. He never, ever does it. He does it 10% of the times. His accuracy drives me nuts, and I just don't think he's the guy that I thought he was 2 years ago. I just don't believe it anymore. He's got me so down that it just blows my mind.
Well, I think his confidence is shot. I really do, and I think they have to build it back up. And I also believe that his weapons have been taken away. I'm sorry.
I mean, a lot of the criticism, same with Eli Manning. The reason he gave up all those interceptions, he doesn't throw a catchable ball.
Eli's accuracy is not like his brother's.
No,
not like Tom Brady's.
I don't think anybody's is. Well, again, is that the problem? Guess what, people? Mark Sanchez is never going to be Peyton Manning. He is never going to be Tom Brady, okay? Let's put that lead away. That's not happening. But is he a good enough quarterback that when everything's right that can help this team win a game? And I think he can. You don't go to 2 championship games just on fluke. And he hasn't been under 500 at the end of a season at all in the first 3 years.
But what I really want to know is,
all right, that was your cue. Be the first caller to 212-268-9222, 212-268-9222, and you're going to qualify to appear on the Sports Case Showdown later in the show to compete for your chance to go see the Jets against the Patriots Thanksgiving night at MetLife Stadium with a special treat of Lenny Kravitz playing the halftime show. Listen throughout the show for your next chance to qualify right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get back to the Jets in a moment, but boy, we have to talk about the New York Knicks. A big win against the Pacers, bouncing back from their first loss against Memphis. This team makes you think over and over and over again that they could, in fact, be for real. And now another long road trip coming up, how they're going to do on that, and what will be decided in that road trip. Kayla, Greca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. The Jets end their losing skid. The Knicks begin a new winning streak, and the Nets continue a streak of their own. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Time for the ESPN New York Sports Center. The Jets with a big 27-13 victory over the Rams, a game that they certainly needed, a game that they had to have, and now they have to look ahead to the New England Patriots. Rex Ryan said today that he is going to stop players, or he is not going to stir things up this week.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
That's just a little bit of Rex, just a little bit. You'll get a lot of Rex at 6:30. He's usually on with us at 5:15, but it will be 6:30 today. On the Giants side, linebacker Keith Rivers was involved in an accident last week in California. He bruised his knee. Tom Coughlin said today, we're hoping that's all it is. Monday Night Football tonight, the Bears and the 49ers, both teams will go into this game without their starting quarterbacks, both out with concussions, and that game and the coverage on ESPN HD will begin at 8.
Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski had surgery on his broken forearm today. He's going to be out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Maryland has joined the Big Ten. It'll start in the 2014-2015 season. Meanwhile, Big East Conference sources told ESPN that Rutgers will announce that they're joining the Big Ten sometime tomorrow. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn, Iona home for Illinois, Chicago, Monmouth of New Jersey at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
I like tough teams. I like teams that give me a little resiliency. I like teams that bounce back. Those teams show me something. I think Don's the same way. You don't want a team to have a little adversity and then roll over and take a while to snap out of it. Now, the Knicks started off great. They were 6-0. They've beaten San Antonio in San Antonio. That's a signature win. Then they go to Memphis. And we were worried about Memphis because of their big front line. And that worry ended up being warranted because in the second half, All they did was pound the ball down low. They had Carmelo guarding Gasol. Gasol is 3 or 4 inches taller than Carmelo, and they couldn't stop their front line. It got chippy. It got nasty. The Knicks seemed like they were unraveling with the technical fouls. And then I worried, how are they going to bounce back on Sunday against the Pacers? Is that a game that's going to make the pixie dust go away? But, Don, I love the way they bounced back yesterday. And I know everything has to be tempered when you talk about Indiana now because they don't have Granger. And they're going to have him out for 3 months. But you still look at the talent on that team. Hibbert's a big guy, more size on the front line. They could have come in, and if the Knicks didn't give it their all, 12 o'clock game, you always wonder, are these guys going to be sleepwalking? What are they going to do? They played a really complete game. I like what I saw from them yesterday. They're now 7-1. Carmelo had another big game, 26 points, 9 rebounds, good defensive effort. The Knicks are 4-0 at home, and under Woodson, Don, they are 15-1. And one of the things that Woodson said, we must defend our home court.
You know, we're playing for something, guys. We're trying to stay at the top. We're trying to win our division and host first round at home. And we got to win at home. I mean, that's whoever comes in here, we got to make sure that they go out of here or go somewhere else looking for a W, not here.
And Carmelo Anthony piggybacked on that.
You got to protect your home court, and we've been doing that, and we're going to continue to do that.
15-1 against Woodson, or since Woodson took over for D'Antoni. Don, you can't ignore this team. I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but they're going to make us think that maybe they can get through a round or two.
They definitely have built themselves up to be a team that legitimately can win this division. And if you're going to win this division to be a 2 or 3 seed, then why can't they go to the conference final? And you know what? It hasn't all been wine and roses, as you said. I mean, they got beat Friday, too much size with Gasol and Zach Randolph, and you knew that was going to be a problem. It was the second of back-to-backs. But they didn't play well in the first half against Orlando, won the game. They didn't play a great first half against the Spurs. They were down 12 points in the second half. Come back and win the game. Yesterday, they didn't shoot particularly well. They shoot like 37% from the field. And they still find ways to win. And it's not always about the same guy, right? Carmelo had 26 points, but, you know, other guys are contributing too. Felton has been very good. Sometimes it's Felton, sometimes it's Kidd. It was Felton yesterday with 11 points, and it was Kidd in the San Antonio game. And there's a system, and there's ball movement, and they're playing ferocious defense. So I don't know what else they need to do. Now, we're not going to get all of our questions answered until we get to the end of the season. That's going to be a running theme. And when Amari comes back and how he fits is also going to be a theme. But right now, you can't answer any of those questions. Just go out and win games. They are 7-1, and they've got a very winnable game coming up tomorrow. And so there's no reason to believe that this team cannot continue to march. Dallas is going to be the tough game in second of back-to-backs, and we're setting up for a real fun game in Houston on Friday. But this team has proven, at least in the first 9 games, that they're among the elite teams. Will they stay there? Only time will tell.
And I know it's not the chic thing to do, but you got to give Dolan credit. Ever since the Isaiah stuff, he's made every right move. Getting Donnie Walsh, that cleared up all the cap space, and then forcing Walsh's hand to get Carmelo, and then signing Woodson, and also keeping Grunwald after Donnie Walsh left. And a lot of people don't want to give credit, and a guy who does give credit is Ian O'Connor, who writes a very interesting story on ESPNNewYork.com. And, Ryan, can we get Ian on in this segment? He gave me the thumbs up, so I guess that we can. But I look at it this way. George Steinbrenner had a second act. Maybe this could be Dolan's second act. People criticize him for staying with Glenn Sather, right?
Right.
Crushed him. Stayed too long. I thought so, too. Now, if we ever have hockey this year, the Rangers are either going to be the favorite or the co-favorite behind L.A. to win the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
They have a good team, an exciting team. Now you look at what's happened with the Knicks. After all the years of mismanagement, maybe he found the right way to do it, and he's got the right people in place. You got to give this guy some credit because he's the one behind the Carmelo deal.
Well, and he shows something, for better or worse, Michael, because it's all semantics, isn't it? Because the feeling was he was too loyal. He was too loyal to Glenn Sather. He was too loyal to Isaiah Thomas. He was too loyal to certain people. And the feeling always was because he was a stargazer. Like he fell in love with certain guys because of their name, and then he stuck with them too long. But a positive way of saying that is he's patient. Right. And it worked out with Sather. There was patience. And it didn't work out with Isaiah, but, you know, he at least admitted and moved on, and then he was able to bring the right people in. And knowing that, hey, Donnie was only able to do this because he was given the go-ahead to basically sacrifice 2 basketball seasons to get it done.
Right.
And he sold it as in getting LeBron James. They didn't get LeBron James. But, the second best thing is to being able to bring in Amari and Carmelo and now having a team that they actually have right now. So he showed patience. Now, whether that was by design or because of blind loyalty to certain people, I don't know. But the fact is he showed something that a lot of owners don't have in sports, patience to see it through. And it certainly worked out with the Rangers, and maybe it'll work out with the Knicks.
And it's weird because every single decision he made for so many years turned out to be the wrong one. Isaiah was the wrong one. Larry Brown turned out to be the wrong one. Lenny Wilkins was the wrong one. All of them turned out to be the wrong one, and finally he's on a roll. Staying with Sather was the right one. Hiring our buddy Torts was the right one. Going from D'Antoni to Woodson turns out to be the right one. And I think the biggest one of all is insisting on getting Carmelo. Because at the time, Don, you were sitting next to me, Carmelo Anthony's don't show up available at that age.
Right.
You might get them when they're 37, but at that age, you don't get them. And that's what caught my eye when I was reading Ian O'Connor's story on ESPNNewYork.com. And Ian joins us now. Ian, Michael, and Don here. How you doing?
Hey, guys, how are you?
We're doing great. How much did Dolan have to force Walsh to do that deal for Carmelo?
I think he was a major influence on that deal and getting it done. I don't think that Donnie Walsh was dead set against it, guys, but I do think that at the end of the day, when Denver already had a very big package of talent coming its way, but also wanted Mozgov thrown into the deal, there was some resistance, like, okay, we're already giving you Gallinari and Chandler and Felton. Like, when do we cut this off? And I do think D'Antoni and Walsh wanted to wait, at least push the Nuggets to the trade deadline before giving them basically everything they wanted. And I think Dolan said, no, I want Carmelo Anthony. And I think he was really the voice that ended up closing that deal.
We were just talking about this, Ian, that for a long time, Dolan was persona non grata, but the decisions he's made with the Rangers and the most recent ones after he cut Isaiah Thomas out, they're all been good with the Knicks. So he's turning into an owner that maybe fans could one day embrace if he starts winning championships.
Dolan and the word embrace generally don't go in the same paragraph. So I think we're a little ways away from anyone embracing Jim Dolan. But, I mean, and listen, I totally, as you know, I disagreed with the Jeremy Lin decision in a big way. But if you look at the Melo trade and you look at Mike Woodson as a choice for head coach, even though Phil Jackson could have been in play, and you look at what Grunwald has done since taking over for Donnie Walsh, it's hard to argue with any of those moves. And obviously Dolan had a hand in all of them. And I think particularly Woodson, to me, he's been a guy, you said 15-1 at home. I also think much more so than D'Antoni, he's really imposed his will on this team and gotten it to be a tougher team, a more defensive-centric team. And he's really established what's really important in the NBA, as you know, is the head coach having a really good working relationship with the superstar player. He had that in Carmelo Anthony, and obviously D'Antoni did not.
Ian, when I look at the history, or at least the recent history of the Knicks, you had Isaiah Thomas. They were in salary cap hell, and the feeling was there's no way to get out of it because you're not going to sacrifice seasons. The NBA crowd is not going to go for that. Madison Square Garden, New York City's not going to stand for it. Donnie Walsh comes, and then things began to change. Was that just because it was easier to sell sacrificing seasons because LeBron James was there, or was it a fundamental decision? Listen, the only way this team is going to win is if we make sacrifices to get under the cap.
Yeah, I think it's that, Don, and I think Donnie Walsh he's very good at what he does, and he was able to obviously make the moves to clear out the space, knowing that if you don't get LeBron James, and that still was something of a long shot, even though the Knicks, that was their narrative for much of those 2 years leading into the James pursuit. But there were other free agents who were going to be available. They figured we'll get one or two of these guys and go from there. I mean, initially, their hope was to get Joe Johnson with LeBron James. They ended up getting neither guy, and then, of course, fall into Amari Stoudemire. And here's the one thing about Donnie Walsh that doesn't get talked about enough is that, after making the Melo deal, a deal he wasn't in love with at the time, he kicked himself publicly for not calling Utah to look into Darren Williams because I think he preferred Williams over Melo. And now if you look at that decision right now, Melo over Darren Williams, to me, I would go with Melo simply because look at Amari physically. he's not on the floor and you don't have Carmelo Anthony, but you do have Deron Williams, I don't think the Knicks are as good a team as they are right now with Carmelo Anthony on the floor.
Is Donnie Walsh shocked at how complete a player, at least for the first 8 games of the year, that Carmelo has become?
No, Michael, he said yesterday he's not. Again, the way I wrote it in my column, I don't know if I necessarily believe him, because if he thought he was this complete a player, he would have been a lot more willing to pull the trigger on the package of talent that Denver really wanted and got in the end. I mean, the NBA is all about star power. You can fill in those pieces. This is why I was so pro-Melo trade back then. I wrote a column for ESPN New York at the time saying throw Mozgov into the deal and close this thing out. It's Carmelo Anthony. And in the NBA, you need stars. That's the only way you have a chance of winning a championship. You can fill in those pieces later and even get a couple of them back like they did with Felton. And that's exactly what happened. Melo, everything now flows off of him, and he at least gives them a fighting chance against the Heat going forward as they've added these fill-in pieces to maybe have a chance to win the title for the first time in 40 years.
Now, you and I had a spirited debate in the press box at Madison Square Garden last week, and now Donnie Walsh comes out and kind of supports what I said. I thought letting go of Lynn was the right move. So does Walsh. Now that you see the way Lynn has played, and it's still a very small sample, and the way that Felton has played, and what Lynn would have cost you, do you still believe they should have kept Lynn?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
you wouldn't have Felton.
Well, listen, I think if you look at it, I mean, to me, first of all, it's early now. I mean, Felton is outplaying Lynn. I'll give you that. There's no doubt about that. Felton is also playing for a much better basketball team in the Knicks as opposed to the Rockets. Lynn, I still think, is struggling with his knee a little bit, but he's 4 years younger. He outplayed Felton last year. Give him a little time to adjust to a new city, a new team, new franchise, new backcourt partner, okay? And I think at the end of their careers, let's look at it then, or even in 2-3 years. I just think it's a little early now to say, well, and Felton is definitely playing great basketball, but I thought at the time, and this is what I said to you, Michael, if you have an asset at age 23 or 24 who has value around the league, you never let him leave your organization for nothing. They could have kept him for 1 year and then traded him for a first-round pick or traded him for something else that was valuable. Instead, they let him walk for nothing.
See, that's where we disagree. If Houston put him on the market at the end of this year, he's not getting a first-round draft pick for him. I just don't think there's that. And then you're caught on all that money.
He's a starting guard in the NBA at age 24, and he hasn't played that well, but he's still averaging 10 and 6 or 10 and 7, whatever it is. But Michael, come on, look at his age and what he's done.
But he becomes less desirable when the money goes up to $15 million for him.
Well, my point at the time, if you remember when we had that spirited debate, was they didn't have to pay him that $15 million. The first 2 years, he was going to make $5 million, okay? You could argue he'd be slightly underpaid, or at least that was a reasonable wage to pay him the first 2 years of that contract. Plus, he was grossly underpaid the first year where he was a big star for you, so it actually wasn't a bad deal. In year 3, now you have, 3-4 expiring contracts. Melo, Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler, Jeremy Lin. Those are valuable trading chips. You pick one of those and you trade it. You never had to necessarily pay him that $15 million. That was my point all along.
But, Ian, where do you fall on whether it was his decision or the Knicks' decision for him not to play in the postseason?
I always have a hard time, Don, questioning an athlete's pain threshold and his courage and all that kind of stuff when it comes to injuries. It's such a slippery slope when you do that. Do I think he should have, based on what I know, not being a doctor, do I think he should have tried to give it a shot? I guess, but I didn't write that at the time. I didn't say it publicly on my radio show Sunday morning because I just think it's very hard to hold an athlete to a certain standard physically when you just don't know what he's feeling with his body. And I'd hate to – listen, the guy was tough, okay? When he played for the Knicks, he was fearless going to the basket. He did play hurt for a while. So to question whether or not he should have been in there in that first-round series against Miami, I just think that's a very dangerous thing to do.
Final thing before I let you go, is this team real? I mean, can this team win 55, 60 games?
Yeah, I do believe that, assuming relative health. They're going to have some injuries here and there, Michael, but I think they will right now. Now, Doc Rivers is not going to give them a free pass to the Heat and the Eastern Conference Finals. I think the Celtics will be there at the end of the year. I could see that being a classic 7-game series with the Knicks, an absolute war that maybe the Knicks win to go play Miami. But I think right now, I see them in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Heat. I don't see them beating the Heat, but I wouldn't bet the mortgage against it. So I think Woodson's for real. I think this team's for real. I think it's going to be a very fun spring when we get there.
All right, if you want to read Ian's column, and you should, go to ESPNNewYork.com. And if I don't get a chance, and Don feels the same way, to talk to you before,
yes.
Hope you and your family have a great Thanksgiving.
All right, you too, guys. Hopefully, Don, I'll see you Thursday night at the stadium.
Looking forward to it. Look at him working on Thanksgiving.
How about you?
I just wanted to make Michael look bad that he's not working Thanksgiving night. The two of us are.
You know what? But Michael K. is working on the Friday, and then he's working on Christmas Eve. So there's a lot of days Michael K. is working that you're not.
Yeah, but not me.
No, you're working. But what does your wife think about you working on Thanksgiving night?
She still isn't talking to me, so Tracy is not.
See, I think your wife's more important than your job. That's just my take.
But is that any different than most days?
That's right.
One married man to another.
Take it easy.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jonathan in the Bronx, who's real happy that the Knicks lost that game in Memphis. Why, Jonathan?
Not happy, Mike. Just, you got to take everything with a grain of salt with the Knicks. And for the stance that we're in right now, we could have went, let's just say possibly, just theoretically, we could have went 10-0, had them get gassed, and then take that first hit, that first shot to the liver, and then it might have impacted us a lot harder, as opposed to taking a game like Memphis, which, in my opinion, I thought the refs had their fingerprints all over it. Not to discredit Memphis whatsoever. They played a great game, and the Knicks, they did kind of implode a little bit, but it kind of showed us some of our weaknesses. Give Mike Woodson a chance to jump all over players like Sheed and Melo and anybody else who might be a little bit over-anxious with the calls and everything, especially Melo. Melo's not getting calls for his life, especially when you compare him to the other superstars in the league.
That's what I was going to say, too. It's weird that a guy who's that great does not get called. He does not get superstar calls.
Superstar calls. He doesn't get Jeremy Lin calls, and it's kind of embarrassing considering the amount of points that he puts up. And he plays in the post, so he should be getting maybe even a couple more calls than the perimeter guards, because you can't hand check for the perimeter guards. So you would think that Melo's spending 60% of his game now down in the post, he would get a couple more calls. The only other thing I want to touch on, and it's not directly related to what you guys are talking about today, but it's a really important fact, is that everyone keeps asking whether or not Stat's going to want to be part of the lineup, whether or not he's gonna mesh with the game plan that Woodson's got lined up. I really think Stat has never once, since he's been in New York, expressed to anyone that he's not a team player. He's wanted to play with Melo. He's wanted to play by whichever coach he could get his hands on for more than 2 months while he was healthy.
He has never, Jonathan, ever been told you have to come off the bench. That's going to be the big litmus test.
I'm sure he'll play whatever system you ask him to play, but coming off the bench for a guy that's been a starter his whole career is a tough thing to do.
It's a big deal, man. Brett in Connecticut, you're next on ESPN New York.
Hey, Mike, I have a few reasons why the Knicks are winning right now. One, I would say, is Felton. The way that this guy moves the ball, the way he controls the team, we've never had anything like this except for when he was here 2 years ago. And now that we have that, that's a huge reason why we're winning. Another reason would be is Carmelo. He's not playing how he used to, where he's holding the ball for 10 seconds. He's moving the ball. He's catching and shooting like he was in the Olympics. And I really think the Olympics changed the way that he really is playing. Also, the depth is amazing right now. We haven't had this type of depth, and we're just beating teams up with our depth that these other teams that we're playing, they can't handle our second team. And also our defense, of course. Woody's really can't come down, and he's gotten on these guys, and we're doing great on defensive end.
You know what? You summed it up beautifully. I think all of those things are main reasons. Felton has been very good. Jason Kidd almost as a mentor and also taking over when Felton's not in there. Did you see the head cut that Jason Kidd got yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
And very rakish angle that he was wearing his little headband on just to take the free throws. And the Knicks are playing great defense. They're playing defense now the way they haven't played it in a long time, almost going back to the Riley days. There's a commitment to defense, and I think Woodson has enough equity with them that if you don't play the defense, I'm sitting you down. And I think they're buying that.
It's not nasty like it was with Pat.
No, it's not physical. It's switching and communication and things like that. Pat Riley would try to club you.
Right, which also would take a lot out of you, too. So they could play defense and it not cost them the next couple of games because they're so physical.
Here's the big question as we shift back to football. What is the chance of the Jets beating the 49ers, of beating the Patriots? What's the chance? And we're going to ask that question to Steve Young. Very quickly, John, what do you think Steve's going to say? Not good?
I say it's okay, not great. That's what I think he'll say.
Well, we'll see if he gets a little deeper than that. MVP, Cy Young's the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards. But the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of its own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipients of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. Now, on top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everybody is talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts. Open until midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 until 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and the award-winning Night Owl service. If it doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda in to the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or you can visit them online at bayridgehonda.com.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
How do you continue to play such great basketball?
The good thing about, this team versus last year's team, we're a little bit deeper, and guys have bought into what we're trying to get done on the basketball floor. They bought in off the court, too. They are committed, and that's the only way you're going to win at a high level, I believe.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to InterstateBatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready.
Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only in Boyd, in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNRadio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Caesars Entertainment is ready to welcome you back to the excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. New York Jets with a must-win yesterday, and they did just that, beating the St. Louis Rams 27-13. Mark Sanchez played very, very well, and he was asked, did he have a better rhythm because you didn't see much Tim Tebow yesterday?
I think that's just the way things work out today. But, whatever Coach Toronto and Rex and those guys need us to do, we should be able to execute. So, I'm confident in our system, and we'll keep rolling.
All right, next up for the Jets, it's going to be Thursday, Thanksgiving night, nationally televised against the New England Patriots. And Rex Ryan promises, I'm not going to stir things up this week.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where, no, we have to focus on just us.
All right, we'll have Steve Young on in just a moment to talk about that. And also, Rex Ryan will join us at 6:30. He's usually on with 5:15, but because of the short week, he'll be on with us at 6:30. Also locally, Giants linebacker Keith Rivers during the bye week was involved in an automobile accident in California. He has a bruised knee. Tom Coughlin, Giant coach, said, we hope that's as far as it is. Monday Night Football, Bears against the 49ers. Both teams will be without their starting quarterbacks, each quarterback out with a concussion issue. And on TV, our coverage will begin at 8 on ESPN HD.
Patriots tight end Ron Gronkowski had surgery on his broken forearm, and he's going to be out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Also, in college sports, the University of Maryland voted today to accept the invitation to go to the Big Ten. That'll start in the 2014-2015 season. Meanwhile, Big East Conference sources told ESPN that Rutgers will announce that they're moving to the Big Ten tomorrow. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn. Iona home for Illinois, Chicago. Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. A little bit later on, we'll give you another opportunity to qualify to win those tickets to the Jets and the Patriots game on Thanksgiving night at MetLife Stadium. So when you hear the Lenny Kravitz tune, you dial in, and that's the way it works. And then we'll have the Sports Case Showdown in the 6 p.m. hour. Time now for our good buddy Steve Young. The Steve Young Report is brought to you by Rally BMW. Steve, Michael, and Don, how you doing?
Great. How you guys doing?
Good. You don't sound happy. Everything all right?
Well, no. I got one of my dear friends works at Southwest as a flight attendant. Was on a plane yesterday with Rex Ryan's mother,
and she said that I've been too hard on him, so I'm going to try to back down a little bit.
No, really? No. Absolutely not. That's just not. You can't.
Yeah, no, I have to. The mom's mad. I was thinking to myself, I don't mean trouble. I really don't. But I have to go with your gut. So
now let me ask you this though: do you rip Rex a lot on ESPN TV?
No, not at all.
So Rex's mom lives where?
I don't know.
But she's getting copies of this, and I love it.
They must be getting. Hey, you know what? Our little show here with each other must be widely disseminated. I'm not sure.
Well, you know what? It's on Sirius XM. It's all over the world on the ESPN app. So when you speak, the world listens, Steve Young.
Well, here we go. Let's go, because I'll give everything I got. Every week, you get everything I have.
All right. So what do you got on Jets-Patriots? Do you think the Jets have a legitimate shot to win this game Thursday?
The Jets always have a shot when they do what they did yesterday. Mark playing clean and turning the ball over opportunistically and getting capitulation from opposing offenses. That's happened. That's how they've done the championship games. That's how it works, and so big turnovers and that's why and people just kind of they get people turned around and upside down. So to me, that's how the Jets need to do it. If they don't turn the ball over a number of times, especially on their own, on the opposing end, it gets tough for the Jets, I believe, offensively.
And I think what you got yesterday is what they are. 15 to 20, 178, one touchdown from Sanchez. I think with the weapons around him, that's pretty much what you're going to get, especially with the Holmes out.
He has to play clean, and the pressure's on him to do that. And it doesn't have to expand on that. But if he starts throwing it to the guys or fumbling, then the Jets really are in trouble, right? Because even if they turn over the ball, defense turns the ball over a couple of times, that just nets out and it's no big deal. But when you get on the road and you get some big turnovers like they did yesterday, score the touchdown, which is the key, right? Not kicking field goals because you're on your way to lose when you're kicking field goals. And look at the Patriots are doing. Come on, you've got to have them turn it over a bunch of times. You got to play clean, and then every time you get a chance, it's got to be 7. If they intercept the ball, it needs to go into the end zone, not get tackled at the 15 and then kick a field goal. That doesn't work.
We were mentioning before that just what you said, that Mark managed the game, didn't turn the ball over, didn't try to do too much, 15 of 20. But then a caller reminded us this is a league that you got to have more from your quarterback. This is a throwing league. It's not a ground and pound, that a quarterback has to be a dominant figure. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, of course I agree with that. But here we go. Now his mom's gonna be mad at me again because I think it's not just Mark. It's everything about the offense and how it's looked at. I remember last week we talked about the Japanese garden. I don't know why that stuck in my mind, but it takes very intricate care to get an offense really up and running and really be great. And I think it's just not. They're not set for that. The Jets aren't systemically set for that, and so they need turnovers and smothering defense and a clean game from the quarterback, and then they can go to championship games. They haven't shown that they go further than that, but that's how it works. Now, I think they've tried to get more energy around their offense, but it just hasn't happened. And so, yes, you have to. That's the one consistency. Even last year with the Giants, it was around this time, Michael, that we were in New Orleans. We were talking before the game, and it was Saints-Giants. And the Saints mauled the Giants. And they walked off the Superdome field, and I said, these guys are not even close to a playoff team. And it wasn't a month later that they went to Green Bay, beat them, went on a roll, and won the Super Bowl. So there's so many things that any of us that talk about the NFL have no idea now, because it's more like the NBA. The regular season goes on, and then you get hot at the end, and then you go win the championship. It's like that more often than not now. So if that's the case, what's the consistent message? You better have a quarterback that you can cash and carry and can make all those runs and throws and make that run happen in January. And that's why Eli was able to do that.
But here's what's interesting. They could not get appreciable better than they are right now. Let's say they are what they are. They could still go to the playoffs. I mean, that's how bad the AFC is. 8 wins might actually get you a wild card spot. I don't know if Indianapolis is going to get to 9. San Diego doesn't look that way. So my question is, let's say they play the way they play, and it's not very good. But because of their schedule, they sneak in as a wild card team. And they go to the playoffs and get killed in the first game. Will they look at this team and say, change needs to come, or, hey, we're a playoff team, let's keep the status quo?
Well, change needs... I mean, remember, Coach and I talked last year. He was trying to figure out offense, and I think he really wants an offense that can go and threaten the big boys week in and week out. And so I think, but that doesn't happen overnight. You've got to plan that years away as you draft and sign guys, and then how you build it, and how much
play the way they play, and it's not very good, but because of their schedule, they sneak in as a wild card team, and they go to the playoffs and get killed in the first game. Will they look at this team and say, change needs to come, or, hey, we're a playoff team, let's keep the status quo?
Well, change. I mean, remember, Coach and I talked last year. He was trying to figure out offense, and I think he really wants he wants an offense that can go and threaten the big boys week in and week out. And so I think, but that doesn't happen overnight. You've got to plan that years away as you draft and sign guys, and then how you build it, and how much care and concern it gets in practice and meetings, and how it's talked about, and how it becomes. It's like Baltimore. That offense wasn't great until they were on the front page. And once they're on the front page, it creates its own momentum. Until the Jets offense gets on the front page and does it themselves, internally and then externally, it's going to be a team that needs to play clean, smothering defense, turn it over 3 or 4 times, and then make a go of it week to week.
Do you believe, how much do you believe the Gronkowski injury affects this team? How can they play around that? I'm talking about the Patriots.
Just that their nature. But, I mean, watching the offense over the years with Tom Brady makes everybody who's mediocre, average, really good. And it just, there's no mantra. They'll put the game plan together this week. There'll be all new plays with new formations. The Jets haven't seen for them in unique situations. They do that offensively and defensively, and always gives them an edge. And then, especially early in a game, because at that first couple drives, it's new stuff, and that's where you try to get those points. By the third and fourth quarter, everything kind of devolves, and then it becomes experience. And that's what Tom wins there, too. So it's hard. It's going to, but to me, the Patriots just do that. And they've done it before. They've lost them before. And really, if you look at, pour all of the talent of the offense of the Patriots in a bottle. And does it get full? I mean, really? But tactically, they're so far ahead. And Tom is so amazing at how he's able to dictate the defense and take and spin people around their head and throw balls. That touchdown, I think it was Welker, back shoulder just the right way so he could not only catch it, slow down and catch it, but avoid the defender and actually score a touchdown. People think, that's, that just happened. No, that was intricately planned, and that's why he's so tough to beat.
Is Brady better than you?
Yeah.
Really? Is he the best quarterback you've ever seen?
Here's how I would say it, Michael. Every generation builds up the generation before, and the really good ones, those top 5, each generation, take the previous generation and expand on it. They see the guys, what they did, and say, you know what, I can do more. And it's exactly what this generation has done off of the previous generation. Peyton and Tom, and now Drew Brees, and Aaron Rodgers is on his way, and Eli, kind of in the mix, are doing things that we never thought about with receivers. The intricacies of route running and how they, how they have not just man zone reads, but you look at the drop of the linebacker. If he opens his hips and stops, you keep going. And it's just that much further along. So to me, whether Jonah, whoever it was in previous generations, I don't really get into arguments about who's better because it was a different generation, but what they've done is they've built off of and expanded on and extended significantly what generations before them have done.
Houston's one of those really good teams in this league, Steve, but when you look at what the Packers did to them, and more specifically what Jacksonville did to them yesterday in Houston, is there a flaw with this defense in Houston, or were those just aberration games?
There's a flaw. I mean, none of these teams are super great. None of them are just, like even the Packers last year that seemed to run the table, and then what the Giants did to them because they were asleep after 3 weeks off. I just don't think there's a team that's bulletproof. And week to week, I think the good teams survive it, and so Houston survived it. Who else survived it? Atlanta survived it. Dallas, who's a decent team, survived it. I feel like the teams that they think they're pretty, Denver in a tough divisional game survives it and actually thrives. That's what I look for. I see flaws there, and they get exposed. Yes, there's some places to get, like this game tonight with the 49ers. Great defense, the 49ers. But you know what? The back end, the safeties and corners can be gotten. And so, not many teams can actually get them because their front seven's so good that they don't get exposed. But the really good quarterbacks and the really good offensive line and the great tacticians, they can get to the defense as well as the Bears. So I don't, Don, to your question, I just don't think there's any team that's bulletproof.
In closing, Phil Simms said last week that he didn't think that Eli Manning was elite. Do you agree or disagree?
And it comes and goes, right? I mean, Eli was playing elite football there for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, when he gets in these awkward situations and he throws the football in horrible places, and that he should know better, that he's trying to make plays. I know what he's trying to accomplish. We all recognize that. No one's questioning the will. No one's questioning, but you got to question the judgment on some of it. And so, elite quarterbacks, week to week. Look what Drew Brees has done under extreme duress. Gets no help from the defense. All of a sudden, the last couple weeks, gets a little help from the defense, so they hold him under 450 yards and maybe turn it over once or twice. I'm throttling you at 35-plus points a game no matter what. And I'm throwing touchdowns in 53 straight games. I mean, that's elite play. Eli can do it, but obviously to be that, consider what Phil's talking about, you've got to do it, kind of week in and week out.
How many takes did it take you to do that Van Heusen commercial with Jerry Rice? Because you look very cool and you look very collected. And it was amazing. So how many takes?
Not many. And we rolled through. Jerry and I've been around. How about Jerry Rice is like Mr. Entertainment? Pretty kind of prickly when he was playing. Then he got Dancing with the Stars, and now he's like, Cedric the Entertainer. He's like Mr. Personality. I mean, it's fun to be around him now. So we've been together a long time, and the idea, we actually did a lot of commercials when we were playing together. And there's an old Vista commercial where we sang, and he was my date. I don't know if you remember, I was with my date and Jerry. And then I said, the girl says, she's sitting next to me in a horse-drawn carriage. She goes, it's cold. And I go, oh, yeah, you're right. I take my jacket off and put it on Jerry. Okay? Everything all right? I got to take care of you, buddy.
Well, there was an old-time writer in New York who's since passed away, Maury Allen, who had a great line. They learn how to say hello when it's time to say goodbye. And that's what happens sometimes with athletes. But you were always the hello type of guy.
No. I wasn't prickly, but I was something.
Right. Just ask Mrs. Ryan.
I was sullen, maybe. I don't know what it was.
We're going to have Rex on at 6:30. We'll ask him about why his mom's upset at you.
No, it's never personal. Just trying to make better football and get better offense. And so, Rex reached out to me. I love him for it. I thought it was I want the offense to be great. I want Mark to be an elite quarterback. I want this team to hum. And so if I don't tell you what I think needs to happen, then I wouldn't, it's not to hurt anybody. I want it to hum too.
Sometimes people get hurt. When people tell the truth, sometimes people get hurt. They're collateral damage.
It's just an opinion. It's an opinion. But
what's the chances of Don and I getting some free Van Heusen stuff for Christmas?
What are you getting?
Van Heusen stuff. I mean, you got it.
Good. Yeah, no. If you guys are perfect candidates for this. You're a very average dresser. We're really out. I know you got the high, the penthouse and the drive and everything, but you really are not the dresser you'd expect.
Wow. I guess you don't watch Yankee games.
I've seen you on your tough days with your suit shorts.
You're afraid of the chicken parm splattering back on the types you don't want to wear.
Wouldn't you be?
You're the average dresser. This is what Van Heusen is looking for, is to take the average dresser and really kind of spark.
Well, you know what? Make us Play-Doh and mold us.
Look what
ready.
You did to Matthew Stafford.
If we can do Matthew Stafford and me, if you can do me, everyone has hope.
You know what? We won't get a chance to talk to you next week, so have a great Thanksgiving. And I know this is great for you on Monday Night Football in your home.
I hope everyone out there has power for Thanksgiving. Please.
That would be great. Thank you, Steve.
Great.
Be well.
All right, guys. You bet.
Steve Young Report brought to you by Raleigh BMW. Test drive the all-new 3 Series X-Drive sedan at Raleigh BMW, 1 Brush Hollow Road in Westbury. BMW makes the cars. Raleigh makes the difference. Interesting stuff. I mean, I've always said that when my mom was alive. I mean, I don't like getting criticized by critics, but I get over it. But my mom used to get so upset. And there are people behind the people you criticize, and sometimes you forget they're kids, they're wives, they're moms, and they get upset.
I know.
And Mrs. Ryan doesn't like what Steve Young says. And boy, are we going to stir it up
Yeah.
and bring it up to Rex at 6:30.
We won't forget.
No, we're not going to forget. We're going to make it worse. Hey, if you're a listener of the show, you know that my alma mater is Fordham University. Well, right now, the Fordham Rams invite you to enjoy a great New York experience by heading to historic Rose Hill for some incredible New York-style college basketball. Watch the New York college game the way it's meant to be played as the Fordham Rams take on the Atlantic 10, one of the premier conferences in the country. The atmosphere at Rose Hill is electric. You really have to experience it for yourself. It's one of the top 10 places to watch college basketball in the country. So come see the Rams face St. Joe's, Temple, and Butler. Plus, December games at Madison Square Garden and the all-new Barclays Center. College basketball just got more exciting with the Fordham Rams. Get your single game or season tickets today for the men's and women's team at FordhamSports.com. That's FordhamSports.com. College basketball, New York style.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I want to...
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Now, for those that just tuned in, I am saying the Michael K. Show on all the reads because Don likes the way it sounds, like the Ohio State.
Right.
So if you don't like it or you like it, please tell us at Real Michael K. or Don LaGreca. Is that fair?
Very fair.
And then they could decide. I don't know if we'll make a big decision out of it. So I guess they don't decide.
I like it. I don't think anybody got together to say the Ohio State. Just enough of them did it where there were copycats. Maybe we'll start those.
What I really want to know is
Yeah, well, that was your cue to call. Be the first caller to 212-268-9222, 212-268-9222, and you will qualify to appear in the Sports Case Showdown later in the show to compete for your chance to go see the Jets against the Patriots Thanksgiving night at MetLife Stadium with a special treat of Lenny Kravitz playing the halftime show. Listen throughout the show for your next chance to qualify right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Hey, good news for everybody. Black Friday is usually a black hole for sports radio. But Don and I will be doing our show as you are dragged along, either with your wife or your husband, to go Black Friday shopping. So when you're in big traffic, going to malls or whatever, we're going to be on the air on Friday. First time we've ever done it, Don, but we feel that we have a responsibility.
We do. There's just too much going on.
Too much.
And there's a lot of people
Want to
that
talk about
will
the
be
Jets
dragged
and the
around
Patriots?
because you might have a wife or a girlfriend that, or maybe your boyfriend or
right.
whatever, that wants to take advantage of Black Friday. So maybe in trade, you could say, listen, I'll drive you to the mall.
Well,
but
we'll
you
listen to
gotta
Kay
let
and
me
LaGreca.
Listen to Kay and LaGreca, and that would be fantastic. So I'll give you something to talk about. You can call in, get you ready for Giants and Packers, and recap what happened in the Jet Patriot game.
Do you know, Don, that I'm more of a shopper than Jody? I like shopping at malls more than Jody does.
That's odd.
Yeah, Jody does.
Why would anybody like shopping? It has no redeeming features whatsoever.
Well, you get stuff for people. That's the redeeming stuff.
No, I like giving to people.
Well,
I
how do you
just
get
hate
it? You can't get it through
shopping. No, but I don't
osmosis.
like. Well, you could. It's called the internet.
Yeah,
Get it
but then
delivered to the house.
You can't feel the product.
No, but you know what? You do feel the stress. Will it come on time? So the longer you wait, will it be delivered in time for me to be able to give it as a gift? And there's always a few that don't make it.
It's time for the Big Blue Report, Don, and that's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. We miss Eli Manning. He's not on with us anymore because the Giants wouldn't allow him to be. So he did talk today, and he feels very good after the bye.
It's always good after 10 weeks to get a little break and refresh the mind and the body. But it's good to get back out today with our team and knowing we got 6 games left. We're in the lead in our division and where we want to be, and we just got to finish strong.
All right, now the Giants have played 10 games, so they're more than halfway through. But people look at the bye and say, well, what do you think of the first half? And that's what Antrell Roll was asked. His thoughts on the first half.
I think what bothers me more than anything is that, I think sometimes we'll go out there and we'll display some good things. Sometimes we'll go out there and stink it up, but I don't think there's never been a moment where I can say we've been great. Even with beating opponents, that people didn't expect us to beat or things so forth so on. But I still don't think that we went out there and we played a great game, all inclusive. So, once we get back to that, I think, we can set our own destiny.
Well, I disagree with him on one thing. The great game was against San Francisco. That was a complete game.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Well, when you look at the level of competition and the fact that they beat them up and down the field, yeah. But you know what? When you look back to where their red zone deficiency started, it kind of started in that game. Twice Antrell Roll had returns that brought the ball, I think one was the 12 and one was inside the 10, and they settled for field goals in both of them. But they had such a big lead, it didn't matter. But if you look back, there's still things that could have been done. They could have put that 49er game away much earlier than they actually did. So, hey, I like it. I like when players talk like that. You know what? There is room for improvement. They're not resting on their laurels. They've got things they've got to do. So go in with that attitude that you need to improve. Otherwise, they may win this division by default, but they're not going anywhere.
All right, next up is going to be Green Bay on Sunday night. And Eli was asked what his team has to do against Green Bay to win that game.
Well, you just got to play. You got to play smart as an offense. So we know, you can't turn the ball over. Can't give them a short field. You got to try to stay on the field, convert third down, see if you can hold the ball, and those type of things. But their defense, haven't got into a whole lot of studying on this year. I know in the past they've done a great job getting turnovers and causing problems. So watched a little of their game the other day. So you just got to see what their tendencies are and how we're going to be able to hopefully make some plays on them.
All right, let's finish it up with some Victor Cruz. A lot of people said that Eli has a little bit of a fatigued arm, and Cruz was asked, what's the status of Eli after the bye week?
He looked good. He looked sharp. We were out there completing the football, and, we were on the same page. Everybody was running good routes, and we were doing some positive things. So I'm excited to go out there on Sunday and put it all on the field.
So he's going the Carmelo Anthony route. Carmelo says score the basketball. Victor Cruz said complete the football.
I don't get it. It's like another language that we have to learn.
I think
score the basketball. How else are you going to score in basketball?
What else you completing?
Complete the football. Or what? Complete a pass with somebody in the stands? That's the Big Blue Report, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa for a huge selection of new Mercedes-Benz 1 mile east of the Westfield Sunrise Mall or mynewbenz.com. Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, where they make it happen. Don, I want you to think, coming up on Wednesday, we have to talk about things we're thankful for.
Okay.
At some time during the show.
I can do that.
You can do that
there's
now,
a lot
I bet,
I'm
right?
thankful for. There's a lot I'm not thankful for, but there's a lot of things
Am
I
I one of the things you're not thankful for?
No, you're one of the things. I
Do
wouldn't
you
be.
look at me and just despise me and
I'd
hate
be
me?
pumping gas if it wasn't for you.
That's not true.
You're the only one that believed at this station. Now they have to believe because you believe.
No. They didn't believe that I believed until they did a silly little focus group. And then everybody loved Don, so now Don's the king of the world. King of the world.
Ma.
All right, now are the Jets, have they taken a big step? I don't think that this game on Sunday meant anything. Anything. And I'm not sure that Thursday game means that much. What do I mean? Well, we'll tell you in just a moment.
A lot of meaning.
K. LaGreca. You. The Michael K. Show, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Greeny. Wake up and talk football with us on Mike and Mike in the Morning, Tuesday morning. Off a big one on Monday Night Football. Do the Jets suddenly have life? And Magic Johnson will join us. Tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson would have been a better choice for the Lakers than Mike D'Antoni. That's all Tuesday with Mike and Mike on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on this Monday. Hi from San Francisco. I'm Mike Tirico in advance of the huge Monday night game with the Bears and the 49ers. Coming up 8:30 Eastern ESPN TV. We'll talk about the unit I think is under the most pressure tonight in a moment. But first, let's switch it over to college football. Alabama looked like they were out of the national championship picture when this weekend started. Their game was mostly meaningless. However, the Crimson Tide get all the right things to happen in Eugene, Oregon, and Waco, Texas, and Alabama has a chance to play for back-to-back national championships back in their hands. All they have to do is win over a much-weakened Auburn team in their rivalry game this week, and then the SEC title game against Georgia. Not easy, but certainly Alabama favored in both. But that's not even the biggest story in college football. Notre Dame's back at number one. First time since 1993. And all the Irish have to do is go out to Southern California on Saturday night and beat USC, which sounded much more difficult early and middle of the season than it does now. After SC with their very talented receivers, but saw an injury to quarterback Matt Barkley, embarrassed by the loss to UCLA, their inability to win their own division in the Pac-12, getting a vote of confidence for Lane Kiffin, the head coach, from the athletic director Pat Hayden, is figures to be a wounded USC team. If Notre Dame's defense can hold up here, the Irish will have 6 weeks to ponder playing in the national title game. All right, you know the injuries from last week with Jay Cutler and Alex Smith, the two quarterbacks. Their concussions have certainly put a shadow over the game a little bit going into this Monday night with the Bears out here against the 49ers. But here's what I'm looking at. The top two scoring defenses in the National Football League. But the Bears defense has made more big plays, more of a dramatic impact on games than any defense or any unit really in the NFL. So given that, where are we looking? We're looking at the San Francisco defense. So solid yet disappointing against St. Louis a week ago. The 49er defense will be under pressure to stop Matt Forte and Brandon Marshall. If they can do that, they'll get the home win. That's the ESPN Radio Sports Beat. See 8:30 Eastern on TV. This is Mike Tirico.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
It's time for the ESPN New York Sports Center. The Jets beat the Rams 27-13 yesterday, and now they move on to play the New England Patriots. Everything went well yesterday. They played good defense, opportunistic, turned the ball over, and also Mark Sanchez played a very, very good game. Did that win yesterday save the season?
Each win can help us, no matter what, and that's where we're at right now. We just need as many wins as possible, and then we'll see where everything ends up at the end. But that's all we're focused on, just one game at a time. And we got another tough test next week.
And the test is not next week. It is Thursday, Thanksgiving night. It's the Jets against the Patriots. But Rex Ryan said he is not going to ask his team to stop trash talking.
Not really. You know, we're just trying to, like I say, we're just trying to punch our way out. So I don't know, how much of that there'll be, but it's, it's not something that I'll bring up to the team.
All right, there you have it. So that game will be Thursday, Thanksgiving night. You can hear all the action right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, and hear more from Rex. His normal spot is at 5:15, but today, because of the short week, he will be on with us at 6:30. On the Giants side, linebacker Keith Rivers was involved in a car crash in California during the bye week. He bruised his knee, and Tom Coughlin said, we're hoping that's all it is. Williams and Hickson did not practice today because of injuries, and Ed Reed of the Ravens was suspended for one game for a hit on the defenseless player in last night's Sunday night football game.
Our Adam Schefter reports the Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski did have surgery on that broken forearm. He's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. College basketball tonight, Fordham at Penn. Iona plays host to Illinois, Chicago. Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. And the University of Maryland today voted to take the invitation to go to the Big Ten, and that will start in the 2014-15 season. Meanwhile, Big East Conference sources told ESPN that Rutgers will make the same announcement moving to the Big Ten tomorrow.
And also, it's just announced that the Marlins salary dump trade to the Jays has been finalized and approved.
I'd like to find out why here on ESPN New York.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
How's everybody doing? This is always a great week. And you know why? Because it's only a 3-day work week for people. That's why Thanksgiving is the best holiday of all time.
Not for me, but for most.
Not for you. You're actually working all 5 days.
Yes.
Because you have the Jets pre- and post-game, halftime, the whole deal.
The whole deal.
On Thursday. I'm actually off on Thursday.
Fun. Come on.
But we come back on Friday.
You know how cool it is that work is going to a football game? Something I'd pay through the nose to go do before I was in this business, so it's still fun.
That's beautiful. I mean, that is so beautiful. I just got choked up.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think it's cool that reporting to work for you is Yankee Stadium?
I do think it's
a place you would be severing fingers to go to when you were 12.
Severing fingers. I don't know if I would do that, but yeah, I would have moved heaven and earth to get there. And I think about it a lot. When I'm sitting in the booth and like it's a full house and I look around and go, wow, I'm really doing this.
To be in the ballpark, because you weren't in the ballpark when Reggie hit the 3 home runs,
no,
right?
I couldn't afford playoff tickets.
I'm just saying, at the time,
right?
You wouldn't sever your pinky to be at that game?
I am not like you. I would not sever my pinky for anything.
I'm just saying, of all the things,
my pinky.
Of all the things the pinky does for you,
right?
Which is not much.
So if I knew that Reggie was hitting the 3 home runs, in retrospect, would I have severed my pinky?
Listen, you're a big Yankee fan. How old were you at the time? Like 15, 16 years old?
That was 77. I was 16.
So you were still old enough to take it all in, understand the game, understand the significance of the game.
Right.
And a little genie came out of a bottle and said, "Listen, you've got a chance to go."
Wait, is it Barbara Eden?
Yeah.
Because I might have gone back to the bottle.
It would actually be Barbara Eden.
Okay.
And she said to you, you have an opportunity. World Series, Yankees, Dodgers. Reggie Jackson's going to hit 3 home runs on 3 pitches. It's going to go down as one of the great moments in Yankee history, and I will give you a seat behind home plate. But you're going to have to sever your pinky right in front of me.
Now, sever
what
like,
you do?
Wait, like right where the nail is or the whole pinky?
You know what? I would say right the middle knuckle there.
No.
So you got a little stub.
No. I wouldn't do it.
So I'd have to question how big a Yankee fan you were as a child. Because really, the story that you were behind home plate, which means every time they would show Reggie Jackson and all that grainy footage, as time goes on, it'd be a little Michael Kay there.
Right.
It would be like you did it. Because all the times they'd show it. MLB Network would show it today, and there's a little Michael Kay watching the ball sail out. Wouldn't that do more for you for the storytelling than what your pinky does for you on an actual basis?
I would have to say no, I would not do it.
All right.
Tell us if you would do it, everybody.
I'm just whatever great moment in the history of your favorite team.
Would you give a pinky up?
Do the pinky test. Would you sacrifice half of your pinky to be there live to see it? I'm just saying you could accidentally lose your pinky and not get anything for it.
One of my most embarrassing moments on center stage was when we had Rex Ryan on. Did I ever tell you the story?
Yes, you have.
And this was after the whole wife thing with the video and whatever. And I asked him, because Don's saying is, would you carve a pinky toe?
Right.
And I said, would you carve a pinky toe to have won that Patriot game? And he just had this smirk on his face. And then I didn't realize what I said until it came out of my mouth, which is not good. But he handled it very well because Rex is cool like that. Let's talk about the Jets. Did this game mean anything? Well, here's what I think it meant. I don't think they showed us anything. I don't think the Rams are any great shakes. I thought the Jets should have beaten this team, and I picked them. I said, if you're worth anything, you got to win this game.
Right.
Okay, great. So they won it. But does it catapult them to another level? And I'm not certain that it does, Don. Here's why. I think it gives them the possibility now of losing this game on Thursday and not having their playoff hopes dashed. Because if they would have lost that game yesterday, they would have to win out the rest of the way to get to 9 wins. Now, they could lose this game Thursday night and then win out and still finish 9-7, and both of us agree that will get them into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to get them into the playoffs. I don't know if Indianapolis is going to win 4 more games, because if they end up tied with the Jets have the tiebreaker. Does San Diego look like a team now that's going to rattle off 5 wins? I mean, they might not even be able to beat the Jets the second to last game of the season. Is Cincinnati going to go on a major roll? Is Miami, who's lost the last 2 games, going to go on a roll? Is Buffalo a team that's going to go on a roll and the Jets play them the last game of the season? The answer is no. So I think 9 gets you in, maybe 8 gets you in. And that's why I asked Steve Young this, and I think it's something to ask listeners too, Michael. The way they played yesterday will not help them beat the Patriots. You got to score more points than that, and you can't count on winning the turnover battle +3 against the Patriot team. But you know what? That effort will beat Arizona. It'll beat Jacksonville. It'll beat Tennessee. It'll beat San Diego. It'll beat Buffalo. Michael, what if this team plays ordinary average football but get into the playoffs?
Right.
And then they play their first playoff game and get whipped. Will the Jets look and say, we need to make some changes here. We were very average. We weren't that good. We were fortunate to get into the playoffs.
But here's the deal, okay? Because I heard you on Lupica's show, and I think it's a great way to put it. Would they have an M. Donald Grant moment?
Right.
Well, are they stupid? I mean, they saw what went on, so I think you'd be rooting for them to make the playoffs, and then they'd be smart enough to know, you know what, we dodged the bullet. Now let's redo some stuff.
Yeah, but what will they redo all the necessary things, or will they say, we've got improvement, but hey, look at the heart we showed. We got into the playoffs. I mean, for people who aren't old enough to remember, M. Donald Grant ran the Mets in '73 when they barely made the playoffs. They made on this run to Game 7
They won 83 games to win the East.
Never made any necessary changes and went into one of the darkest periods in franchise history. I think this team needs to change some things. But you know what? You're not firing Mike Tannenbaum if they make the playoffs. You're not firing Rex. You're probably bringing Tony Sperano back. So you say, yeah, they'll make changes, but will they make the necessary changes to get over the hump, or will they just tweak a few things? I think there are a lot of Jet fans, and one of them called the Mike Lupica show, who said, rather than give me that, collapse so they can make significant changes so this team can actually get better.
But as a Jet fan, wouldn't you rather they make the playoffs and just continue this run of 8-9 wins every year?
But what I'm saying is, Michael, I don't think they're a very good football team right now. But in the AFC, a very average team may end up being that second wild card. Now, if they go to the playoffs and they make a run, then they'll be showing you something, because they're going to be beating good football teams on the road to make a run. But my question is, if they stumble into the playoffs as 8-8, and then their first playoff game is in Houston, no, it wouldn't be in Houston, because Houston's probably going to get a bye, Baltimore or Pittsburgh or wherever, and get smoked by 30 points, are they going to treat it like a team that didn't make the playoffs, or are they going to treat it like, hey, we were back, baby, let's just make a couple of tweaks?
I would hope that Mike Tannenbaum and Rex are smart enough to know that they dodged the bullet, and they would say they have to make changes. It's better to make changes coming off a positive than a negative.
But this was a team who thought, Rex Ryan thought this was the best talent he ever had. Remember, and also remember this, too. How is it going to look? And they're going to say, hey, we did this without Revis and Holmes, and those guys are coming back next year.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think about that? 1-800-919-3776. I'd rather they make the playoffs and not do anything than not make the playoffs and tear the team up. Because if they tear the team up, you're still going to have many, many years of getting back to where they are right now, even to get into the playoffs. I've got some tweets about it. Ryan Hogan said I'd sever Don's pinky to see Reggie blast 3.
But that might be because he doesn't like me.
Matt McMillan said I'd give an arm for Mets World Series.
A whole arm. Yeah. That's a fan.
And Big Murph said I would have given my hand to be a Jeter's 3,000th hit.
See, put your career in perspective, okay? You called that game.
Right.
And it was a fabulous call, by the way. and got paid.
Yep.
And there's a guy that would sever a hand just to be in the building. That's how great a life you have.
I'm a very lucky young man. Very lucky. 1-800-919-3776. I'm 51. I'm not in the grave yet. I definitely have more in my rearview mirror than I do in my windshield, but we'll talk about that. The Michael K. Show. Kay and LaGreca, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I'm Eric Carabao, and this is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. If you own Rob Gronkowski, the awesome New England Patriots tight end, you're probably thinking your season is over. Well, maybe it is. He's probably going to be out 3 or 4 weeks here with a broken arm, but I do think he will come back before the end of the season, which is why I would not drop him in a standard league. Even if he only helps you in your championship game, that's still reason enough to keep him around. He's easily the best tight end in fantasy for this season. He had 7 touchdowns in his past 4 games. He's really, really good. Keep him around. But if you need to find somebody else, the guy I like is Brandon Myers of Oakland. He had only 3 fewer receptions than Gronk for the year. 3 touchdowns in his last 3 games. It's not quite Gronk-like, but still pretty good. And every game with Oakland is a shootout. Dwayne Allen of Indianapolis, 11 targets on Sunday, 6 receptions. No Kobe Fleener, and I don't know when he's coming back. Dwayne Allen's pretty good. And Kyle Rudolph, now I don't like his schedule. Chicago Bears twice in the next 3 weeks, but Rudolph's pretty good. Mercedes Lewis and Dallas Clark with 3 touchdowns in the past 5 weeks. There's options out there at tight end. Your season is not over if you own Gronk, and keep him owned. I'm Eric Carabao. For the latest fantasy news and to read my work, check out ESPN.com/fantasy.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I know you want me. You know I want you. But what I really want to know is, I really go
Yeah, we fooled you. That was an early cue. That was your cue to call. Be the first caller to 212-268-9222. That's 212-268-9222. And you're going to qualify to appear in the Sports Case Showdown later in the show. It's actually going to be later in this hour to compete for your chance to go see the Jets against the Patriots Thanksgiving night at MetLife Stadium with a special treat of Lenny Kravitz playing the halftime show. Listen throughout the show for your next chance to qualify right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. So we're talking about what the Jet game meant yesterday. It means that they have a little breathing room, one of the things. And I was actually looking at all the schedules, Don, and one of the teams the Jets are going to be competing for, or with, for the one of the wild cards is the Colts. So the Colts have Buffalo at home, at Detroit, not an easy game, Tennessee at home, at Houston, tough, KC, at KC, easy, and at Houston, or Houston at home. So 3 of those remaining 6 games are going to be difficult.
Right. Now, Houston could have and should have everything wrapped up by that point. And if they do, maybe that becomes an easy win for Indianapolis. But remember, the Colts have to finish with more wins than the Jets because the Jets beat them head-to-head. So if they both finish 8-8, the Jets would get the nod over Indianapolis. I believe 9 wins definitely gets them in because I don't think the Colts are going to get 10 because they got 6 now. They're going to win 4 of their last 6?
No.
Probably not. So I think they can beat Indianapolis with getting to 9 wins. I think they'll beat San Diego. Plus, they have San Diego on their schedule. If they beat San Diego, then the Chargers would have to finish with more wins. Michael, so there's still an opening that 8-8 can get them that final wild card spot. And the way Pittsburgh played without Roethlisberger, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie Batch plays the next time the Steelers take the field if Roethlisberger can't go. Where's Pittsburgh going to drop to now?
Pittsburgh's next game is at Cleveland. Cleveland played Dallas, very tough in Dallas. Then it's at Baltimore, and still they probably don't have Roethlisberger back. San Diego at home, at Dallas, and that's going to be a big game for Dallas.
Sure.
Cincinnati at home, and then Cleveland at home to finish it up. If you just tuned in to hear Rex Ryan, he's not going to be on tonight until 6:15. Because of the short week, they've got a compressed schedule. So Rex will join us at 6:30. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ryan. 6:30. He's usually on at 5:15. He will be on at 6:30. Let's go to Al in Staten Island. What do you think about the Jets against New England?
Sir Mike and Sir Don, how are you? And happy Thanksgiving for starters.
And the same to you.
And Mike, I'm the same age as you, and you can only hope because we're in the 3rd quarter of our life. When it comes to the game of life, you can only hope for overtime.
Wait, the 3rd quarter of our life. So if you go 53 ways, so you think we have only 17 years left?
No, I usually say if we can last till 80, we've done pretty good, Mike.
Well, yeah, okay, the 3rd quarter. Okay, I'll take 85.
It's early 3rd.
Yep. There you go.
People are just getting back to their seats from halftime.
All right.
There you go. Real quick, about the Jets. Nice win. But, they played against a rebuilding team in the Rams, okay? I will feel giddy and excited if they do win on Thanksgiving night, okay? And then with the NFL, with their rules and this, that, and the other thing as far as playoff formats and all, I mean, Mike, you stole my thunder. I would love to see them make the playoffs. Let's hope they make the playoffs. And at least going into the offseason, because, if they do make the playoffs, they'll maybe win 1 game, if none at all. And it's a lot better to go into the 2013 season on a playoff season than a non-playoff season. And since I've been following this team since 1971, there really haven't been that many playoff seasons. So let's just hope.
You know what? That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I mean, you can't sit here and if you could push that button and go, well, I'd rather be really bad and not make the playoffs. Really? I'll make the playoffs and lose. I'd rather do that.
Of course.
And get crushed.
But if you're someone out there that really wants to see significant change, if that happens, you're not going to see significant change.
Michael in Long Island, what do you not want the Jets to do?
Well, I want to, first of all, wish you all a great Thanksgiving.
Same to you, Mike.
And I agree wholeheartedly with Don, and I couldn't disagree with you more, Mike. I'm an avid Jet fan. I have been going to games since back at Shea with Richard Todd and the guys from there. But I will tell you that the worst thing the Jets could do this year is to limp into the playoffs and cause the situation to be one where we don't have any regime change. What they really need to do is finish poorly, a bad record, have Tannenbaum and Rex Ryan bounced, and be able to get back to a better management and a better draft pick. Because if you think about it, Mike, if they make make the playoffs, their position in the draft is going to be much worse as well.
All right, let me. You're a Jet fan, right?
Huge.
Okay, you're a huge Jet fan. So in your dream scenario, Michael, you want them to lose out.
In my dream scenario, they make the Super Bowl and win it. That's not realistic.
Okay. All right, so since that's not realistic, you'd rather they lose out than sneak into the playoffs at 9-9 or 8-8.
Correct.
Wow.
Because I want a better draft pick.
Okay, they traded up to get the 5th pick in the draft. They took Mark Sanchez, who you probably don't like.
Well, that proves my point about the need for regime change. Look, maybe let's get somebody who makes better draft picks than Copel, Sanchez. I mean, where's the impact player that they've drafted in the last 3 or 4 years?
One thing, though, Michael, that you have to watch out for, there might not be a regime change, even if they finish 6-10. I think Woody really likes Rex Ryan. I'm not sure about the Tannenbaum end of it. And by the way, you can hear Mike Tannenbaum tonight on Inside the Jets with Bob Wischusen, and Tannenbaum will be on with Aaron Glenn. That's immediately following our show at 7.
That's pretty cool. Now, listen, I loathe to ever root against my team because I want to see my team. Well, I got to sit there for 4 hours and watch my team lose. And I don't expect any Jet fan to hope that they lose every game. I just painted the scenario. If you knew you were going to make the playoffs at 8-8, stumble into the playoffs, play very average football, but just take advantage of a very average conference, and then make the playoffs and get beat by 30 points, wouldn't you, looking back at the day when you shut the TV off after that playoff game, say, God, I wish they just would have lost out so we would have seen change. Because I'll tell you what, if you want Rex gone, if you want Tannenbaum gone, then if they make the playoffs, they're not firing a coach that went to the playoffs 3 of the 4 years he coached here.
Right.
I mean, that's not going to happen. They're going to fire the general manager that built the team that went to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years.
But why would people want Rex gone anyway? Well, what has Rex done wrong?
Because I'm not, again, I can't defend people I don't agree with. I'm not saying Rex should be fired.
Right.
But I think there are Jet fans out there, and Steve Young talked about it too. The way this team is built, is this team going to win a championship anytime soon? The way they're built. I mean, this ground and pound, this philosophy, it'll win games. It might sneak into the playoffs, but is this team really built to win a championship? We've talked about it many times before. Yeah, they've gone to the championship game, but that's still only half the battle. You got to win the championship game and then win the Super Bowl. So if you're someone that wants to see this team win a championship and you don't think Rex is the guy to do it, well, it ain't going to change anytime soon if this team goes to the playoffs.
But does your gut tell you if the Jets finish 7-9 that Rex is going to be fired?
No, I don't think Rex will be fired.
Do you think that Tannenbaum will be fired?
I think there's a very good possibility because you're starting to hear within some of the conversation going into the game this week about the lack of weapons. What did you hear Rex Ryan say to us last week in defense of Sanchez? Well, guys aren't blocking right. Guys aren't in the right spots. Guys aren't running the right routes. He's, in a de facto sort of way, is kind of criticizing the weapons for Mark Sanchez.
You know, he also might be criticizing himself. He's not teaching them to do the right thing.
I'm sure, but you know what? He's not teaching a wide receiver how to run a route.
Well, the wide receiver coach isn't.
But also is there enough talent here? So to me, I think that there's a possibility that there are people within that room that wonder if they've got the right guys choosing the talent.
Now, Adam in Lynbrook says you got to be careful what you wish for. Adam, why?
How's it going, gentlemen? Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, you know, I just remember the last time the Jets were 9-7 and made it almost all the way and tried to make some tweaks and dump Faneca for Vladimir Dukas and got rid of Thomas Jones and all these, you know, minor, because they figured, okay, we're not good enough, so let's just try and make some small adjustments. And they made a lot of really, really poor decisions. And let's be honest, I mean, this team is not very good, but I just don't think that a couple small tweaks here and there is going to be good enough. I mean, I've been a Jet fan for a long time. I've seen enough of them losing. I don't want to watch them lose another season. I'd much rather them make the playoffs than have another run. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
No, I can't correct you, Adam, because I feel that way. I think that, you know, you see teams in all sports that don't make the playoffs that would give up anything to lose big in the first round. And if you're a Jet fan, you're going to root against them making the playoffs and geting knocked out in the first round?
And first of all, you're going to root for them because there's the possibility you win that game and you don't get eliminated and you make a run like you did in 2009 and go to the championship game. And the Jets haven't been into the playoffs enough where you're going to throw that away.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if they play average football to almost bad football, but because of their schedule get in at 8-8, and they lose in a playoff game, You think there are going to be a lot of changes?
No.
Because they're going to turn around and they're going to say, we made the playoffs, and we did it without Revis, and we did it without Holmes, and now you'll go into next year with no real significant changes to this roster. Is that good either?
Well, here's the bottom line, and we'll come back in just a moment to really explore this. Okay, let's say you finish 8-8, don't make the playoffs. What big changes are you expecting? What seismic changes do you expect the Jets to make? You think they're going to tear this team up? You know how hard it is to tear up an NFL team? Wouldn't you rather be closer than farther away?
I'm just going by what I saw. They went 8-8 last year.
Right.
They fired their offensive coordinator. They brought in Tim Tebow.
But you can't get rid of 53 players.
I'm not saying they're going to get. And it's not,
the most seismic change you could make. You want to get rid of Mark Sanchez if they don't make the playoffs? Let's hold that thought. I wouldn't get rid of Mark Sanchez, would you? Kay and LaGreca, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you'll look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
Says here, this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payment, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNradio.com.
An ESPN Radio Mike and Mike Extra Point.
So let's go ahead, Mr. Golick. Let's give you a moment. Let us all say congratulations to the Irish and to the football family that is Golick as Notre Dame is #1 in the land.
Pretty wild Saturday, wouldn't you say? I mean, starting, the Notre Dame game, obviously they took control of that game early, but before it was senior day, so having my son Mike is a fifth-year senior and Jake is a senior, so they were supposed to run out separately as the seniors do, but they told the people who were setting it up that they wanted to come out together, so they ran out together to meet us as did the other seniors as well. That was very, very emotional. A lot of tears shed as the last time they'll both run on that field. The game went very well, obviously, for Notre Dame, and then at night, wow. I mean, what can you say but wow?
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore. Now open on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey, the PGA Tour Superstore. There's nothing else like it. 35 days it took, but the Jets finally won a game, and they beat the Rams. Incredibly enough, they are still in the playoff hunt. The victory against the Rams gives them a 4-6 record as they head into their game against the Patriots on Thanksgiving Day. Mark Sanchez was asked after yesterday's game how the win helps against the Pats.
Well, it's great. I mean, where we're at before this game, even after this game, whatever we got to do to win, we just need to win games. So nothing changes there. And, it's another game. Happens to be on Thursday. We got to get another win. So we'll figure out a way to do that. And we know we're going to have a tough test because that's a great team, great coaching staff. They got it all. So we got to play our best.
Well, Sanchez played very well against the Rams. 15 of 20 passing, did not turn the ball over. As for Rex Ryan, he's usually on with us at 5:15, but because of the compressed week and the short work week, he will join us at 6:30 on the Michael Kay Show. Giants linebacker Keith Rivers was involved in a car crash in California during the bye week. He has a bruised knee. Tom Coughlin said, "We hope this is all there is." Jaquan Williams and Dominic Hickson did not practice today. Bears and the 49ers tonight on Monday Night Football. That's on ESPN HD, and the coverage will start at 8 o'clock. Both teams without their starting quarterback, both out with concussion syndrome. Ed Reed suspended one game for yesterday hitting a defenseless player in the Steelers-Ravens game.
The University of Maryland voted to accept the invitation to leave the Big East and join the Big Ten. And the conference will compete the 2014-2015 academic year. Meanwhile, Big East Conference sources have told ESPN that Rutgers will announce that they're going to leave the Big East to enter the Big Ten tomorrow. College basketball, Fordham at Penn, Iona home for Illinois, Chicago. Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, so I've gotten a lot of tweets after what I just said. I want Sanchez back because think about this. If the Jets lose every game the rest of the way, they're 4-12. They're not losing every game the rest of the way. So even if they have a really bad finish, they're going to be 6-10. Fair?
Yes.
They're not getting a franchise quarterback. You're not going to be drafting in the first 10 picks, I don't think. You're not getting a franchise quarterback.
No.
And why give up on Sanchez right now? So Clark Crawford just tweeted me. He said, Mark Sanchez has one marginal game and a win over a bad team, and now you want to keep him. Even before yesterday, I'm not giving as much blame to Mark Sanchez as everybody else. I'm just not. He has no talent around him. He lost his best receiver to an injury. He didn't have his tight end for a lot of the season, and then when he came back, he wasn't playing that well. The ground and pound running game kind of handcuffs him. Why are you blaming everything on Mark Sanchez? Who's going to be that much better than him? What quarterback are you getting in the draft with the 10th or 11th pick? And then you're going to have a quarterback that's going to have to learn the system the way that Mark Sanchez did as well. I'm not so sure I want to go that route.
And then you're going to start over, and then you're really going to have to start over. And if you're going to do that, Michael, you might as well just bring in a new GM, a new head coach, and you just start completely from scratch. And I don't think they're prepared to do that. And I'm with you. I don't think they're losing out and finish 4-12. They're going to finish 6-10, 7-9, and they're not getting a quarterback there that's going to have an impact. They can get a wide receiver. Because I think it's time for this team to start using their first-round picks on skilled position players on offense instead of always trying to find some pass rusher.
This is a big defensive draft it's going to be. Again, they're going to end up picking a defensive player.
But, Michael, they have to start evaluating the offense here. And we're going to talk to Rex coming up at 6:30. Michael, I'm tired of hearing about Stephen Hill. Stephen Hill's been targeted, 3 times in the last 2 games, doesn't have a catch. He's dropping passes, and this was somebody that was drafted in the 2nd round, and we were told that this was going to be a big impact player on offense. Jeremy Curley's a nice player. He's not a number 1 wide receiver. Even when Holmes comes back next year, he's not going to be here forever, and he's not even a number 1 wide receiver. What's happened to Dustin Keller?
Well,
he's had an awful season.
Holmes is a number 1.
For them, I don't know if he's not
Megatron, but he's a number 1 wide receiver.
For the Jets, but I don't think he would, on a team that is built to pass the ball, I don't think he'd be a number 1 wide receiver.
Well, he was a number 1 wide receiver on a Super Bowl champion.
He's not built to be a number 1 guy. He's not tall. He's not lanky.
Wasn't he that with the Steelers?
I don't think he was number 1. I mean, you had Wallace. They had the tight end was involved a lot. I'd have to look and see and try to remember back against Arizona But I'm just saying, in my opinion, Michael, I don't think he's a number one stud receiver. Yeah, Hines Ward is number one.
I think that Holmes might have been more than Hines Ward.
Oh, but listen, if he's on the Giants, he's not the number one wide receiver on the Giants. Akeem Nicks would be.
Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. Well, here's Brian in Smithtown. He does not believe in Sanchez. Why, Brian?
Oh, well, actually, huge Jets fan, great show, guys. But
thanks.
The problem with Sanchez, he doesn't throw down the field exceptionally well. He's not that accurate on his short stuff. He surely can't throw across his body, and he doesn't run to the left that well. He's a good D-plus quarterback, good for 8, 9, 10 wins a year, maybe. You're not going to get on his back, and he's going to bring you home. He's going to need the perfect offense with the best running game in the world and the best number one receivers, and he's going to need so much help that as much as I don't want to see the Jets tank, we're never getting past the first round of the playoffs with this guy.
But Brian, how do you say that? You got past the first round 2 years in a row.
But the 2 times we got there, one, Peyton Manning didn't play the second half of the game.
Okay, how about the second year?
Brady wasn't in the league. Brady was injured half the year.
But they still won 11 games with Castle.
Yeah, but 11 games with Castle, but you beat them. There's no way. If Brady was in there and Castle was in there.
They beat Tom Brady in the playoffs.
They beat Tom Brady in the playoffs. And also, that year they ended up beating Tom Brady in the playoffs.
It was the year before that he's talking about.
And also, Brian, no matter how they got in, once he got in the playoffs, he won 2 games to get to the AFC Championship. So you can't say he can't win that game.
So if not Sanchez, then who? They're not finishing low enough to get any kind of an impact player, and there's nobody coming out of the draft that's going to be that big of a deal. Who are they going to get? What team is going to trade a franchise quarterback? What quarterback in college is out there that's coming out of this draft that they're going to be able to finish high enough in the first round to get? Now, if they're sitting there and they got a chance to lose every game and there's a stud quarterback that they can draft, you know what I would say? Go and do that, make that move. But who is the replacement for Sanchez? You're not trading for him, okay? You're not making Tebow that guy. You're not drafting anybody in 2013 that's going to have that impact. So until further notice, this is your guy.
Yeah, who are the great quarterbacks in college football? You think Barkley's going to change things? How did Calvin Klein do in a game that they had to win for K-State? Who's more of a running type of quarterback? There aren't that many great quarterbacks out there.
And even if there was a great quarterback, Michael,
you're not getting the first pick.
You're not going to be in the top 3 picks to make that kind of an impact. You're just not. Because, again, look at their schedule. If they miss the playoffs, they're still going to be a 6, 7, maybe an 8-win team.
Jim in Long Island, what do you think?
What I think is very simply this. I think too many people criticize Sanchez and Rex Ryan, and they're totally wrong. I'll tell you why. I don't care who you have as quarterback. You could have Peyton Manning back there. If he's getting hammered, like Sanchez gets hammered by defenses on rushing and sacking him, it doesn't matter who you have back there. They're not going to do well. What they need to do is they need to address certain issues that they're lacking. They're lacking a good wide receiver who can go deep and get open. And they're really lacking a dominant running back.
Right.
If you had a guy like Adrian Peterson or somebody like that, I'd rather have them focus towards a really great running back who could break away and gives you that option. Sean Green is great, but you need a change of pace guy.
But the guys that you want to take off the hook here are responsible for having Sean Green be the guy. Rex Ryan likes Sean Green. Tannenbaum likes Sean Green.
Well, Rex Ryan likes everybody that's on his team.
But
so,
I'm saying, he's in that draft room. If you want to say Tannenbaum is a capologist, he is leaning on Rex Ryan. Who would you want to get?
Well, maybe he's leaning on other people.
Rex Ryan, when he wanted John Connor. Well, what happened? He's not even on the team anymore. Rex has something to do with why the team is in the situation that they're in. Rex loved Stephen Hill. Thought he was going to be a stud player.
But we don't know whether or not ever to believe Rex with the stuff that he says publicly.
Well, they drafted him.
I mean, Rex Ryan predicted a Super Bowl when he didn't know what his team was.
But
so he believes in Rex Ryan.
But they drafted him.
But that's who they drafted. So maybe I don't think Rex Ryan's making the draft picks.
But I'm sure he's got a say.
He's got a say. He's one voice. There are a lot of people behind Tannenbaum that have a say.
But Rex Ryan is the head coach of this team, and Tannenbaum is the general manager. So if you don't like what's on the team, don't you have to hold both of those guys somewhat responsible for it?
Earlier in the year, didn't Rex say he didn't want to draft Hill and then kind of changed it in that SI story?
That's true.
So
but he didn't have to talk him up a storm the way he did.
Well, but that's how he is, though. No. But another thing, when people say that Sanchez can't throw the ball downfield, when's it ever called?
It's not.
So, I mean, how do you blame Sanchez for not throwing the ball downfield when they don't have somebody who can get separation and they never call plays to throw the ball downfield because they're definitely afraid to turn it over? They want to run the ball. Everybody has to relax on blaming everything on Sanchez, because all you have to do is harken back to Eli Manning's fourth year when everybody thought he stunk. And they were ready to run him out of town. And one other thing about rooting against your team making the playoffs, the Giants were 7-7 and made the playoffs and won the Super Bowl. Don't root against your team so fast.
No, you shouldn't be rooting against your team. But what I'm saying is that when you shut the TV off after they lose the first playoff game by 30 points, you may look back and say, boy, the way it turned out, maybe it would have been better if we just lost the rest of our games so we can move on to something different.
The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York.
You got to get in the habit, man.
Is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Don and I have wondered about this all day. So we finally have an answer. Why did Jeff Fisher go for 2 when it was 27-13?
You have an answer?
We have an answer from Jeff Fisher. Also, this is being asked around NFL Nation. Why would Bill Belichick keep in Rob Gronkowski when they're blowing out the Colts for an extra point, and then he breaks his arm and he's out for the rest of the season?
And there's an answer that's always given that drives me crazy.
Well, we have those answers. You've got to stick around, and also you're going to get an opportunity to win those Jet tickets for Thanksgiving night. Big-time show. Joe Namath coming up at 6, Rex Ryan at 6:30, Kay and LaGreca and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of channel lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
New England.
All right, the Patriots win big but lose Gronk, who breaks an arm. Mike Reese, who does a great job at ESPNBoston.com. How long is Gronk going to be out? What's the latest, Mike?
Well, Colin, they're talking about, weeks here. Let's say anywhere between 3 to 6. But again, that's a projection. Always hard to tell. I think the key for the Patriots is where do you go from here? This is a guy that does so many things for them. 93% of the snaps he's played this season. So you can't just put someone else out there and expect that role to be filled. They're going to have a lot of guys chip in to try to fill what Gronk did for them.
Aaron Hernandez is still banged up, so Gronk is out against the Jets. Will Aaron Hernandez play?
Colin, it's trending in that direction. When they brought him back a couple of weeks ago, they ultimately brought him back too soon. So they said, we're going to shut you down, Aaron, and we're going to bring you back when you are 100% ready. And he's been close. If this was the playoffs yesterday, I think he would have played. So I think he has a real chance to play Thursday night against the Jets.
Los Angeles.
Matt Barkley out versus Notre Dame, and a lot of people want Kiffin out. Gary Klein, my buddy at the LA Times. After the game, Kiffin said he's safe. Pat Hayden talked to Bill Plaschke at your paper. Were you surprised that Pat Hayden came out immediately and said Lane's my guy?
I wasn't surprised, Colin, because that's what athletic directors have to do. If you listen to what Pat Hayden says, Lane Kiffin is his coach 150%. So I think those kind of comments really went through the USC fan base. People are going nuts. Some, happy he's supporting him. Others can't believe it. But that's where he stands going into the Notre Dame game. And Kiffin said last night he was not concerned about it at all. because he feels he has great support from the president and the athletic director.
College football.
All right, Oregon goes down, Kansas State goes down, and a wild Saturday night. Notre Dame's the new number one. It's funny, Stanford beat Oregon. Coulda, shoulda beat Notre Dame. Did beat USC. Maybe Stanford's a lot better than we think, or was Oregon overrated?
Lobo, but see, it's a pattern now. See, here's the problem with Oregon. We know this. We know that this offense, particularly the running game, does not work against top-shelf defenses that can tackle. Stanford didn't miss a tackle. See, USC could get to the ball. They just couldn't stop anybody. But Stanford didn't miss anything. They had one play where they missed on Marcus Mariota. He took off for that 77-yard dash. But now we've seen it, whether it was the national championship against Auburn, whether it was the opener against LSU last year, whether it was against Boise State a few years ago. This offense, it's a pattern now. You can kind of see it coming. This offense does not work against very, very good, smart defensive front sevens that can tackle.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The stock market soared on strong quarterly earnings from U.S. corporations and optimism that a deal to avoid the so-called fiscal cliff can be reached before January 1st. The Dow picked up 208 points to close at 12,796. NASDAQ up 63, fueled by a surge in Apple shares. The S&P was up 27. Home improvement company Lowe's said its third quarter profits surged 76%. That follows a quarterly report from Home Depot last week, which raised its outlook for the year. Sales of previously owned homes rose solidly in October, up 2.1%. helped by improvement in the job market and record low mortgage rates. The increase, along with a jump in home builder confidence this month, suggests the housing market continues to recover. Hostess Brands and its Bakers Union will go into mediation, meaning the maker of Twinkies won't go out of business just yet. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
It started with the I am going to Citi Field and getting you a holiday 4-pack for $99 for Christmas.
Why would you do something like that?
Because you love the Mets, so I'm going to give you Met tickets as a gift. Is that so terrible?
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Looking for the best value on an Audi?
Won't happen.
Visit PalisadesAudi.com. All right, so we were wondering, it's 27-13 after a touchdown. And for some inexplicable reason, Jeff Fisher tries for a 2-point conversion.
Right.
Now, why doesn't this make sense? Because if you kick the extra point, it's 27-14.
Right.
Two touchdowns win the game.
That's right. And there's no time enough for them to get 4 field goals.
Right.
So what's the difference between being up 13 and being up 12? There's no difference, except now the risk that you run is not getting the 2-point conversion, keeping it a 14-point game, and if the miracle does happen and you get 2 touchdowns,
you got to go to overtime.
Then it's only tied instead of taking the lead.
It doesn't make sense. When asked his thinking on going for 2, here's what Fisher said. Now, I'm a Jeff Fisher fan.
Yeah,
and this is his first year with the Rams.
Listen, you don't coach as long as he has and be bad.
But after you make this, if this was a guy hanging on, to me it's a fireable offense.
Really?
A fireable excuse. We just needed points. The 14's still going to do it. We just needed points. So get as many points as we can down there. What?
Makes no sense.
The 14's not going to do it. The 14's going to tie if you miss the 2-point conversion.
It makes 0 sense. 0 sense. You need points. Well, again, it's not basketball. All right? It's not baseball or hockey where you get 1 point. You go out there, it's all in the stages of what you get. A touchdown is worth 6 points. Extra point makes it 7 points. Why? You want to get under 14, so if the miracle does happen, you win instead of tie. There's no difference between being up 13 points and 12 points. Unless your field goal kicker died and nobody can kick and you'd always have to go for 2-point conversions, there's no reason. I would rather just say, you know what, I messed up. I did the math wrong thing to do, than to tell me you just needed points. That makes no sense.
Another thing that we second-guessed, Bill Belichick yesterday kept in Gronkowski for an extra point. The game's a blowout. He breaks his arm. He's out for the rest of the regular season. He's on WEEI's The Big Show this afternoon, and he responded to those criticisms about running up the score and having Gronkowski on the extra point blocking team.
I can just hear it, now if somebody else is in at wing that wasn't used to playing there on the field goal team, and guy came around the edge and dove in there, and, somebody, holder or kicker or somebody got torn up, and it'd be, well, why was he in there? Why wouldn't you go with the same guy that's been doing it the whole game? And so, we can play that game all day. It's as long as you know what the results are, then, you always have the right argument.
You also went on to say, how do you tell one player he's more important than another one?
I mean, I think you just keep playing, and I mean, at some point there's a point, but and then you only have so many players. I mean, you only dress so many players, so somebody's got to play. I think you got to be careful when you're trying to run a team. To go up to one guy and say, well, Michael, we're gonna leave you in the game because we don't really care about you, but Glenn, we're gonna take you out because you're really important. But you other guys, you just go in there. If anything happens to you, then we don't really care. I don't think that's really a good way to approach a team. I've never done that. I don't think that's would be a very successful approach to it.
You buying any of that?
First of all, I don't have necessarily as much of a problem with Gronkowski being out there for the extra point because those are usually that's what you do. That's your team, and they go out there. What's going to happen on an extra point? So I don't think you're going to be messing around there, Michael. And Gronkowski wasn't in the drive, so I think they understood he's important. We don't want to lose another tight end. Let's not have him out there. Extra point, Michael, it's the same guys that trot out there. Coach probably not even thinking about it, so that's less of an issue. But what I don't understand is why is Tom Brady out there? You know what? Ryan Mallett's not as important as Tom Brady. I think he knows that. I think Mallett's mom and dad know that. I think his grandparents know that, all right? So at 52-24, why in God's name is Tom Brady out there? Why?
Now, Belichick did say, if I knew who was going to be hurt, I'd take him out.
Football players play football, and I don't know how. You tell me which guy's going to get hurt, and I'll get him out of there. But, I mean, I don't know how you know that.
All right, Adam Schefter reporting that free agent wide receiver Plexico Burress is expected to go to Pittsburgh to meet with and take a physical for the Steelers. A league source said the feeling always been that the Steelers wouldn't bring Plexico back to Pittsburgh if the team didn't intend to sign him. Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown already was nursing a sprained ankle, and Jericho Cotchery was injured during Sunday night's game against Baltimore. So more than halfway through the season, and Plexico looks like he's going to get another chance.
Well, they need to because of those injuries, like you said.
All right, it's time now for the today's Sports Case Showdown.
Just real quick, though,
yeah.
I just wanted to say that the answer I hate is always, well, that's what Bill Belichick does. That's why he leaves Tom Brady in. That's why they throw when they're up 400 points. But why is that okay? Because that's what he does. That's what a serial killer does. It doesn't make it right.
Good point. We'll ask Joe Namath about it. He's going to join us at 6 o'clock. These are for the Jets tickets on Thanksgiving night.
Hang with me.
Here are today's participants. Moishe Zanitsky from Brooklyn, New York. Moishe, you there?
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. Awesome.
Yeah? What's your favorite candy bar?
Hershey bar.
Nice.
You know what? It's classic. It's fun. I like it. Hold on, Moishe. Let's go to Danny Locke in New Hyde Park, New York. Danny, how you doing?
Good. Real good.
Who's your favorite actress?
Favorite actress?
Yeah.
Well, right now, Anne Hathaway.
You know what? Excellent choice. And she sometimes takes her clothes off in movies. It's amazing. For big stars, that doesn't happen.
Let's stay on brand.
All right, Danny, hold on a second. Miguel Hernandez from Shirley, New York. Miguel, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good. What's your favorite team?
Jets.
Jets.
Perfect.
Do you want them to win out, or do you want them to lose and get a high draft pick?
I go for the wins.
Good for you. All right, guys, here's how it's going to work. I'm going to ask you a question, and each of you need to give me a numerical answer. The person whose answer comes closest to the correct number without going over is going to be today's qualifier. Here we go, guys. The Jets are going to host the Patriots after most of us will enjoy some turkey on Thanksgiving. Here's the question. How heavy was the largest turkey ever raised? A little bit of a change up there, Donnie.
I like it.
How heavy was the largest turkey ever raised? So how many pounds was the largest turkey ever raised? Moishe, how many pounds?
I'll go with 48.
48. All right. Danny, how many pounds?
I would say 58.
58. Miguel, how many pounds?
Oh, man. 49.
49. Danny, you're the winner. The answer is 86 pounds.
That's a big bird.
That's a big bird. Danny, congratulations. You're going to the game.
Thank you.
How cool is that?
Real good. And thank you, Belichick.
And also, by the way, I think Anne Hathaway is eligible to go to the game, so you should try to get a hold of her. You have 2 tickets.
Nice.
Nice. All right. Have a good Thanksgiving at the game, Danny. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Cool. Hold on. That's
I
good.
like that.
Do you?
God, I hate to clean up after that bird.
What's wrong with you? Stay on brand.
86. Just think of the feathers. Because you're that big.
Right.
Feathers are all over the place. That's what I was talking. Where were you going?
I didn't know what you're talking about. All right, do you want to sound off on Belichick? Or you sounded angry before the music started?
No, what I'm saying is the answer is, well, that's what they do. Well, we're questioning what he does. Does it make any sense in a game? You've already won. There's 5 minutes to go.
He does it all the time.
52-24. You're throwing the ball and trying to score. Okay, I understand if you're upset about it, then try to stop it. And I want to watch a game and get entertained by it. But do you really want to lose Tom Brady at a game you've already got nailed away? And his excuse of, well, that I'm not going to go tell a player. It's okay for you to get hurt, but not that guy.
But you're sure that Mallett's parents know that he's not as important as Tom Brady?
I think everybody on the planet knows that Tom Brady is more important than any backup quarterback. When Sorgi was the backup for Peyton Manning, did anybody even knew he existed? It was like a goof. He was just on the sidelines.
And then when he took over, we saw how much of a goof it was.
So it's not something that makes a lot of sense to me. What are you trying to accomplish?
All right, now how much of a chance after yesterday's win do the Jets actually have to win this game on Thursday? We'll ask Joe Namath. He's going to join us this weekly segment here on the Michael K. Show. And then Rex Ryan at 6:30. Kay, LaGreca, and Broadway Joe coming up. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Greeny. Did you miss Monday's show? If so, you missed Mike Ditka telling us he's healthy and back to work. Plus, Notre Dame football coach Brian Kelly says the only thing the team is focusing on is beating USC. You can download the Mike and Mike podcast free on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move! Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Time for the ESPN New York Sports Center. So the Jets win and Indianapolis loses, as well as Pittsburgh. And Rex Ryan was asked, with those two teams losing, are you thinking about the playoffs?
Right now, we have so much work to do. All we can do is focus on ourselves. We're not getting into that now. We know we have to get better. We know the challenge that's in front of us, but we're just trying to punch our way out, and that's that's where our focus is.
And they have a puncher's chance, and do they have a puncher's chance against the Patriots on Thanksgiving? We'll ask Joe Namath that coming up, and also we'll ask Rex Ryan. He's going to be on with us at 6:30 today. So the Jets do win 27-13. Giants had a bye week, Packers on Sunday night, but Keith Rivers, the linebacker, was in a car accident in California during the week, and he bruised his knee. Tom Coughlin said, "We hope that's all it is." Jaquan Williams and Dominic Hickson did not practice today. Bears and the 49ers tonight on Monday Night Football. It all starts, game coverage, on ESPN HD at 8 o'clock tonight.
According to reports, Rutgers will announce tomorrow they're leaving the Big East for the Big Ten. College basketball going on right now, early second half. Iona with a 43-38 lead on Illinois Chicago. Just tipping off from Penn, it'll be Fordham versus Pennsylvania. And also at 7 o'clock tonight, Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here we go. The Joe Namath Hour with Michael Kay, Don LaGreca, and Joe Namath on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's great to get a win. I'm happy for our guys. We needed a win, obviously in the worst way. And we get, our plane ride home. Of course, we're going to win this one because we play Thursday, so you get to enjoy it for about 5 hours, and then it's on to the next opponent.
All right, that was Rex Ryan after last night's win against St. Louis. And it's time for the Joe Namath Hour, brought to you by Benzel Busch, Motorcar Corp, and Winthrop University Hospital. And our good buddy Broadway Joe, the Hall of Famer, joins us now on the show with Kay and LaGreca. Joe, how you doing?
Hey, Michael, Don, and Jet fans, how much fun did we have yesterday?
Well, more fun than you've had of late. So let's start off with that. Coming off that win, Joe, do you think that this team has a legitimate chance to beat the Patriots?
I know they do, absolutely. And I tell you what, they'll be looking at this game with some confidence, too, Michael. The last game up at New England wasn't so long ago. And they were in the hunt, of course, and better than in the hunt. You get into overtime with those guys. I think the highlight of the last game with New England, which is going to give the Jets a good feeling, was the way the defense played against New England. New England, the kickoff was one thing, and I'm still complaining about the catch that they gave to Gronkowski in that second quarter there. The ball kissed the ground, and we never did have the replay officials come back with that. That was a third down play. That ball kissed the ground, and if the guys had done the right thing. Now, I'm not saying it was home cooking for the New England Patriots. But I tell you what, we did not have time to see the replay. They didn't say anything about the booth. They showed us a few replays. One replay had the ball kissing the ground, and New England kicks the extra point. Okay. That was a third down play from the 17-yard line. That's 4 extra points they got right there. All right? Now, they scored 1 touchdown. The defense gave up 1 touchdown in the second half. I'm going to tell you, these guys, the Jets defense and the team, can have some kind of confidence looking forward to playing these guys, of course, because if the offense can do any better, if Sanchez stays on the field more often and develops a good routine or rhythm out there, instead of asking folk to kick 4 field goals, maybe that offense can score another touchdown, you see.
So when I look at this game against the Rams, the way they played offensively, running the football for 124 yards, Sanchez completing 75% of his passes, would that be enough with the Jets defense to win, or would you want even more from this Jets offense Thursday?
Well, you mentioned 75% of his passes. That's a head start right there. That's big time. Time of possession is important, too, to keep the ball away from Brady. In fact, the first game, the Jets had good time of possession up there. It's just that the offense wasn't producing the big plays and had to settle for 4 field goals. If we could make some plays offensively, yeah, there's a chance. Of course you can beat the Patriots at home. I really think. Well, I know, man. You look at this league. You look at the players. They're all pretty good. And on a given day, you can arise to the occasion. Yeah. I can see the Jets winning this game over there in Jersey, yes.
Now, here's something that worried me. Stephen Hill's still having issues, Joe. What would you tell the rookie at this point in the season? I mean, what can you tell a guy who's still struggling 10 games in?
Call Freddie Biletnikoff and find out where he can get some stickum. You know, I understand his blocking is coming along. But one of the plays besides a drop that disappointed me is down the left sideline when he wasn't even looking for the ball to begin with, it seemed. And when he looked, the DB looked, and neither one of them could find the ball. I was concerned a little bit if he's still on the offensive pages, knows what's going on or what. I know he's a rookie, and I know he's trying. It's just he hasn't developed as fast as we would have liked to have seen him develop as a go-to receiver, as a big target with sticky hands. Let's hope he starts learning how to hold on to the ball.
And, Joe, you've been critical of this organization for overhyping sometimes their players, and sometimes they read their press clippings. Could that be the case for a young kid like Hill? Because, boy, did they talk him up early that he was going to be a major weapon.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope that all of a sudden, Thursday night, he shows up big time. You know, he is a rookie. Takes some time. A lot of rookies don't jump right out there. Most of them don't, as a matter of fact. So we do have to be patient. It's just he has not looked impressive as a receiver. I'd like to see him look impressive sometimes, yes, not just as a blocker, but blocking is important.
Now, one thing that we've had a lot of talk about today, Joe, is a lot of Jet fans don't want to see them win a lot of games now and get into the playoffs and get smacked because they think that things need to be changed up, and they think that a bad finish does that. And let's go to the phones right now. Stan in Brooklyn feels that way. Stan, you're on with Joe Namath. Tell us what you're thinking.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Joey. Don.
What's up, man?
I think that, yeah, I agree with that, things have really have to, the only way that things get changed is that the Jets don't do well. And I want to bring some history into this. In 2005, Jets went 4-12 with Herm Edwards, who was a great coach, just wasn't good on the field. They bring in Eric Mangini, they go 5-5, and then they win 5 of the last 6 games, and Eric Mangini gets the new term, the Mangenius or something. Right? And he was a good coach. He was really good. And then they sort of did nothing the next day. They went 4-12 in 2007. And then that's when real changes happened. They picked up a whole bunch of players in the beginning of 2008. They picked up guys like Alan Faneca, Tony Richardson, Chris Jenkins, Calvin Pace, Damian Woody, and Brett Favre, most notably. These were big changes, and the first 5 had a major impact in the next few years of the Jets organization. Brett Favre took the team to 8-3, then suffered I think it was dislocated shoulder.
You're giving us a history lesson, Stan. We get it. Okay, so the question, Joe, is this. Is it better for the Jets not to win a lot of games and not make the playoffs because that would engender change?
No, that's not the way the game's played. That's not the way the players are looking to live. They know how to get out there and give it their best to win the game, and they're not concerned with next year. They're concerned with Thursday night. And as a fan, I want to see the guys win. I think all the Jet fans, for the most of the Jet fans, if not all of them, feel a heck of a lot better seeing the team win than not winning. So you don't start playing for next year's draft choices. No.
No, I think certainly the players in the organization are going to go as far as they can. But let me put it to you this way, Joe. There's a very good possibility that this team, very average, below average, can still find a way to get into the playoffs. Their schedule is not that hard. And 8 wins might be enough to get in the way things are in the AFC right now. So my question to you is, if this team stumbles into the playoffs in 8-8, go to the playoffs, and they get wrecked in that first-round game, will the Jets look and say, boy, we still need to make changes. We're not very good. We were very fortunate to go into the playoffs. Or will they say, hey, look at us. We made the playoffs. Without Revis and Holmes, let's not change a thing, and let's try again next year with those guys healthy?
Oh, I don't think you go without change, and I think you want to change for the better. I think they're going to continue to look how to improve. And if the players aren't improving at the kind of rate they're happy with, it's competition. There will be new guys in training camp come next season. And there is competition in training camp and preseason, and sometimes you find some guys from left field that they're capable of stepping up there. Yeah, no, they're not locked in. Contractually, they may be locked in to some guaranteed contracts, and I don't know where, which, how. I've heard rumors that Tim Tebow's going to be back again, too, so... how are you going to use that or justify that? I'm not sure.
All right, now the Patriots on Thursday will not have Rob Gronkowski because he was in there in a blowout on an extra point team. We'll get Joe's take on why that would be and whether or not he agrees with it, and also some tweets from you. We'll ask Joe some questions. Kay, LaGreca, and Broadway Joe. If you want more from Joe, go to BroadwayJoe.tv. You can visit his page on Facebook, and also Broadway Joe. Let me try that again. BroadwayJoesDrink.com. It's all coming up. Kay, LaGreca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to InterstateBatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNRadio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com. Coming up in 15 minutes, the head coach of the New York Jets, Rex Ryan. On ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, so we are in the middle of the Joe Namath Hour. At 6:30, Rex Ryan will join us a little later than he usually does on Monday because of the compressed week. Well, Joe, a lot of people are talking about why would Bill Belichick have in Gronkowski that late to run up the score, and then he ends up getting hurt. And he essentially said, why don't you listen to some of what he said?
I mean, I think you just keep playing, and I mean, you know, at some point there's a point, but and then you only have so many players. I mean, you only dress so many players, so somebody's got to play. You know, I think you got to be careful when you're trying to run a team. You know, to go up to one guy and say, well, you know, Michael, we're gonna leave you in the game because we don't really care about you, but Glenn, we're gonna take you out because you're really important.
But no, one thing, Joe. That's what happens. People are more important. I'm sure Joe Namath was more important than his backup. And he knew it. And so did his backup.
You know, I have to admit I was surprised with 52 points on the board that Tom Brady's still in there and throwing passes, too. Other than Gronkowski's being a threat for a 2-point conversion, I don't know why he was in there for the 59th point. But I do believe Coach Belichick, he's focused on the situation more than I am. He must have some sound reasons behind it.
Now, Tom Brady was on WEI, Joe. I want you to listen to what he said. He said injuries happen to everybody.
You know, the Jets lose Revis for the season. They lose Santonio Holmes for the season. I mean, they got injuries. I mean, every team has injuries, and we've been dealing with them all season, and we've still got to go out there and be able to, you know, do our job and execute.
Now, Joe, I don't think that's applicable because Revis was not hurt in a blowout game, and neither was Holmes. You can almost say that the Gronkowski thing could have been avoided.
And you can also say that why not let some of the backups get some polish time out there playing or get some extra time. You also don't know about incentive clauses in contracts. How many plays can lead a guy to getting a bonus? How many yards passing may lead a quarterback to making a bonus? How many touchdowns? You know, how many offensive plays a lineman works? Could that be a bonus clause? So not knowing these contracts, you know, if any of them have bonus clauses, yeah, they want to stay out on the field playing against a team that's 6 touchdowns down and giving up, or not giving up but going through the motions. They want to pad their statistics. I'm not sure what players have bonus clauses according to the stats.
Now, the other end of it is throwing the ball up 54 or 52 to 24. I'm sure you were on the opposite sides of blowouts. Is that something you remember? Is that something that ticks you off when there's a team that kind of adds on to their lead?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, of course. It's, you know, you just... On the other hand, throwing the ball to short, quick passes, they say, well, you're not going to get your quarterback hurt. Yeah, you know what? It is kind of disrespectful, but put the shoe on the other foot, and maybe those guys would be doing it too. I don't agree with it. I think running the clock at some point in the game and knowing that you will win, I believe in... Of course, what I believe in, you know, this was football yesteryear I'm talking about. It's a different game this day and age.
And a funny thing, too, if you listen to the Belichick quote, he says, you know, at some point.
Yeah, what is that point?
When is that point? If 52 to 24 with 5.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter isn't the point, well, then I don't know when you would do it, ever. So the fact that he even admitted that at some point he may pull guys out of games, I'd like to know what that point is. What, triple digits?
Yeah, and, you know, the rosters are bigger, more numbers on the rosters than ever in the history of football. So not having the players or saying that it's all right for you to get hurt, but I want to protect this guy. Yes, we don't run a thoroughbred that doesn't like running in the mud when it's a wet day. You know, you treat your horses differently, you treat your players differently. Don't tell me that everyone gets treated the same way.
Mark Sanchez seemed much more in sync yesterday, Joe, and a lot of people talked about the fact that Tebow wasn't in there. Here's what Sanchez said, if his rhythm was better with less Tebow.
I think that's just the way things work out today. But, you know, whatever Coach Sperano and Rex and those guys need us to do, we should be able to execute. So, I'm confident in our system, and we'll keep rolling.
Do you think less Tebow made him more comfortable, Joe?
Even if he didn't know it, he sure looked like he was in a better rhythm. He sure looked like he was in a better rhythm, being able to look at the defenses and size things up. I liked it better that way. I can't understand, even in the first series or whatever, they pull Sanchez out just after you have a couple of positive plays and put Tebow in. Why? To get a look at a defense? To scare the defense? What? Well, I don't get it. That first series of downs, the second series, they're putting Tebow in the game, and I don't understand it. If it's a positive move,
All right, Joe, here's some tweets for Joe.
Tweets for Joe.
You can follow us on Twitter at Real Joe Namath, Real Michael K, and at Don LaGreca. So here are some of the tweets, Joe. This is from AJS213. Despite Sanchez's performance, I still don't think he's the answer long term. Tebow isn't either. Who is?
Sanchez is. Again, it's a team game. Give him some better play around him, and you'll see him play better. That concerns me with this week, by the way. That offensive line has got to give him some pass protection. We want to see him go downtown? Sure. You've got to have time to go downtown. So, if he wants to go downtown, if the Jets want to throw deep, which they should on occasion, you got to be able to protect him. We're going to see this week against that New England rush just how well they're going to be able to protect them.
Now, this one's one of my favorites. This is from AJ. He says, why hasn't the Jets considered dressing Greg McElroy for any games after the performance or lack of performance from Sanchez and Tebow?
Well, we've been fortunate that Mark hasn't been injured in the first quarter or something, and you had played the rest of the game with your Wildcat. Come on. It's a numbers game, they're going to say. They don't want to have three quarterback active. They still believe that Tebow gives them the second best chance of winning behind Mark Sanchez, and that's the only thing I can figure. They think Tebow gives them the second best chance of winning at quarterback.
And also, just piggybacking on what you said, we got a tweet from Mr. Drew Carter. He said Sanchez is 21 on the most hit quarterbacks this year. And last year he was in his teens, so that has something to do with it as well. This is from ADE Pietre. Why haven't the Jets... that one we just had. This is from FPFD 480. Do you think that the emergence of Powell and the return of Keller will give the Jets offense more balance?
No doubt Keller's going to help the offense, and no doubt Powell looked better yesterday. Pass blocking is still something that he's going to get better at, hopefully, but he did show some life there running. I liked seeing McKnight running there yesterday. But, yes, Keller's one of your top receivers, certainly sure-handed and wily at running pass routes or certainly being able to find the open spots. Powell, he's growing into the job.
Hopefully we didn't get the overly humble Joe Namath today, because this is from @TheRealKO. Do you think you could lead this team to more wins than Sanchez?
I'd be better off wearing pantyhose and not playing. My legs wouldn't stand up to the task.
So you're saying the 60-plus-year-old Joe Namath couldn't, but how about Joe just out of Alabama?
I tell you what, I'd be talking to my offensive lineman, come on, guys, I'll drop back a little bit deeper. We never did throw the ball that short that often. The game has changed, you see.
All right, this is Everett, New Jersey. Let's go to him. Everett, what do you got for Joe?
Hey, guys. Really happy to be on the phone with Joe Willie over there. I just have one thing, a couple of questions. First of all, does anybody else notice the sheer amount of, I've never seen in all my years watching football the amount of drop passes from any one quarterback. Is it Sanchez's problem or is it the receiver's problem?
What do you think, Joe?
Hey, Everett, and Sanchez isn't even left-handed. You know, I heard the receivers would blame getting the ball from a left-handed guy sometimes. The spin's different. Everett, I got to ask you this, or you guys too. Why is the quarterback get penalized, so to speak, with his pass completion and his efficient ranking when the guys drop balls?
Yeah, it's a good point.
And this is as old as God knows. It goes back how long? I can't figure out why that should be a negative on Sanchez or any quarterbacks when they put the ball right there and they're dropped. Or even when they put them where they hit the two hands and they're dropped. Why does that go against the quarterback? I can't figure that out, Everett.
Now, I don't know if you saw this story, Joe. Adam Schefter, our very own, reporting that Plexico Burress is expected to go to Pittsburgh to meet with and take a physical for the Steelers, according to a league source. Do you believe that he can help that team?
I'm not going to say I don't believe he can help that team. I am going to say I'm confused because with the new offensive coordinator there, too, this is not the same offensive system that Burrows was in 8 or 10 years ago. And, no, I think there are receivers around right now that are in better playing shape than Plaxico probably is from not having been on a team or working out with a team at this stage. I'm surprised. I don't think this will work.
Joe, good stuff as always, an abbreviated version today because Rex Ryan's coming on. Both Don and I and our listeners, we hope you have the greatest Thanksgiving and enjoy the Jet game Thanksgiving night.
I hope so. Thank you, guys. Take care.
You be well. The Joe Namath Hour is brought to you by Benzel Bush Motor Car Corp. in Englewood, New Jersey, and Winthrop University Hospital, a world-class teaching hospital with a profound principle. Your health means everything. Also, you can get more great stuff from Joe Namath at BroadwayJoe.tv. You can catch up with Joe on Facebook for his latest thoughts on the Jets and the entire NFL. And plus, for more information on Broadway Joe's new natural drink, go to BroadwayJoe'sDrink.com. We got a lot of stuff to ask Rex Ryan. He seemed very humble this afternoon talking to the assembled media. We get a chance to go one-on-one with him right here on the Michael Kay Show. Kay LaGreca, Rex Ryan, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jets get a win they needed in St. Louis, but it's time to start planning on how to take down Brady and the Patriots without the Gronk on Thursday night. Rex Ryan joins Michael and Don at 6:30 today on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I'm Eric Carabao, and this is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. If you own Rob Gronkowski, the awesome New England Patriots tight end, you're probably thinking your season is over. Well, maybe it is. He's probably going to be out 3 or 4 weeks here with a broken arm, but I do think he will come back before the end of the season, which is why I would not drop him in a standard league. Even if he only helps you in your championship game, that's still reason enough to keep him around. He's easily the best tight end in fantasy for this season. He had 7 touchdowns in his past 4 games. He's really, really good. Keep him around. But if you need to find somebody else, the guy I like is Brandon Myers of Oakland. He had only 3 fewer receptions than Gronk for the year. 3 touchdowns in his last 3 games. It's not quite Gronk-like, but still pretty good. And every game with Oakland is a shootout. Dwayne Allen of Indianapolis, 11 targets on Sunday, 6 receptions. No Kobe Fleener, and I don't know when he's coming back. Dwayne Allen's pretty good. And Kyle Rudolph, now I don't like his schedule. Chicago Bears twice in the next 3 weeks, but Rudolph's pretty good. Mercedes Lewis and Dallas Clark with 3 touchdowns in the past 5 weeks. There's options out there at tight end. Your season is not over if you own Gronk, and keep him owned. I'm Eric Carabao for the latest fantasy news and to read my work. Check out ESPN.com/fantasy.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on this Monday. Hi from San Francisco, I'm Mike Tirico in advance of the huge Monday night game with the Bears and the 49ers. Coming up 8:30 Eastern ESPN TV, we'll talk about the unit I think is under the most pressure tonight in a moment. But first, let's switch it over to college football. Alabama looked like they were out of the national championship picture when this weekend started. Their game was mostly meaningless. However, the Crimson Tide get all the right things to happen in Eugene, Oregon, and Waco, Texas, and Alabama has a chance to play for back-to-back national championships back in their hands. All they have to do is win over a much-weakened Auburn team in their rivalry game this week, and then the SEC title game against Georgia. Not easy, but certainly Alabama favored in both. But that's not even the biggest story in college football. Notre Dame's back at number 1. First time since 1993. And all the Irish have to do is go out to Southern California on Saturday night and beat USC, which sounded much more difficult early and middle of the season than it does now. After SC, with their very talented receivers, but saw an injury to quarterback Matt Barkley, embarrassed by the loss to UCLA, their inability to win their own division in the Pac-12, getting a vote of confidence for Lane Kiffin, the head coach, from the athletic director, Pat Hayden, is figures to be a wounded USC team. If Notre Dame's defense can hold up here, the Irish will have 6 weeks to ponder playing in the national title game. All right, the injuries from last week with Jay Cutler and Alex Smith, the two quarterbacks, their concussions have certainly put a shadow over the game a little bit going into this Monday night with the Bears out here against the 49ers. Here's what I'm looking at. The top 2 scoring defenses in the National Football League. But the Bears defense has made more big plays, more of a dramatic impact on games than any defense or any unit really in the NFL. So given that, where are we looking? We're looking at the San Francisco defense. So solid yet disappointing against St. Louis a week ago. The 49er defense will be under pressure to stop Matt Forte and Brandon Marshall. If they can do that, they'll get the home win. That's the ESPN Radio Sports Beat. See 8:30 Eastern on TV. This is Mike Tirico.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Optimum Business. Save big on high-speed internet and phone service for your business with Optimum Business. Well, the Jets won yesterday 27-13, and it took 35 days between wins, but the Jets will take it. Now the question is, does this change the team's outlook? Rex answered that question today.
No. I mean, not at all. We're just, we know that we have to make up a ton of ground, and there's only one way to do it, and that's to get, to focus each day and try to get better, and that's where we're at.
All right, so the Jets will play the Patriots on Thanksgiving night, and Rex Ryan will join us in just a moment right after Sports Center. Giants linebacker Keith Rivers was injured in an automobile accident last week in California. He suffered a bruised knee. Tom Coughlin said, "We hope that this is all it is." Jaquan Williams and Dominic Hickson did not practice today for the Giants. Bears and the 49ers, Monday Night Football tonight on ESPN. Coverage will start at 8 p.m. on ESPN HD. Both teams without their starting quarterbacks out with concussions.
A source in the Big East has told us here at ESPN that Rutgers plans tomorrow to announce they will leave the Big East for the Big Ten. College basketball going on right now. 6:06 to go in the second half. Iona with a 70-64 lead on Illinois Chicago. Midway through the first half, Fordham with a 10-9 lead on Penn. At 7 o'clock tonight, Monmouth of New Jersey will be at Georgia State. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
6:32 here on the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don LaGreca. And it's time for the Rex Ryan Report, brought to you by Sanson Auto Mall and Melrose Credit Union. Rex, you might have been hearing when we were talking Sports Center. Did it feel like 35 days between wins for you?
I tell you what, it felt like a long time, that's for sure. But wow, 35 days, that's amazing.
How much did it mean to be able to walk off that field with a victory yesterday? You told us last week this was a really, really big game.
Well, it was. I mean, for the fact that, like you said, it's been that long since we had a win, and you work so hard on the practice field and all that, and you're still not getting wins. That's frustrating. And obviously we want to stay in this thing. As I know our chances are whatever it is, but we just want opportunities to get better, and we felt great about getting that victory, but obviously, it's just one step in the right direction.
Now, you look at the box score, and it was probably the cleanest game that you guys played in a long time. It didn't start off that well. You had the blocked field goal. You had the fake punt that didn't work out. It seemed like Sanchez was under a lot of pressure. What changed? Was there something said at halftime? Because you just seemed like a different team in the second half.
Well, not really. I just think that, I think the worst part about that game is they took the opening drive about 86 yards or something like that for a touchdown. So, on top of some of the other miscues. But basically, it's just that we wanted to play physical. We also thought we'd get some opportunities. Our defense did a great job of turning the ball over. Got the 3 turnovers and 2 stops on 4th down, so that was big. And it was just a matter of, us just staying the course, being physical. And I thought, the offense in particular, the offensive line really controlled the line of scrimmage. They did have a couple of sacks, but after that, I thought our guys really took over up front.
Rex, you have one of the best special teams coach in football, but it seems like that has been a problem area this year. Does it surprise you?
It does surprise me because it's something that we've always been able to hang our hat on, that, not only will we, be the equivalent of you on special teams, but we'll be better. And I think, we've had some miscues this year, and that certainly isn't the characteristic of a New York Jets special teams, and especially Mike Westhoff's special teams. But again, I believe we can fix it, and we just got to look at what we're asking our guys to do. And I know Mike's taking a hard look, and if that means we have to play some starters on certain teams, then that's what we're going to do.
All right, you dressed 5 running backs. Was that just a situation against the Rams, or we're going to see more of that this year?
I'm not sure. I mean, we went into the game. You had Joe McKnight, who we never knew how healthy he was. We thought, felt good about him going into the game, but you're still a little iffy there. And with Bilal Powell coming off a shoulder injury and things, so those were some concerns, and that's why we had that many running backs up. But fortunately for us, Bilal did a nice job. So did Joe McKnight and obviously Sean Green. So we had 3 guys with quite a bit of production apiece, and that was impressive.
All right, not much Tebow yesterday, and it almost looked like Mark Sanchez was more comfortable. He doesn't think that's the case. Do you believe he was more comfortable because there was less Tebow?
No, I don't. But again, that's we actually went into the game thinking we were going to have some more plays with Tim up. And they kind of surprised us with what they were doing defensively. Wasn't, we had talked about it, but wasn't something that we had specifically worked against. And I think that kind of set us back a little on running the Tebow Wildcat package. So we kind of put that on the back burner and then focused on our base offense.
Now, the fake punt, is that you're going to fake it no matter what, or does he read something there? Because that looked like a bad call once you saw the personnel the Rams had on the field.
Well, it was really what they were playing defensively. They showed us a different front than we anticipated, and we never checked out of it. So that was on us. It was a great play that they made, and that looked great all week. That thing looked fantastic all week, and then sure enough, that shows up, and boom, we get hit in the face. So. Clearly it was a great play that they made, and it just really was a great scheme also for them.
Well, is that something Tebow's got to check out of, or is there somebody else's responsibility for that?
Well, no, I think in that particular one, without question, we want to check out of it, but that was not Tim's fault. Going in, I'll just put it to you that way. That was definitely not Tim's fault.
All right, is it hard to believe, Rex? You're 4-6. You hadn't won a game in 35 days, but let's be honest, you are in the playoff hunt.
I mean, we're so far from even thinking about it right now. To be honest with you, we just have to get better, and we have to get better on the practice field, fix some things, correct some things, and then move forward, and that's it. Because we're so backed up that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
So what is the one or couple of things that have to get sacrificed in preparation when you have such a short turnaround?
Well, we're fortunate. I mean, that both teams really know each other. So you've already played each other earlier in the season, so you have a pretty good feel of personnel and everything else, but. Again, you still don't want to show up and play New England with exactly what you played, especially defensively. You have to change it up on them because, Brady is so good at once he knows what you're in, he can really carve you up. So we still have to, change some things up, in particular on defense.
All right, so what kind of break do you guys catch that there's no Gronkowski?
Well, I don't know. I just, I could sit back and say this, and this is, truly what I believe. Okay, I'm not disappointed that he's not playing. I'll just put it to you that way. For the game, you'd like to see your the great players play, but if he could take a week off, that's fine. But hopefully he'll be okay. But clearly I'm not disappointed we don't have to play him, and we'll see how big of an impact that is in the game. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They do carry 5 tight ends on their roster, so do they just replace them that way, or do they go to more 4 receivers, 5 receivers, whatever? But New England is very multiple, and they change things up quite a bit.
He's been getting a lot of criticism today. I'm talking about Bill Belichick for keeping in his starters in a blowout game. Do you have any tried or true line of demarcation when you're going to pull people out, or do you believe, like he believes, you can't tell one guy you're more important than the other guy?
Well, I think when you look at it, if in that particular play, it's field goal protection, or extra point protection, and we leave DeBrickashaw, Ferguson, we leave a lot of great players in there. That's
even in blowouts.
Well, yeah, who are you going to replace them with? And
right.
And that's, you really only have one team. Maybe you have a backup at one of the lineman spot or wherever, but those are things you really don't think about. And, it's just a unfortunate, freak, accident that would happen.
He does run up the score. He's throwing the ball at 52-24. That's just what Bill Belichick does. He did it to you early in your career. Does that bother you?
Well, you know what? I think, I remember sitting back there and getting beat pretty good one time. It was, I remember Brady tried to take a shot with Randy Moss on Darrelle Revis. We were laughing. We're like, go ahead. That gives us a chance to get back in the game because we knew Revis can D him up. But, it's your job as a coach to stop him. And, you can't criticize a team for, going out and competing. That's I've always felt that. But, again, we don't plan on being on that end of it.
Santonio Holmes had a tweet yesterday kind of disparaging Schottenheimer. Does that upset you? Will you talk to Santonio about that?
You know what? I never saw it, so not real sure. But, again, we were just we just had to, punch our way out and try to get a victory, and we were able to do that. And really just the only thing that I haven't heard anything about that, but I'm just, my focus really is just on beating New England.
Are you frustrated at all with the progression of Stephen Hill?
Well, I met with the young man today, and I said, here's the amazing thing. He is doing the toughest thing there is in the NFL to get used to, and that's trying to block. And on the perimeter of things, and he's doing a great job of that. And like I told him, I said the easy thing and the fun part is catching the football, but sometimes he missed almost the entire week of preparation, and a lot of times when a young player misses a week of preparation, they'll make mistakes, and that's really what happened in that game.
I want to play you. We have Steve Young on every Monday, Rex, and I want to play you the beginning of the segment with Steve. Here it is. Steve, Michael, and Don, how you doing?
Great. How you guys doing?
Good. You don't sound happy. Everything all right?
Well, no. I got one of my dear friends works at Southwest as a flight attendant. Was on a plane yesterday with Rex Ryan's mother, and she said that I've been too hard on him, so I'm going to try to back down a little bit.
Mama Ryan protecting her son.
Oh, that's a classic. That is good. This should be a bigger story, I think. But isn't that something? Hey, I tell you what, if, my mom, I got to call her and just say, listen, Mom, if, there's way too many fires to put out if, for somebody to have, criticism of your son and things. So, she needs to be able to let that go, maybe.
Did you know she was upset at Steve Young, or is this the first you're hearing about it?
It's the first time I've ever heard about it. I will say this. I got a ton of respect for Steve Young, and, in fact, I actually talked to him, a season ago. at the end of the season and things, he had made some comments, and I called him up, and he was, he was great. And so no, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for him. Obviously, my mom wasn't too thrilled with the criticism or something, but that's part of it. And if you're not winning, you certainly open yourself up for that.
Well, speaking of family, when will you have a chance to celebrate Thanksgiving with everybody?
Probably, Friday night. I think, later Friday night. I expect to get some green bean casserole, this year.
You got to take me inside the Woody meeting. What was that like when he met with you guys? Was he angry at you? I mean, were there raised voices? What was that meeting like?
No, I think it was just a deal where you get everybody wants the same thing. We're all disappointed in our record, 3-6 at the time, and just trying to really focus on ways to, how can we improve this football team and what our plans were. And I think, he just wanted to hear from everybody, and I think that was really the tone of the meeting.
Rex, we hope you enjoy your Thanksgiving on Friday, and hope you enjoy Thursday night as well. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks. Right. Rex Ryan Report brought to you by Sansone Auto Mall. Over 4,000 vehicles, 10 major brands. Only one place to go. Visit Sansone Auto Mall on Route 1 in Woodbridge, New Jersey today. SansoneAuto.com for details. And Melrose Credit Union. Melrose Credit Union, you can get there from here. All right, so what do we think the Jets have as a realistic chance to beat the Patriots? I actually think they have a pretty realistic chance. We'll get Don's take on that and yours. 1-800-919-3776. And whether you're city-bound or heading off the beaten path, experience the exhilaration of Range Rover Sport. They're here at your local tri-state area retailer. Lease a 2013 Range Rover Sport at $799 per month for 36 months with $3,995 due at signing. Now through January 2nd. Visit LandRoverTristate.com or call 1-800-FIND-4WD for more information. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Hey, it's Greeny. Wake up and talk football with us on Mike and Mike in the Morning, Tuesday morning, off a big one on Monday Night Football. Do the Jets suddenly have life? And Magic Johnson will join us. Tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson would have been a better choice for the Lakers than Mike D'Antoni. That's all Tuesday with Mike and Mike on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Progressive Insurance presents Flo's newest song. We compare rates to give you confidence.
We compare rates to find you a great deal, so you can be even more confident. Not that you need more confidence. I'm sure you're a great person with great posture, and you probably look really good in corduroy pants, which isn't easy.
Comparing rates to help you save. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
In one of the biggest games of the year, 2 hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thundering Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on PodCenter at ESPNRadio.com.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
What's up, everybody? Kay and LaGreca right here on ESPN New York. Coming up after the show, it's Inside the Jets. And Bill Daughtry will be taking over for Bob Weasel's.
What?
I think he took the job from him. So finally he gets paid back for taking it from you.
So Bob's doing a college basketball game, I guess.
Why did Bob steal this job from you if it means so little to him?
Well, he didn't do it last week either. Was it Ryan Rucco?
It was Ryan Rucco, yeah.
Last week.
And we got big guests today. We got Mike Tannenbaum on.
There you go.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
And Aaron Glenn.
Working for the organization now.
There you go. How about that? I think they have a chance to beat the Patriots.
Sure, why not?
Now, do we know the line yet? Have we seen the line yet?
I don't think it's out yet. I'm sure there's a preliminary.
I think it's out.
I will guess Patriots 6.5. That's my guess.
Racing 7.
All right, that's fair. I guess it's at MetLife, and we get a chance to ask Rex. I was going to ask him, but we just ran out of time. They're 2-3 at home. They lost to Houston. They got blown out by San Francisco. Got blown out by Miami. So they haven't had great signature moments at home. They beat Buffalo on opening day. That was a nice win. But when you look at it, again, blown out by the 49ers, lost to the Texans. They beat the Colts, and they got killed by the Dolphins. So I'd be honest with you, I think I'd be happier if this game was in Foxborough.
They always seem to play them okay, except for that 45-3 game.
And that was in Foxborough, that one. I was up there for that.
Why'd you go?
Because it was a big game, so they sent Greg and I up there.
Maybe you were the reasons they lost.
Because I was there for the playoff win, so don't pin that on me.
So you don't want to be a jinx?
No, when they said the can't wait Bart Scott game, I was there for that.
Now, Bart Scott supposedly ran some kind of a boycott of the media. That's how it was initially laid out. But then a lot of our people, like Jay McManus and the gang from ESPN New York, said that was totally overblown.
Well, here's why it's a non-story to me, okay? He came on with us after the game. He went on with SNY. So you're not doing too good from the boycotting standpoint if you're on with two major outlets. Then there was the story that apparently he got into it with Brian Thomas for talking to a reporter.
Right. He wanted everybody to say both teams played hard.
And he did say that twice to Marty Lyons in our postgame, which we didn't understand until later on. But
then he gave him longer answers after that?
Yeah, it was it wasn't a contentious. I mean, we can even play it for you. I think it's still there on your screen. To the point where Jeremiah Bell had to go up to Bart Scott to tell him to stop ripping into Brian Thomas for talking to a member of the media. But from what I understand is that was more joking and that this thing was kind of blown out of proportion. But I wasn't thinking it was a big story because, again, Bart Scott went on with SNY and with us. So if he was boycotting people, it wasn't a clear boycott. And he told us on the air, was it 2 weeks ago, that he was cool with the media. So I don't know. I think it's a non-story.
It's weird because Bart always gets his nose out of joint when people criticize the team. And a lot of what the team has been saying, I think it's nonsense. And Rex said it earlier to the media, and we didn't get a chance to get around to it. A lot of the distraction is from outside. No, it's not. It was 12 of your guys that criticized Tim Tebow. It wasn't the media. They reported it. So just because they reported what your team said doesn't mean that the thing is from the outside looking in. You can't always kill the messenger. And it seems like Bart Scott kills the messenger. And when he was on with us, he very clearly said, the only time I have a problem with the media is when they don't treat me like a man and they don't respect me. I don't think anything that was done last week had any lack of respect for Bart Scott or anybody on the Jet team. It was people on the Jets that were criticizing people on the Jets. They didn't have respect for each other.
That's true. But don't let the truth get in the way of good, clean motivation. Because what they're going to do is they're going to try to bring themselves together through this, and the evil face is going to be the media's. And Manish Mehta probably first and foremost.
Right.
So whether it's right or wrong, whoever is responsible, if the rallying cry is let's stay together, the ugly face of it is going to be the media. Watch out for them. So, and that's been used before. It was used by Herm Edwards. It's been used by many people before. So I'm comfortable with that. I just don't want them saying it's the media's fault they're playing poorly. It's their fault they're playing poorly. It's their lack of talent, lack of execution. Not a story from Manish Mehta or not something that Don LaGreca or Michael Kay asked Rex Ryan or Mike Tannenbaum. So if they want to use this as motivation, fine, but take responsibility for the things that you've done wrong. Those 12 guys talk to Manish.
Right.
All right.
Unless they believe, and they can convince themselves, because nobody has stood up and said, I said it, unless they're convinced that Manish made the story up, which I think is criminal to say that about a writer without any proof.
It's an outlandish allegation.
So, but that's how they probably get through it, because nobody stepped up and was a man to say, I'm the one who said it. So they're saying this guy made it up to stir it up. So that's how they're saying the pressure came from outside. That's the only way I could figure it out, because they're the ones who actually said it. But if they're convincing themselves that they didn't say it, then that's how they play it off.
Right. And they know they got the fans behind them. Just play. They won yesterday for no other reason but because they executed better than the Rams. So that's why it becomes, I think, a little bit of a non-story. How galvanized they are in the room at this point is not going to help them win or lose football games.
Absolutely. So this will continue. It's a short week for the Jets. We'll cover it like a glove, the Jets and the Patriots. It should be interesting, the stuff coming out of Foxborough. I don't think the Patriots look at the Jets as a real threat to win the AFC East. I don't think that's going to happen. But they would like to keep the Jets out of the playoffs, and they want to continue to play well as well.
Well, they have no love loss.
No.
They want to win games. And I'm sure the Patriots want to prove to people that this Gronkowski injury is not going to stub their toe.
All right, we got some basketball to talk about tomorrow. The Knicks will be in New Orleans. And by the way, the Nets, who have won 5 in a row, they're going to be in L.A. to meet the Lakers, and that could be the debut of Mike D'Antoni. He did not coach yesterday against the Rockets and Jeremy Lin. Their trainer said, listen, your knee's still not in good enough shape. So we're going to be all over that. We'll talk to a Knicks player tomorrow. We have O.C. Umenyiora on. Darren Woodson will also join us. So this is the place to be. Coming up inside the Jets, Bill Daughtry filling in for Bob Weasel.
Radio legend
Bill Daughtry. And he'll be on with Mike Tannenbaum and Aaron Glenn. So stay tuned for that. In the words of Billy Joel, life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. I'm afraid it's time for goodbye again. See everybody. Have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 3.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
How do you continue to play such great basketball?
The good thing about, this team versus last year's team, we're a little bit deeper, and guys have bought into what we're trying to get done on the basketball floor. They bought it off the court, too. They are committed, and that's the only way you're going to win at a high level, I believe.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson, every week, all season long, with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
New England.
All right, the Patriots win big but lose Gronk, who breaks an arm. Mike Reese, who does a great job at ESPNBoston.com. How long is Gronk going to be out? What's the latest, Mike?
Well, Colin, they're talking about, weeks here. Let's say anywhere between 3 to 6. But again, that's a projection. Always hard to tell. I think the key for the Patriots is where do you go from here? This is a guy that does so many things for them. 93% of the snaps he's played this season. So you can't just put someone else out there and expect that role to be filled. They're going to have a lot of guys chip in to try to fill what Gronk did for them.
Aaron Hernandez is still banged up, so Gronk is out against the Jets. Will Aaron Hernandez play?
Colin, it's trending in that direction. When they brought him back a couple of weeks ago, they ultimately brought him back too soon. So they said, we're going to shut you down, Aaron, and we're going to bring you back when you are 100% ready. And he's been close. If this was the playoffs yesterday, I think he would have played. So I think he has a real chance to play Thursday night against the Jets.
Los Angeles.
Matt Barkley out versus Notre Dame, and a lot of people want Kiffin out. Gary Klein, my buddy at the LA Times. After the game, Kiffin said he's safe. Pat Hayden talked to Bill Plaschke at your paper. Were you surprised that Pat Hayden came out immediately and said Lane's my guy?
I wasn't surprised, Colin, because that's what athletic directors have to do. If you listen to what Pat Hayden says, Lane Kiffin is his coach 150%. So I think those kind of comments really went through the USC fan base. People are going nuts. Some, happy he's supporting him. Others can't believe it. But that's where he stands going into the Notre Dame game. And Kiffin said last night he was not concerned about it at all. Because he feels he has great support from the president and the athletic director.
College football.
All right, Oregon goes down, Kansas State goes down, and a wild Saturday night. Notre Dame's the new number one. It's funny, Stanford beat Oregon. Coulda, shoulda beat Notre Dame. Did beat USC. Maybe Stanford's a lot better than we think, or was Oregon overrated?
A little bit, but see, it's a pattern now. See, here's the problem with Oregon. We know this. We know that this offense, particularly the running game, does not work against top-shelf defenses that can tackle. Stanford didn't miss a tackle. See, USC could get to the ball. They just couldn't stop anybody. But Stanford didn't miss anything. They had one play where they missed on Marcus Mariota. He took off for that 77-yard dash. But now we've seen it, whether it was the national championship against Auburn, whether it was the opener against LSU last year, whether it was against Boise State a few years ago. This offense, it's a pattern now. You can kind of see it coming. This offense does not work against very, very good, smart defensive front sevens that can tackle.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Clean Monday Night Football showcasing two of the top teams in the NFC, but not two of the league's best quarterbacks. The 7-2 Bears visit the 6-2-1 49ers tonight, with both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith sustaining first-half concussions in their respective Week 10 matchups and will not play. Jason Campbell will start for Chicago. Colin Kaepernick will go for the 49ers. Niners head coach Jim Harbaugh says, though, that the team needs to fix slow starts that have held them back.
There's been a couple games where we haven't. We haven't started as quickly as we'd like, executing as well we would have liked. We could say as prepared as we would have liked. So that's something that we gotta address, and we gotta think it through and see if there is a reason.
San Francisco has won 7 straight home games versus the Bears. Kickoff coming up at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN HD. Broncos running back Willis McGahee will be sidelined the next 6 to 8 weeks with a torn ACL. McGahee will not need surgery, but ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McGahee will be on crutches for about a month. Steelers quarterback Byron Leftwich will likely miss Pittsburgh's game versus the Browns, according to sources. Leftwich suffered 2 fractured ribs in Sunday night's loss to the Ravens. Charlie Batch will make the start as the team's third QB. Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski had surgery today on his broken forearm, with ESPN's Adam Schefter also reporting that he is expected to miss a few weeks. Ravens safety Ed Reed suspended 1 game without pay for repeated hits to the head and neck area of defenseless players. Reed will appeal the suspension, according to ESPN's Chris Mortensen. College football news, Maryland will make the move from the ACC to the Big Ten Conference beginning on July 1st, 2014. Sources telling ESPN that Rutgers will also join the conference as the 14th member, moving from the Big East, with the announcement expected to come down on Tuesday. College hoops action right now on ESPN UHD. 11:59 left to go in the second half, with number 1 Indiana on top of Georgia 42-38. The Hoosiers with an 8-0 run in the Legends Classic right now in Brooklyn, New York. On ESPN 2 HD, quarterfinal action of the Maui Invitational. Number 9 UNC with a 35-13 lead over Mississippi State late in the first half. Earlier today, Butler, thanks to a Rodney Clark game-winning 3-point shot at the buzzer, as Butler defeated Marquette 72-71. NBA news, new Laker head coach Mike D'Antoni says he's going to coach the team versus the Nets tomorrow night. D'Antoni, though, continues to recover from knee surgery.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's the Maui Invitational. Semifinals Game 1 begins tomorrow at 8 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 10:30 Eastern. Available on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, and ESPNradio.com. Live from Grasshoppers off the green in Morristown, New Jersey, it's Inside the Jets. Now your host, Bob Wischusen.
Sanchez takes the snap, drops back, pumps once, looks downfield, fires a bomb right side at the pylon, caught. Chaz Schillens, touchdown! The pump fake on the bubble screen worked perfectly. Mark Sanchez sucked the coverage up towards the line. Schillens ran a go route. Sanchez with a perfect pass. And the Jets do indeed get a desperately needed touchdown.
Off the Green, beautiful restaurant here on Morris Street in Morristown, New Jersey. And hello, everybody, and welcome to Grasshopper Off the Green. I'm Bill Daughtry for Inside the Jets. You can applaud. Yeah, we got a nice crowd here at Grasshopper Off the Green in Morristown, New Jersey. If you're in the neighborhood, stop on by. We're around, and you can stop by and see us. We've got plenty of room for you. Got a great show for you tonight. Jet General Manager Mike Tannenbaum, he'll be stopping by. And number 31, that's what he was when he played here for Gang Green all those years ago, Aaron Glenn. He will also join us a little later on in the program. So Jet fans with plenty to be happy about, plenty to be thankful for as we come up on the Thanksgiving holiday, as they came away with a win that, look, I'll be very honest with you, not a lot of people around here thought that they would go into St. Louis and A, get the victory, and B, get as decisive victory they did, a 20-13 win against the St. Louis Rams, and in the minds of many, reviving their season and giving Jet fans new hope as they get ready for a big Thanksgiving night meeting against the hated, and you can boo them if you want, New England Patriots, who currently lead the AFC East with a 7-3 record. Jets 3 games behind them. But so much went right for the New York Jets yesterday, and they got some key breaks in that game when they needed them most. First of all, you start with the performance of Mark Sanchez, a guy who is always under the microscope around here. Sanchez with an outstanding performance yesterday, 20 of 15 passing, did not give up a turnover. He was sacked 3 times, threw for a touchdown, 178 yards total passing. Jets also ran the ball very well yesterday, particularly Bilal Powell, who had a couple of big touchdowns in the fourth quarter to give the Jets that cushion and push their lead to 20-7 at one point as they go on to win this game 27-13. Sean Green ran the ball well yesterday. And you can't say enough about the Jet defense. 3 turnovers turned the St. Louis Rams over at critical points in yesterday's game. And if you really want to get down to matchups, well, you can talk about Jet defensive coordinator Mike Pettin going against former Jet offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. And pretty clear that Pettin won that head and shoulders going away yesterday as the New York Jets get a huge victory, one that they really needed, one that keeps them alive. As everybody here at Grasshopper Off the Green applauding the entry of Aaron Glenn, who will join us a little bit later on in this program. Jets outstanding on third down yesterday, 7 of 15, time of possession, 33 minutes. It was just a superb performance on the road in a much-needed measure for the New York Jets. I'm Bill Daughtry in for Bob Wischusen on Inside the Jets as the 2012 season rolls on with new hope. And some of the things I want to talk about with Mike Tannenbaum, and we heard Rex Ryan talk about it with Michael Kay and Don LaGreca about the big meeting that happened this past week, the meeting with Jet owner Woody Johnson. Mike Tannenbaum was there, the coaches were there, and I'm really curious to get the fly on the wall feeling of what that meeting was like, because as you know, in corporate business and many businesses, there are regularly scheduled meetings that happen all the time where everybody just takes the temperature and gets things up to date. But I'm curious to hear from Mike just how important that meeting was in terms of this game that they won on Sunday, in terms of the season going forward. And you throw in the fact that it is a short week. Patriots coming off of a huge win, although they have a bit of a setback now. They are without Rob Gronkowski. Aaron Hernandez, their other fine tight end, he's been out for a while with an ankle issue. But now there is need for the Patriots to kind of figure out something else to do when the Jets entertain them on Thanksgiving night at MetLife Stadium. And by the way, it's going to be very festive atmosphere at MetLife Stadium on Thanksgiving night. Lenny Kravitz will be performing at the half. First responders from the tri-state area will be honored. And the Jets are also having some of the affected families from Superstorm, or if you prefer, Hurricane Sandy. And as we know, many people are still trying to get their lives back on track after that horrific, I can't use another word for it, event that we were all stricken with about 3 years ago. Newark Boys Chorus will also be there. So it's going to be a really festive atmosphere at MetLife Stadium this Thursday night, Thanksgiving night, to see the New York Jets when they tangle with their hated rivals, the New England Patriots. When Tuesday arrives, it's time to celebrate, so grab your friends and get the Buffalo Wild Wings for Wing Tuesdays, where the award-winning wings are especially priced all day long, every Tuesday, and wash them down with a great selection of beers, only at Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beers, sports. When we continue, we'll talk with Jet General Manager Mike Tannenbaum. Aaron Glenn also here tonight, and of course we take your calls on Inside the Jets. Bill Daughtry in for Bob Wischusen right here on ESPN New York.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Now back to Inside the Jets on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Takes the snap, draw play, Bilal Powell up the middle at the 5. He's reaching at the goal line. He's in! Touchdown Jets! The Jets spread the Rams out, and Bilal Powell on the draw play goes up the middle for a 5-yard touchdown, and the Jets stretch it to a 2-score lead.
Bob Wischusen Sunday here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM as Bilal Powell scoring the first of 2 touchdowns as the Jets go on to beat the Rams of St. Louis by the score of 27-13. All fans attending Thursday's game against the Patriots will get a New York Jets scarf courtesy of Pepsi. Make sure you hang on to the Pepsi Anthems tag and watch the video boards in the first quarter for your chance to be on field for the special halftime concert featuring Lenny Kravitz. Our first guest tonight tells me he's a big fan of Lenny Kravitz. Used to wear number 31 for the New York Jets, part of Bill Parcells' team that almost knocked off Denver for a conference championship back in that memorable year of 1998. Aaron Glenn joining us on the program. Aaron, a pleasure to see you again, my man.
Thanks for having me. Don't bring those memories back
Come
up.
on now. I mean, you know, and you see, that's the fine line where, you know, a lot of people think that that's a very successful season for the franchise. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, and when you look back, you look in the book and you say, hey, won 14 games that year. Yeah. They went deep into the playoffs, but it's the way it ends. It always, I guess, sticks with you all those years later.
I think the ultimate goal is always to win a Super Bowl. And I think most of the guys on that team thought that was the year for us to win it. And for it to end like it did, it was tough. And it still stings to this day. So The thing is, you have to move past it. Continue to try to figure. At my point, look at the good things that happen in this league, and just there's no regrets.
Well, we won't talk about that anymore. Don, turn the page. So we're now trying to build a new legacy here with the 2012 New York Jets. An important win yesterday against the St. Louis Rams. Turning point in your mind, where was it?
You know what? I think those guys were focused the whole game, and I think they came in with a purpose to go out there and win that game. So I don't want to say there was an actual turning point in the game. I think from beginning to end, those guys wanted to go out there and prove that they were ready to play, and I think they did that.
You look at what you do. You're in the scouting department, the pro personnel department. You're working with Mike Tannenbaum, Terry Bradway, and all those guys. But when you look at the performance of the Rams yesterday, was it what you expected? I mean, how different is Brian Schottenheimer and what he's doing offensively as opposed to what he was doing here? Is he any different at all?
Well, I think the one thing that you have to realize in this league, it's hard to win games. I mean, if you look across the league and see what happened yesterday, you saw that the Texans almost lost to Jacksonville. No one would ever thought that. So I just think that both teams went out there, tried to play hard, and I think we just had the open hand in that game. We just played much better.
For the Jets, I mean, did it really just come down to the actual desire to actually wanting it more? I mean, take us inside the mind of a player. I mean, you're off to a 3-6 start. You're struggling. I mean, and here's this game where a lot of people, and I don't know if they hear this in the room like we hear it on the outside, like we talk about it, but everybody's talking about, hey, if you don't win this game, your season's pretty much done.
Well, I'll tell you what, execution is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
When you can go out there and you can execute, and when you draw plays up and they actually happen the same way you see them in practice, the game slows down. It's a lot of fun. And I think those guys went there and they had a lot of fun. You could tell Blaupow running the ball, Sean Green running the ball. Those guys had a lot of fun. They were running hard. They were running with a purpose. So when they saw those holes open up, man, it was just like, we're going to go out there and we're going to continue to smash the ball down the throat. And those guys did that.
You've been in this situation before where maybe a season hasn't gone as well as you thought it might or projected it might. Take us inside the mind of a player. I mean, really, what are they thinking about as they prepare for this game and then as they go out on the field to play this game?
And I don't want to sound like a cliche that you hear every time, but it is one game at a time. And especially when you're in a situation where the season's not going like you want it to go, there's always a chance to turn it around. And the thing is, you just got to get a couple of guys in the locker room that believe that. And when you go out there and practice and play like that, then you get the other guys around you to believe it also. And once you start winning, you get that. All you need is that one win. Once you get that one win, everything else snowballs from that. And hopefully that's what's going to happen with us.
Well, a lot of people have seen that around here before. You talk about what happened with your team crosstown last year, and you look at other teams. It's not always a team with the best record that gets to the Super Bowl, that gets through the tournament. So I mean, now especially, it seems that the game has changed a little bit in that regard. Now, 14-2 doesn't guarantee you a thing. You have to go out there and maybe knock off a 9-7 team in the first round.
Well, I tell you what, I was always taught that the teams that play best at the end of the year are the teams that have a better chance to win. So there's no better chance than picking it up and being able to play well right now. So the thing you can do, you can figure out everything that happened at the beginning of the season. If you're playing well right now, you get a chance just to get in the tournament. It's all about getting in the tournament. Once you get in the tournament, you never know what's going to happen. And there's teams that has done that. You see Pittsburgh done it a couple of years ago. As we talked about, the Giants did it before. So, who knows? We could be that team to do it this year.
And I just think about your old coach, Bill Parcells. He always talked about Thanksgiving is really the start of the season. If you're going to be in this thing, this is the beginning of the stretch drive.
Well, that is true, but, I would like to be 8-0, 9-0, or 10-0.
Who wouldn't?
But you're right. You're right. If you get a chance to get a little momentum right now, and hopefully, things fall for you, you get a chance to make it to the tournament, you never know. And good things start to happen because you start getting that cohesiveness with the team, and the team is starting to gel, and they're starting to believe. And that's a huge thing. When you believe, really believe, there's a lot of opportunity. And I think this team got their first taste of victory in a while, and you never know what's going to happen after that. I trust these guys. I think these guys are willing to go out there and lay it on the line and do a lot. So I'm looking forward to see what happens next game.
Bill Daughtry with Aaron Glenn on Inside the Jets, coming live to you from Grasshopper Off the Green in Morristown, New Jersey. So, Aaron, you have been with the Jets for several years now as a scout in the pro personnel department. I kind of gave people a feel for what your job is, but tell us, what is your job?
This is my first year. Actually, I played years with the Jets, but this is my first year actually in scouting. And, it's something that I love doing. I really do. And I tell people every day, man, there's no better feeling in the world to be able to come to a job to where you enjoy coming to work and you smiling and actually having a good time doing what you do. So the one thing that I do, I'm starting from the very bottom, and that's the way that I want it. I want to be able to watch and sit back and learn from the guys that have done it. I mean, I've always respected Mike and what he's done in this league, and it's a tough job. It's not easy, and sometimes people think it's easier than it really is. But being able to find the right guys to fit what you're trying to do, and making a team come together as a team. I mean, it's basically the essence of what we're trying to do is find the right guys that's going to mesh with all the other guys and be able to give our coaches the best opportunity to coach them and give them a chance to win.
Now, see, that sounds like something that you spend a lot of time in the preseason. You spend a lot of time after the players are drafted in the college draft of getting these guys in position to be a part of this team. But once the season starts, how does the job change for you?
It's an ongoing deal because you have injuries that happen. And once you have injuries, you got to have guys that can come in and step in and play for you. And you have a 53-man roster. You want to make sure you can keep that roster at that level. To be able to have bodies to play. And the thing is you want to have the right bodies. You don't want to just have bodies. You want to have the right bodies. So just being able to find the right guys to come in and be able to perform for you and be able to mesh with the team that we have. I mean, it's great.
Khalil Bell, one of the players you recently signed, you've made some other moves to kind of bring some fresh legs in. How much of a hand did you have in any of those guys winding up with Jets?
Well, you know what? I sit back and I watch Mike and those guys do that. The thing that I get a chance to do is be able to watch. And especially as a scout coming in the first year, just be able to look and see how they do things, why they do things more than anything. I think, that what I try to do more than anything, I spend hours and hours at the facility. And it's something time passes by and I'll look up and I don't even realize it, but it's, sometimes 10, 11 o'clock at night and I'm still there just trying to just learn the business and learn exactly how it goes. And I think I've learned a lot since I've been here as far as evaluating players. And I think that'll be one of my strong points is doing that. So just being able to continue to grind and figure out the essence of scouting and the essence of evaluating players, it's something that I look forward to doing every day.
I mean, you were a great player. We're talking with Aaron Glenn, former Jet, currently a member of their pro personnel department. He's a scout there, wore number 31. In my mind, the first coming of Darrelle Revis, or maybe he was the second coming of Aaron Glenn. I mean, great cover guy during your career. Talk about the adjustment you had to make from going to playing, from playing to going into a position of scouting. And I'm sure, because players are always talking about these transitions they have to go through. Talk about what it was for you.
Well, I played 15 years, so I mean, playing that long and really, truly, when I say love the game, I mean truly love the game, and then having to step away from that. I mean, to me, it's an honor to be able to continue to be a part of it. I've always felt it was a privilege to be in this league, and to this day, I feel it's a privilege to work in this league, because it's a situation to where you have a group of men and people that work around you, that work as a team, and that's the ultimate. This is the ultimate team sport, and not just with players, with personnel, with coaches, even with the business side. It's something that. It was hard to do. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It was hard to do as far as stepping away and then making the transition. But I think it's still fun. I still get to compete as far as helping the coaches and helping Mike find the right guys to be a part of this team.
Well, who's the best coach you ever played for?
Who's the best coach? See, that's hard because I had a lot of coaches that influenced me. I mean, I can go back to my high school coach who his name was Darryl Wade, and I would never step on a plane until he actually went on my first school visit with me. Actually, I can remember like it was yesterday. I was going to visit Michigan, and that day I came with no clothes, no bags, and anything. He was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Man, I'm not getting on this plane." He said, "Well, you're going to go on this trip. You're going to have to get on a plane with you." And that was my first trip, my first time flying. So he was a big influence. I mean, college coach, Coach Slocum, as you know, Coach Parcells, who's a good friend of mine. I mean, there are several coaches that made a huge impact in my life, and I think coaches sometimes they have to realize they're more than just coaches. Sometimes they're brothers, they're fathers, there are a lot of things in a lot of guys' lives, and I think they understand that now, and they make a difference in a lot of guys' lives.
Well, you guys go against one of the best this Sunday and this Thursday, and Bill Belichick. Give me your take on what the Jets face going against the Patriots second time around, short week. Take us inside. What is that preparation like? What have you? What input have you had?
Well, I think we know with Coach Belichick that he's going to prepare. I mean, I think we all know that he's one of the best in this league at getting his guys ready to play. And we're going to do the same thing. And we don't take a backseat to anybody as far as preparing. We don't take a backseat to anybody as far as how hard we play. That's just what it is. And I have total confidence in our coaches. I have total confidence in our team. Sometimes things don't go your way, but like I said before, this league is a hard league. And at any given time, anybody can win. And the one thing that we want to do is we want to get hot at the right time. And I think it's no better time to get hot than right now. And I think we had a good day the other day, and I think we're going to go into this Thanksgiving day, and hopefully things will work out well for us.
Final thing, and again, this is about the Patriots. What is it? Is it you talked about preparation, you talked about execution, and then you throw talent into the mix. Which of the three is the most important to having a consistent team? I mean, a team that's there year in, year out.
All three. But I'm a huge believer in team. I'm a huge believer in having a cohesive team that's on the same page, that's beating to the same drum, and it's hard to stop a group of guys that's out there that totally understand what each guy is doing on every play. And you can have all the talent in the world, but if that talent is doing something that out of the ordinary and guys don't know what to do, I mean, it doesn't help. But if you have guys that just hard-working guys that understand the nature of each play and understand the nature of the game, I can almost guarantee you got a chance to win. And you can see it across the board. The most talented teams aren't the teams that win. It's the teams that work together and have one single focus and one heart and one mind and go out there and during the week prepare and be ready to play as a team. So that's what I believe in. I might be wrong, but that's something that my dad always taught me, and I'm going to continue to go with.
That was the Jets last Sunday, and everybody in this room hopes that's the Jets on Thursday night. The pride of Humble, Texas, Aaron Glenn. Right. Always a pleasure, my man.
I appreciate
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Aaron Glenn from the Jets Scouting and Pro Personnel Department. Great player during his day. Wore number 31, a great cover cornerback when he was wearing the green and white. Bill Daughtry in for Bob Wischusen here at Grasshopper on the Green. You're listening to Inside the Jets right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you'll look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I want to tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs. So that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. you might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you can save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. #1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Inside the Jets on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You're listening to Inside the Jets, presented by Coors Light. Coors Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Jets fans, follow at NY Jets and connect with all the Jets players on Twitter with one simple click. Go to connect.nyjets.com to follow the team today. I get to go one better. I'm Bill Daughtry, and for Bob Wischusen, Grasshopper Off the Green in Morristown, New Jersey. Got a full house here tonight, but if you're in the neighborhood, stop on by. You know, I don't have to do any of that stuff with going online or reading newspapers. I got the source sitting right here to my left. General manager of the Jets. He's been with the club since 1997. General manager since 2006. Mike Tannenbaum, pleasure to see you again.
Thanks, Bill. Great to be here.
Indeed. And I'll tell you what. When I found out I was doing this, I said, please don't lose on Sunday. I'm going to have to hate to go in there and really grill this guy about what's going on with this football team. But an impressive win yesterday, a must-win, a much-needed win, and I can't say how high or low this team was going into it, but from the outside, on the surface, this looks like this could be a bit of a springboard for this team, that win yesterday in St. Louis.
You know, Bill, it was certainly an important win, and, you know, a lot of credit goes to Rex and the players. You know, I refer to Rex as our COO, Chief Optimistic Officer. But, you know, his innate leadership really helps you persevere through a 3-game losing streak. And obviously, you know, we have high expectations for ourselves, and that starts with Mr. Johnson. And we saw progress on the practice field. We saw a number of players getting better, but it wasn't translating. And I was just really happy for the coaches and the players to see it get done yesterday. And now, with that said, Bill, as Rex said, we enjoyed it on the flight, and now it's full speed ahead, you know, for the Patriots on Thursday.
Well, you know, we'll talk about that short week in a second, but you mentioned Mr. Johnson, Woody Johnson, the owner of the team, your boss. Much was made of this meeting earlier this week. We read about it. Some of us heard. Give us your take. Take us inside that room. What was that meeting with yourself, the owner, the coaches? What was that like? And give me the fly on the drapes account of this thing.
Sure. You know, Woody's been the same since I met him. You know, going back a number of years now. You know, he bought this team for one reason. That's to win. And you could look at our practice facility. It's the best in the world. It's the best in any of the 4 pro sports in North America by far. We have the best stadium by far. And he's done that so we can win. And since he's bought the team, there's the fewest players on injury reserve of anybody in the NFL, and that's because we put a lot of resources into player wellness. So the manifestation of that meeting is just another part of, hey, he wants to win, and we have really good dialogue, and that doesn't mean everyone's always going to agree, but we have robust debate, which is what he wants. And, being 3-6, we had a good conversation, but we have those conversations all the time. And it's always about what can we do to win. And you see that be it the stadium or the practice facility or resources we put into players. And it was a good meeting, and obviously we got the result we wanted yesterday.
Now, give me a feel. I mean, was it the record, or what was it? Let me put it this way. What was it other than the record that most of the conversation focused on?
It was it was just about one thing, like problem solving. Like, what can we do? Here's where we are. Here's the collective set of circumstances we have. What's the best thing we can do to move forward to get a win? And we have those meetings all the time. That one happened to be a little bit more public, but Rex meet with his staff after every game. Obviously Rex, Winnie, and I talk all the time. So, from that standpoint, it was just like, let's try to problem solve, and what can we do to get over the hump here?
Now, we've dealt with the big meeting. The other big thing that's out there, and again, I mean, people that aren't in this room, people who don't have the opportunity to come to MetLife Stadium, most people get their information about the Jets by what they hear on our radio station, what they see on TV, what they read in the newspapers. Would you call the media's portrayal of the atmosphere, the locker room, would you call that accurate?
Well, not to be naive here, I don't read everything or say everything, but I understand, for the most part, what's out there. And I have the benefit of being with these guys every day. I eat with them. I travel with them. I'm in their meetings. It's a great group of guys. But it's not a good group. It's a great group. And I mean that. They're on time. They make their weights. They stay extra and watch tape. We had 30 guys on the plane last night of the 53 that were watching tape of the Ram game on the way home. They weren't watching movies. They were trying to put the Ram game behind us. And that's why, not getting the wins is frustrating for a lot of reasons, but part of which is these guys work their tails off. Now, things come out of the locker room that, I'm not always happy to see what's said, but it's a tight-knit group that's working hard to get better. Going to Cortland has always served us well, Bill. And hopefully we're going to keep getting it done on the field. But in terms of being around them, I can tell you with 100% certainty, being there every day, I have the benefit of being inside the walls. It's a great group of guys.
Do you get a little tired, though, having to put out these fires? I'm thinking all last week, I'm saying, with all this team has gone through last year, leading up to where they are this year, the absolute last thing I wanted to hear was anything coming out of their locker room.
Yeah, it's just the next challenge for us. Darrell Reeves may have a concussion. Santonio Holmes may hurt his foot. This player, it's just the next hurdle, and, that's what, resilient organizations do. They just deal with the next challenge. A couple of things came out of our locker room. We ideally, that wouldn't have happened, but it did. So, hey, how do we fix it? And, again, that goes back to Rex's leadership. He talked to the team very directly, and, we solved it and moved forward. And, obviously, because of the resiliency and character of that room, even dealing with that distraction last week, we went out. We beat a good football team. The Rams record may not be what everyone thinks what a great team should be, but they played, the 49ers to a tie in San Francisco, and that's a good team. They can run the ball. They can rush the passer. That was a loud place yesterday. So that was a significant win for us.
Yeah, you go back to that 49er game with the Rams. I mean, they eliminated a couple of mistakes, and who knows, you playing a winning team on Sunday. But the bottom line is the Jets come away with an impressive win. Bill Daughtry talking with Jet General Manager Mike Tannenbaum on Inside the Jets. 27-13, the final score yesterday. Superb performance by Mark Sanchez. Took us back to his first 2 years in the league where low turnovers, lots of running, and a positive result and a solid performance by the defense.
Yeah, and, I think his rating may have been like 118.3.
That works for me.
Yeah, something like that. And, but, Rex nailed it. That passer rating is representative of a great plan by our coaches. It's great protection by our offensive line. It's the proper routes by the receivers and tight ends, and it's them catching the ball. So does Mark get a 118.3? Absolutely. 75% completion percentage, but I think that's representative of the offense. And, we saw a lot of good things on the practice field the last few weeks. It was just disappointing not getting it done during the game. But, you can look at some games this year that Mark's played well. And we've won a lot of games with Mark at quarterback. And it's just trying to get more of the consistency, eliminating some of these key penalties or a turnover or special teams play that sometimes really changes the whole complexion of the game, Bill. Like, you've watched pro football for a long time. Not to, go back over the whole season, but one or two plays each game, and, you like to see what would happen. But with that said, We got the win yesterday. The offense was very consistent, and now we're moving forward in New England.
I mean, there was, a couple of scary moments. You get Gibson running that ball back just before the half, and the touchdown gets wiped out. But the one that got me, and I'm watching this game yesterday at Madison Square Garden. I was at the Knicks game, and I see that the Jets intercept the pass. St. Louis, they're up 7-3. Here's a golden opportunity for the Jets to get back in this thing, and then folks field goal gets blocked a couple of plays later. I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go again.
Sure.
What was your mindset when that happened? Tell the
truth. That's why I chew a lot of gum during games. Yeah, that was, obviously that was a tough pill to swallow there because, Eric Smith makes a great play, gives us the short field, and, you like to get 7, but no less than 3. We didn't get it done on the protection. We'll certainly learn from it. I don't think that's going to happen again. Nick had a great game. He had 2 51-yarders. But I thought our defense played well and gave us a chance to survive some of those bumps, and then we really got rolling on offense. And I thought Tony Sperano in particular called a great game from, some screen, short passes, the touchdown to Chaz on the double move. Like, I thought he had every answer for what St. Louis was throwing at us.
Who had more pressure on him yesterday from a coordinator standpoint, Tony Sperano or Mike Pettin, who's going against the guy who he worked with for so many years here in New York?
Yeah, and I would say this about Coach Schottenheimer. We did a lot of great things together. I'm really proud of the 6 years Brian was here. He's going to have a great career, not only in St. Louis, but wherever he goes after that. He has a track record. He's developed quarterbacks, and his record speaks for itself, and he'll do well there. For us, it was just trying to get that 4th win, and Tony and Mike, for us, did a great job yesterday. And, there were a lot of familiar faces on the field, from Wayne Hunter, Matt Mulligan, Kellen Clemens, Rob Turner. But, that's kind of what the NFL is now. That happens almost every week. There's one of those stories, which makes it good for your business.
I was going to say that the guys give Turner a hard time about his little comment earlier in the week.
I like Rob a lot. We signed him as a free agent. I think, the bigger story right now is how in the world was Bart Scott run down by Matt Mulligan. So that's what he's hearing about right now. Yeah.
Mike Tannenbaum, general manager of the New York Jets. I mean, this game behind you now, you've got a short week. You've got some fresh legs. You've got a running back who, I don't want to say Bilal Powell came out of nowhere, but those 2 fourth quarters, those 2 second-half touchdowns, they were huge.
Well, what I think they were huge is it just it goes to Torrey's philosophy. We're going to attack the weakness of the defense, and if there's a light box like that and we can get a hat for a hat and it just makes your passing game that much better, and Bilal's played well for us, and he's been nicked up, but he's a great pass protector. He's really smart. He has very good hands. As we were talking earlier, Bill, like those are the plays that are hidden in statistics that you can convert a 3rd down. Now it just opens up a whole bunch of other things. Like Joe McKnight, he had 1 catch for 18 yards, but that caused additional production. And when we could roll Sean Joe through there, with Sean, that makes a big difference. And Bilal's 2 touchdown runs where we've seen that a lot from him. He's only gotten better, and he's a really good football player that could just with Sean, it makes us that much more dynamic in the running game.
Talk about some of your young players, especially on the defensive side of the ball, like Mo Wilkerson.
Yeah, Mo's doing a great job, and he's worked hard, and I'm glad that the results are showing, and that he got double teamed, and he's caused a lot of production. Not only obviously he's had production for himself, but he's caused it for other players. And we're rolling a lot of guys through there. Demario Davis is playing well for us. And Kyle Wilson, Kyle's had to really transition. It's his 3rd year, but he's really had to transition from, because of Darrell's injury, from inside to outside. And he played superbly yesterday. Chris Givens is a guy that can hit a home run for them. Gibson can get deep. They have a good receiving core. Amendola obviously is the number 1 guy, but you factor in, Kendricks at tight end with Givens and Gibson, Sprinkle and Pettis. It's a good group, and Kyle was out there. We put a lot of stress on our corners the way we play, and Kyle really answered the bell yesterday. And he gave up the touchdown to Golden Tate, but to me that was an A throw by Russell Wilson and an A catch, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen. But his resiliency, his work ethic, and I think with Kyle and Mo and Quentin, Demario, I think our future is bright on defense, and I think Coach Pennant and Rex have done a good job of blending the veterans, the BTs and the Calvins and the Davids and the Barts with the new guys. It's a great blend of, hey, we're going to win for today and keep developing for tomorrow.
Now, as I understand it, Mike Tannenbaum, you like short weeks. You like that, it's not a whole lot of time to marinate on that last win. Let's get on to the next thing. And on Thanksgiving night, the New England Patriots come to your building, played them well with a disappointing loss up in Foxborough, the overtime loss earlier this year. But talk about the importance importance of this game? I mean, is this the season maker or breaker for this team?
Well, it's the most important game, Bill, because it's the next one, but obviously it's a division game. It's a conference game, so, any chance for the division, obviously this is a very important game, and also, for tiebreakers and, hopefully, talk about the playoffs going to December, we want to play meaningful games, and to do that, this is a conference game as well. They're obviously a very good team, and we just, they're a big rival, and typically those games come down to a handful of plays, and, they made, one or two more than we did last time we played them, but we got an opportunity on Thursday.
I'm kind of curious. I like to talk about the way that Mike Keenan, when he was coach of the New York Rangers back when they won the Stanley Cup 93-94, he would take the season and break it up in 10-game increments. And I was doing that the other day with the New York Jets. I said, this is the third quarter. You're coming up on the middle of the third quarter. You're 1-1 with 2 games left in that third quarter. Do you look at it like that, or is it literally the next game, or is there a bigger chunk down the road you think about?
Yeah, Bill, it's a little bit of everything, and obviously you just want to keep yourself alive as long as possible. And look, we were 4-6 a few years ago, and things worked out, got to the championship game. But every year is different. We got to win as many games. That's obviously not breaking news here, but we just want to give ourselves a chance, to the end here. And one thing with the sure week, it's tough, but here's what you do find out: it's almost like a mini bye too. And Rex and I talked today about what we could do, looking at the schedule in terms of like, hey, we got the weekend, what can we use that as an opportunity, not only to play, Arizona and then Jacksonville, but like, what can we do to position ourselves the best way possible? So everything's getting ready for Thursday night, and, then we'll go from there. But the short week is tough, but you get past Thursday, it is almost like a mini bye, and we got to take advantage of that and try to get as many guys rest as possible.
Plaxico Burress back in the league. He signed on with the Pittsburgh Steelers today. You surprised it took him this long to get back?
I do. He was great for us last year. I've talked to Plaxico a couple times in the offseason. I'm not surprised that he went to a team that he had played for, because he's a real pro. He really blocked well for us. He did. We were the number 1 team in the red zone last year, and he was, good reason why. Not only the production he caused with his touchdowns, but taking the coverage away from other people. And he's a great pro. I am surprised it took so long, and I wish him well. And he was a real pro for us.
I mean, is that the issue? Everybody talks about the separation that he's not able to get when he's in the middle of the field, that he seems to get in the red zone. Is that one of the big things that he has to deal with going forward?
Well, I think it's a positive. When the field constricts in the red zone there, he can create natural separation because of his, his size, but his catching radius is just unbelievable, and his ball skills to high point the ball. He's still, as Rex would say, he's open when he's covered. And but for us, being able to block on the perimeter, that's a big part of what we do, and he did a good job for us. And I'm surprised it took this long, but I'm really happy for him.
I'll put a little pressure on Stephen Hill. Is that his upside?
Stephen Hill could be Stephen Hill. That's all we want him to be. And Stephen has to get more consistent. We saw the drop yesterday, but he scored 3 touchdowns for us, and we're excited about Steve's upside. We always draft a player. We say 2 things: what's his floor, what's his ceiling. And we say the tape sets the floor and the character sets the ceiling. And Steve has excellent character. He has excellent parents, great work ethic. I also have the benefit of a really good relationship with Al Groh, who was on the staff at Georgia Tech, and Steven's our type of guy. He will play better. He needs to play better, but I think he's going to be a really good player for us, over time.
Well, good luck on Thursday night, Mike.
Thanks.
It's been too long, and we'll talk again.
All right, thanks for having me.
Okay. Thank you. Mike Tannenbaum, the general manager of the New York Jets, his take on what happened in St. Louis on Sunday, his take on what could possibly happen Thursday night in the short week against the New England Patriots. When we return, we talk to you at 1-800-919-3776. We'll take your calls up next on Inside the Jets, right here from Grasshopper Off the Green in Morristown, New Jersey, and on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Eric Carabao, and this is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. If you own Rob Gronkowski, the awesome New England Patriots tight end, you're probably thinking your season is over. Well, maybe it is. He's probably going to be out 3 or 4 weeks here with a broken arm, but I do think he will come back before the end of the season, which is why I would not drop him in a standard league. Even if he only helps you in your championship game, that's still reason enough to keep him around. He's easily the best tight end in fantasy for this season. He had 7 touchdowns in his past 4 games. He's really, really good. Keep him around. But if you need to find somebody else, the guy I like is Brandon Myers of Oakland. He had only 3 fewer receptions than Gronk for the year. 3 touchdowns in his last 3 games. It's not quite Gronk-like, but still pretty good. And every game with Oakland is a shootout. Dwayne Allen of Indianapolis, 11 targets on Sunday, 6 receptions. No Coby Fleener, and I don't know when he's coming back. Dwayne Allen's pretty good. And Kyle Rudolph, now I don't like his schedule. Chicago Bears twice in the next 3 weeks, but Rudolph's pretty good. Mercedes Lewis and Dallas Clark with 3 touchdowns in the past 5 weeks. There's options out there at tight end. Your season is not over if you own Gronk, and keep him owned. I'm Eric Carabao. For the latest fantasy news and to read my work, check out ESPN.com/fantasy.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
In one of the biggest games of the year, 2 hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers. Tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on this Monday. Hi from San Francisco. I'm Mike Tirico in advance of the huge Monday night game with the Bears and the 49ers. Coming up 8:30 Eastern ESPN TV. We'll talk about the unit I think is under the most pressure tonight in a moment. But first, let's switch it over to college football. Alabama looked like they were out of the national championship picture when this weekend started. Their game was mostly meaningless. However, the Crimson Tide get all the right things to happen in Eugene, Oregon, and Waco, Texas, and Alabama has a chance to play for back-to-back national championships back in their hands. All they have to do is win over a much-weakened Auburn team in their rivalry game this week, and then the SEC title game against Georgia. Not easy, but certainly Alabama favored in both. But that's not even the biggest story in college football. Notre Dame's back at number 1. First time since 1993. And all the Irish have to do is go out to Southern California on Saturday night and beat USC, which sounded much more difficult early and middle of the season than it does now. After SC with their very talented receivers, but saw an injury to quarterback Matt Barkley, embarrassed by the loss to UCLA, their inability to win their own division in the Pac-12, getting a vote of confidence for Lane Kiffin, the head coach, from the athletic director Pat Hayden, is figures to be a wounded USC team. If Notre Dame's defense can hold up here, the Irish will have 6 weeks to ponder playing in the national title game. All right, you know the injuries from last week with Jay Cutler and Alex Smith, the 2 quarterbacks. Their concussions have certainly put a shadow over the game a little bit going into this Monday night with the Bears out here against the 49ers. But here's what I'm looking at. The top 2 scoring defenses in the National Football League. But the Bears defense has made more big plays, more of a dramatic impact on games than any defense or any unit really in the NFL. So given that, where are we looking? We're looking at the San Francisco defense. So solid, yet disappointing against St. Louis a week ago. The 49er defense will be under pressure to stop Matt Forte and Brandon Marshall. If they can do that, they'll get the home win. That's the ESPN Radio Sports Beat. See 8:30 Eastern on TV. This is Mike Tirico.
Now back to Inside the Jets on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Sanchez under center on 3rd down at the 11-yard line. Powell the lone setback, 3 wide receivers. Sprint draw up the middle to Bilal Powell. The C's part. He's at the 5, into the end zone for his 2nd touchdown. That's the same play they ran before. Spread the Rams out. Sprint draw on 3rd down and 7. And Bilal Powell goes basically untouched for another Jet touchdown.
Bilal Powell, 2 touchdowns in Sunday's Jet win, 27-13 over the St. Louis Rams. That was a third down conversion, by the way. Jets 7 for 15 on third down on Sunday. Let's see if they can have the same kind of efficiency or even better against the New England Patriots, who come to town on Thursday night. Bill Daughtry in for Bob Wischusen, Grasshopper off the green here in Morristown, New Jersey. Had a great time tonight. Of course, Inside the Jets, brought to you by MasterCard. MasterCard's priceless New York collection of amazing experiences for us New Yorkers. Check them out at pricelessny.com. Take some of your calls before we're done here at 1-800-919-3776. Let's talk to Bill. He's not far away in Eatontown, New Jersey. Bill, you run Inside the Jets.
Bill, how are you?
Doing
and happy
great.
Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Thank you. Same
and
to you, my friend.
Yesterday's game, that's the way that the Jets are built, to do exactly what they did yesterday. And if we can do this, on any given Thursday, I think we can win on Thursday night. And Mo Wilkerson is turning into a beast, an absolute beast.
Mo Wilkerson getting some very high rankings from Mike Tannenbaum when he was talking about him just a few moments ago. Defensive end who is giving the Jets, if not every bit of pass rush that Jet fans want, he is giving you some, and hopefully he has some Thursday night when he goes against the always difficult Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. And, Bill, you're absolutely right. This is the way this Jet team is built to win. And, by the way, in 2009, they were 4-6, and we all know that they made it to the AFC Championship game. Who knows? That might happen again, but right now it feels like a long shot, seems like a long shot. I'll follow Mike Tannenbaum's lead, and let's beat the Patriots first, then we can get into these other conversations. Ira, Staten Island, you're on Inside the Jets. What's up, I?
I'm Bill. Bill,
how you doing?
You, Bill?
Good.
Hey, it's interesting. With yesterday's game, the previous caller just said that they, built to do what they did yesterday, and I have to agree with them. And I'm really happy for Powell, because I tell you, I was so impressed with him this summer. I thought he did a really good job up in camp, and I was expecting some big things from him this year. I'm glad he's finally healthy, and he got what he needed to do yesterday, 2 touchdowns. But, about Thursday night, they always play the Pats tough. And, of course, this is an advantage to both teams. Playing on a short week, you really don't have too much time to prepare. They know each other so well because they face each other twice a year. And, they're just going to probably just go back to game plans and tweak things here and there. But, something, with the 2 tight ends probably going to be out this week, I think the Pats are going to try to run the ball heavy on the Jets. And if they can control the running game and keep this close in the fourth quarter, I think the Jets have a really good chance of upsetting the Pats on Thursday night. I know it's crazy to say because I know they haven't really done well the last month of the season, but you just never know. And you take a week by week and we'll see how it plays out.
Let me say this. I mean, you go back to what happened in Foxborough, and it was a game that came down to a final possession, a game that went into overtime. And if the Jets played the Patriots that well last time out, there's no reason that they can't play them at least close to that well this time around. And Hernandez wasn't in that last game. This time they won't have Gronkowski. Can't speak on the status of Hernandez, but Ridley is a talented runner, and as we know, teams have been able to run on the New York Jets. The Rams hit them for 114 yards rushing on Sunday, but I wouldn't call a win by the Jets over the Patriots a long shot by any stretch of the imagination. Ira, thanks for the call. Let's talk to Jimmy in Rockland. Jimmy, you get the final say. What's up, Jim?
Hey, good evening, Bill. How's everything, sir?
Doing great. Thank you.
Good. Quick thing with Aaron Glenn. What a great player. 5'9" at best. I remember one play as well, a game in Indy when he was playing, missed field goal. He brought one back 102 yards to the house. Great player, just a solid player, all around durable for a guy his size. A couple things about yesterday. I'm always ripping Sperano, but you got to give him some props. He called some great plays, especially those couple draw plays. Another guy I'm always taking shots at, Schillings, because he always seems to be hurt, played well. And like you said, though, I give them a very good chance on Thursday night just for a lot of reasons. They have a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence. They know they can play New England tough. Just the only thing, Bill, I'm a Kyle Wilson detractor. I understand Tannenbaum has to build his players up. But come on, last week 2 consecutive plays in Seattle, he got burned.
It was a great throw. It was a great throw by Wilson, I'll tell you that. It was indeed a great throw, and it's not like he had a ton of room to make that play, Jimmy. I thank you for the call, though. We are out of time. I want to remind you once again, all fans attending the game on Thursday night will get a New York Jets scarf, courtesy of Pepsi. Make sure to hang on to the Pepsi Anthems tag, courtesy of Pepsi, and watch the video boards in the first quarter for your chance to be on the field for the special halftime concert featuring Lenny Kravitz. I want to thank Aaron Glenn. I want to thank Mike Tannenbaum. I want to thank you. Have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Go Jets. I'm Bill Daughtry in for Bob Wischusen. This is Inside the Jets on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Brinkley. Monday Night Football featuring a pair of division leaders in the NFC clashing in San Francisco. The 7-2 Bears taking on the 6-2-1 49ers. There's only one difference: backups instead of starters. Quarterbacks Jay Cutler and Alex Smith both will miss the game after suffering concussions last week. Instead, backups Jason Campbell will start for Chicago, opposite of Colin Kaepernick for the 49ers. ESPN NFL analyst Ron Jaworski on what Campbell provides at the quarterback position for the Bears.
It opens up the play-action passing game, and this is an attribute that Jason Campbell excels at. He is a very good play-action passer. Ball fake, snap your head around, either or throws suit Jason Campbell's game.
Campbell was 11 of 19 for 74 yards in last week's loss to the Texans. Kickoff is coming up at the bottom of the hour on ESPN HD. Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski underwent surgery for a broken forearm he suffered in Sunday's win over the Colts. The team is unsure just how long Gronkowski will be sidelined, but ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it will probably be a few weeks. Broncos running back Willis McGahee will be out 6 to 8 weeks with a torn MCL in his right knee and is expected to miss the rest of the regular season. Steelers quarterback Byron Leftwich suffered 2 fractured ribs in last night's loss to the Ravens. Sources say Leftwich is unlikely to play versus the Browns, with Charlie Batch expected to start. ESPN's Adam Schefter also reporting that free agent wideout Plaxico Burress is expected to meet with the Steelers on Tuesday and also take a physical for the team. And speaking of Baltimore, safety Ed Reed suspended 1 game without pay for breaking the rule of hits to the head and neck area of defenseless players. ESPN's Chris Mortensen reports Reed will appeal the suspension. College football news: Maryland making the move to the Big Ten Conference from the ACC starting on July 1st, 2014. Sources say Rutgers will become the 14th member of the Big Ten with an official announcement expected Tuesday. College hoops on ESPN2 HD. Maui Invitational, number 9 UNC with a 74-38 lead over Mississippi State. Earlier at the Maui Invitational, Butler came up with a 72-71 win over Marquette. Coming up also on ESPN2 HD at 8 Eastern, Legends Classic between number 13 UCLA and Georgetown. UCLA's Shabazz Muhammad will debut. He missed the first 3 games due to being ineligible for violation of the NCAA's amateurism rules. NBA, Magic on top of the Hawks, 15-14 in the first quarter. Pacers leading the Wizards 40-26 in the second. Bucks Bucks and Bobcats tied up at 44 right now, midway through the second quarter.
Hi, it's Colin. Tuesday, Mike D'Antoni set to make his coaching debut. The Lakers, former NBA head coach Flip Saunders stops by. Jim Mora, coach of the year in college football, playing in the Pac-12 championship. Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
And it's the first Monday in a long time the Jets fans have had reason for optimism. A very good game yesterday. Let's be honest. This is the recipe for the Jets to play good football. This is how they have to play if they're going to have a chance to win. ESPN New York NFL GM and insider along for the ride the first hour, Vinny Serrato. Vinny, how are you?
I'm fine, Dave. Good evening. How are you?
You sound very peppy tonight. I like that. Is it because it's a short week with Thanksgiving? You're happy the Jets won? Why are you so peppy tonight?
Well, we've got Monday Night Football, and then we've got football again on Thursday. I've got a ton of football.
When you look at Thursday and Thanksgiving, I mean, I have a feeling, now I'm like this as well, but I think that we're kind of similar in this way, but you can tell me. Are you like that guy that does very little to help on Thursday, Thanksgiving, and you're all about watching the football games?
I'm all about drinking wine and watching football. And eating. I do nothing. You know, my sister-in-law comes in, my mom's here, you know, so they do all the prep work, they do all the cooking.
Your wife must love you on Thanksgiving.
Well, I eat well.
There's no doubt about it. All right, let's get into the Jets, because you and I have had these epic conversations. I actually got an email from a friend of mine that works at the Jets last week when we were talking about this club, and we were giving them a hard time, but I think rightfully so. And he said, "You're so unfair in the way you guys are portraying the Jets." And I said, "It's not my fault that they're continuously shooting themselves in the foot." And yesterday was the one day in over a month that they came out and they actually played a good, physical, fundamentally sound, no turnovers, Mark Sanchez looked good football game.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think the thing about it was they let Sanchez do what he does well. I think they let their players do what they did well. You know, they ran the ball 21 of 24 first down plays. You know, and I tell you what, in the second half especially, Dave, I think they only had 1 and 3rd and 10 plus. You know, otherwise they were all 3rd and shorts, and they converted a lot of third down. I mean, they were 5 of 8 in the second half on third down. So I think that was key for them to get ahead of the change. And I think they played, other than that first series on defense, they played very physical. They played what they did was they played very good fundamentally, and they got aggressive. I mean, they didn't stop the run that great, but they ate up their wide receivers. They ate them up. And you know what? I forgot how bad Schottenheimer was till I watched that game. You know, now I can understand. You know, now I remember why Rex fired the guy. Because you talk about boring, and you just from reading the players' quotes, they knew what he was going to do. So he really didn't change up anything other than the first series. You know, when they went down the field on him in 13 plays, 85 yards, and you know, Bradford was 6 of 8 on that. He never did it again. But, I mean, what they did to the wide receivers, I mean, I give a lot of credit to Wilson and Cromartie and Langster because Amendola had 7, averaged 5.9.
Yep. He had 7. You know. He had 7 catches for 41 yards, I think. I mean, that's a win for the Jets. You know, here's the thing. Question. You don't lose games when unless you're the Arizona Cardinals, of course, but you don't lose games when you're plus 3 turnovers, you commit 3 penalties, and your quarterback completes 75% of his passes. You just don't lose games. That's the recipe for winning in this league right now.
Yeah, and the Jets said, who was that quarterback that just played that? Where has he been? You know, I mean, it's only the 3rd time all season he's been turnover free. But, I mean, that was the type of game because what you've got to do is he still fumbled, though. He still has 9 fumbles, but I think he's only lost 4, but he's fumbled 9 times. But that's the recipe for setting. Did you notice how many 3-step drops there was? I mean, there was a ton of 3-step drops, a lot of quick throws, you know, to get the ball out quick. You know, because I want to give credit to Brickashaw Ferguson, did an outstanding job on Quinn. You never even heard Quinn's name, and he came into the game with 7.5 sacks.
Right. Now Chris Long had a couple of plays last night, and yes, Austin Howard got beaten a few times. Right.
Right, but otherwise, and you know what, the inside guys, I thought the inside guys did a nice job too, Dave, because against the 49ers, I tell you what, Brockers and Langford destroyed the Niners, and the Niners have an outstanding offensive line. So I thought the offensive line did a nice job protecting, but we've ripped Sperano a ton. Let's give him some credit for having 3-step drops to get the ball out quick because he knew that there was going to be a good rush.
You know what I thought was effective for the Jets yesterday? You don't see this work. It works when it works, but it doesn't work more often than not, and that is the pump fake. And you saw it work earlier on this season. You saw it work against the Buffalo Bills, and you saw it work again yesterday. And when Sanchez is playing his game, which is certainly not all the time, but when he's playing his game and he goes with the pump fake and has enough time to throw it, that's when he's successful and at the top of his game.
No question, and they were in twins right, and they ran a wheel route and they fake pump, and he only dropped back 3 steps, so he had a lot of time because he's dropped back 3 and gave him a little fake pump and then still threw it. So you got to give credit to the offensive line there. Shillings ran a nice route, did a nice job there. So yeah, give them compliments. I mean, it was a nice 25-yard touchdown, and it was a big play in the game.
All right, Rex Ryan was on the Michael Kay Show earlier today. We both think this was a huge win. What does Rex think about this win yesterday for the Jets?
You work so hard on the practice field and all that, and you're still not getting wins. That's frustrating. And obviously, we want to stay in this thing. As I know our chances are whatever it is, but we just want opportunities to get better, and we felt great about getting that victory, but obviously. It's just one step in the right direction.
I have a question for you because the Jets always say that they had a great practice. They were so surprised that they came out and had a bad game on Sunday or Thursday or whatever their game happens to be. What's the correlation of what you would expect? I mean, you were there with these teams. You know the ins and outs of this. What's the correlation? Like when you see your team put up a big practice all week long, do you expect a big game, or is this completely out of proportion the way Rex talks about this?
You know what's funny, Dave, is I used to go to practice every day. And when I'd come in from practice, Dan would always say to me, Dan Snyder, the owner of the Redskins, he would always say, how was practice? I said, Dan, that was spectacular. Like on Friday, he says, what do you think? I said, Dan, if we play like we practiced, we're going to kill this team. And then we would go lay an egg. And then sometimes, on Friday, he'd say, well, how was practice? I said, Dan, it stunk. We looked awful. And then we would go out and dominate. And then on Sunday, we'd be sitting in this box before the game. He said, what do you think today? I said, Dan, you know what? You know what I've come to figure out? I got no clue. I got no clue. Because it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter. So then, that's what I wanted to get, and I wanted to know about this. So when Rex comes out and says, you know what, I'm so disappointed we lost this game and so surprised we lost this game by 3 touchdowns, and he's so shocked by that. I mean, really what you're telling me is the practice during the week really is not an indicator for what you do over the course of the weekend.
I've never found. The only time I did was when I was with the 49ers, the week of the Super Bowl that we were playing San Diego. We never had a pass hit the ground. That's how perfect our practices were, and it carried over to the game. But in Washington, when I was there every day at every practice, there was no correlation, Dave. I mean, you'd get so frustrated because you would see great practices. You'd feel good going in the game, and you say, what happened? And there's just no correlation.
How about Sean Green yesterday? I thought it was not great, but I don't think you need him to be great. And right now, Sean Green and Bilal Powell, again, I don't think it's anything to write home about, but I think if you're a Jets fan, you're getting 106 yards from those two, and they actually got a combined 29 carries. You know what? That's a nice two-headed monster at this point of the season.
Yeah, and the thing about it is Sean's a between-the-tackles guy. Sean's an average running back. And what Sean is a guy that whatever the hole's blocked for, whatever the play's blocked for, that's what he's going to get. I mean, he had the good first half, 8 for 35. He averaged 4.4. In the second half, he only averaged 2.9. But then in the second half, Powell averaged 4.2 at 10 carries for 42 yards. So it was like a tale of two halves. It was like Sean Green kind of wore them down a little bit, and then Powell came in because Powell's a little quicker, more explosive through the hole, and you could see that. So I think, it was a good combination of the two guys. And if they can continue that, and I mean that's the way they've got to play because that's where they are talent-wise, and that's who they are as a football team. They've got to be able to run it because Sanchez cannot drop back 40 times and beat you.
Yeah, certainly not. The guy that is really standing out for me, and I thought was a difference maker yesterday, and that play may have turned the tide, Muhammad Wilkerson. And we've made fun of, Rex loves to take defensive guy after defensive guy, but this big guy out of Temple is really starting to turn that corner now.
Yeah, he's become kind of the dominant guy inside. I mean, he had 4 tackles, a sack, a forced fumble. Bart Scott picked it up. But, 2 weeks in a row now he's caused, sack, fumble on the quarterback. And he's just a big physical, dominant guy that can run. And the other guy that played well, Laron Landry, had 8 tackles and 2 forced fumbles. So I think, he kind of showed up, and just the speed, explosiveness, and hitting ability that he has showed up. I thought they tackled much better yesterday. And Steven Jackson and Richardson's ran hard. And I anticipated Jackson running hard because he played so well against the Niners. But they kind of took him out of the run game in the second half, which benefited the Jets.
Absolutely. All right, the win against the Rams is in the books, but there's really no time for celebration here because your arch rivals comes to town, a day that Vinny Serrato does absolutely no helping around the house, Thanksgiving night. So we'll analyze what the Jets have to do to win this game on Thanksgiving evening. Dave Rothenberg and Vinny Serrato with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go!
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Mike and Mike Extra Point.
So let's go ahead, Mr. Golick. Let's give you a moment. Let us all say congratulations to the Irish and to the football family that is Golick as Notre Dame is number 1 in the land.
Pretty wild Saturday, wouldn't you say? I mean, starting, the Notre Dame game, obviously they took control of that game early, but before it was senior day, so having my son Mike is a fifth-year senior and Jake is a senior, so they were supposed to run out separately as the seniors do, but they told the people who were setting that up that they wanted to come out together, so they ran out together to meet us as they did the other seniors as well. That was very, very emotional. A lot of tears shed as the last time they'll both run on that field. The game went very well, obviously, for Notre Dame, and then at night, wow. I mean, what can you say but wow.
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio.
I want to tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs. So that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
And Vinny Serrato is with us, as he is on a weekly basis. Just kind of depends where we can get him in. It's Monday night for the hour. Tonight's Monday night matchup brought to you by Resorts World Casino. Great matchup. Except backup quarterbacks tonight. I think, Vinny, you're familiar with Jason Campbell, the starting quarterback tonight for the Chicago Bears. And, of course, Alex Smith will not play tonight for the Niners. Colin Kaepernick gets the nod.
Yeah, I think the thing with Jason is what Jason's got going for him. He's got a great defense. He's got outstanding special teams. He's got an outstanding runner in Forte, and he's got a big receiver in Marshall. So I think those are all to Jason's benefit, and he's had a week of practice. I think Jason will be fine because the thing that Jason can do is he can distribute the ball. He can get the ball to the right people, and he's athletic enough where he can make some plays with his feet. Now, as Kaepernick on the other side, I think they'll run some wildcat. They'll try to take advantage of his athletic ability. He runs very fast. I think he's like close to a 4.5 guy in a 40-yard dash, so he can run. They'll want to get him on the edge and let him, use his feet and use his speed to make some plays for them. And he's got a gun. He's got a rocket for him. He can throw it down the field. Yep. Yes, he can throw it. So it's going to be it'll come down to whichever one of those quarterbacks makes the least amount of mistakes and which team can run the football. Can Frank Gore have the most success? Or can Forte have the most success? It's going to be a very exciting game because it's two good teams, and the Niners have not played that well at home. Giants beat them out there. St. Louis tied them out there, and we saw St. Louis this past week didn't look good at home. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Niners play at home tonight.
Yeah, certainly will. And the Niners now go to New Orleans next week on a short week. So, things could start to get interesting for them if the Seahawks continue to roll in the NFC West. The Monday night matchup was brought to you by Resorts World Casino in New York City. Minutes, not hours away. Mike Tenenbaum was a guest on Inside the Jets with Bill Daughtry, filling in for Bob Wischusen moments ago. And he discusses yesterday's big win for the Jets in St. Louis.
It was certainly an important win, and a lot of credit goes to Rex and the players. I refer to Rex as our COO, Chief Optimistic Officer, but his innate leadership really helps you persevere through a 3-game losing streak. And obviously, we have high expectations for ourselves, and that starts with Mr. Johnson. And we saw progress on the practice field. We saw a number of players getting better, but it wasn't translating. And I was just really happy for the coaches and the players to see it get done yesterday. And now, with that said, Bill, as Rex said, we enjoyed it on the flight, and now it's full speed ahead, for the Patriots on Thursday.
All right, so let's turn our attention to these New England Patriots. And, I know there's been a lot of discussion.
Dave, he always used to call him Woody. Now, for some reason, it's Mr. Johnson.
Well, his job, he doesn't feel as confident in his job, so now he's referring to him as Mr. Johnson.
Like Dan used to tell me, he says, you want a friend, get a dog.
Oh, my. Those hunters are something else, huh?
Oh, boy. Yeah, we could write a book.
All right. Well, let's look towards this Patriots game on Thursday night. Rob Gronkowski, you've heard a lot of rumblings. Why was he out there on a point-after touchdown to give you 59? Did that make sense to you, or you say that's just how this game is played?
No, it did not make sense whatsoever. Didn't make sense for me to see Brady out there either. But to Gronkowski, the 59th point on the PAT, it serves them right for him to get hurt. Because, to me, New England plays with like an arrogance. New England always thinks that they're smarter than everybody else. That's the opinion I have of New England. They think, we're smarter than everybody else. We know because we're New England, it's always going to work.
Are they? Are they smarter than everybody else?
I don't think so. I think they think that, and I think they're cocky. I think they're arrogant, but they're good. They're very good. Belichick's a good coach, and Brady's spectacular.
All right, let's. So you do have an issue with Gronkowski being on the field for point number 59.
You know what? You have backups on kickoff. You have backups on PAT teams and all. You have a number two. You work on that in practice because what you'll do is you'll be out there on the field, Dave, and they'll say, all right, Gronkowski's down. Who's in? Or so-and-so's down, who's in? That's what they'll do. You don't have all 11, but, one guy may be backing up 2 or 3 spots. So to take Gronkowski out, what probably happened is you're in the flow of the game, and you're just kicking the extra point, and Gronkowski, has had no issues throughout the day, and he just goes out there for the PAT, and now, hindsight's 20/20. So, yeah, should he have been out? Sure. I heard Chris Carter this morning. He says what he used to do when they would get way ahead, he would tell the backup, he says, you got it the rest of the day. Go ahead. It's all yours. You take it all.
Interesting. All right. No Gronkowski. We're not sure about Aaron Hernandez. To me, this looks like a huge loss if neither of those guys play on Thursday.
I would think Hernandez plays. I would think Hernandez. I think he's been close the last couple of weeks. I think now, even if he's not quite ready, I think he's going to have to play because they're going to need that. Otherwise, they're going to play wide receivers and kind of takes them out of their game. I would think, but the thing about it, they're running the ball much better now with Ridley, Woodhead, and stuff. So they are fifth in the league in rushing the football. So and fourth in pass. They're number one in offense. So they can run the ball, they can throw the ball. So if you take away one or if you can't do the other, if the Jets can't stop the run, they're going to see it all day.
All right, I want to talk about in a moment the Achilles heel of the Patriots. I think you know where we're going to go. Rex Ryan earlier today, Michael K. show on the Gronkowski injury.
I could sit back and say this, and this is, truly what I believe. Okay, I'm not disappointed that he's not playing. I'll just put it to you that way.
Right.
For the game, you'd like to see your the great players play, but if he could take a week off, that's fine. But hopefully he'll be okay. But clearly I'm not disappointed we don't have to play him, and we'll see how big of an impact that is in the game.
Well, I think it's going to be a huge impact in this game. He is a difference maker, and he's impossible to defend because you can't put a guy big enough, fast enough on him. Either you put a guy that's big that can't keep up with him, or you put a guy that's fast that he's just so much stronger than.
Yeah, he plays basketball against your safeties, and he's 6'7", and he's got length. So yeah, he's impossible, and he can run. That's the thing about it. The thing why he got drafted in the second round instead of the first round was because he had back issues. He missed that last year at Arizona. So the guy's a spectacular talent. Yeah, him being out, does that hurt them? Look at the Super Bowl last year. I think one of the key things is, I looked up the stats today. Sanchez's stats, over the last 6 times they played, Dave, they're 2-4 to Jets. In the 2 wins, Sanchez has 16 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 125 quarterback rating.
In the 2 wins, he has 16 touchdowns?
6 touchdowns.
Okay.
6 touchdowns, no interceptions,
Gotcha.
With a 125 quarterback rating. In the 4 losses, 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and a 72 quarterback rating. So a huge difference. In the wins, he completes 67%. In the losses, 58%. So there's a big, drastic difference. If Sanchez protects the ball and does not turn it over, they have a very good chance to win that game. And the thing about New England, though, they are a plus 20. A plus 20. They have 13 interceptions.
Well, they did it yesterday to Andrew Luck. They returned 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions for touchdowns, and a punt return for a touchdown. But I will say, and I want to get into this right now with you, I don't care. I know they're plus 20. It's a huge number, and obviously it matters. Their defense is abysmal. People try and sugarcoat it, and they're turning the ball over, and the offense is number 1 in the league. You watch Andrew Luck on those first 2 drives yesterday, slice through that defense. You can try and say whatever you want about that Pats defense. It's a bad defense. And if Chandler Jones, who got banged up yesterday, is not at full, 100%, I think the Jets have the advantage there over this New England defense.
Well, yeah, because they're 30th against. They give up almost 300 yards passing a game. And what they figure is I think Talib helps them a lot. Talib had 7 tackles, interception for touchdown yesterday. So I think Aqib Talib, who they got into trade with Tampa Bay for a 4th-round pick, who had been suspended for 4 games down at Tampa Bay, he helped them a lot. I think he's a very good cover. He's their best cover guy that they have on a football team. So I think he helps. But like you said, they are not good against the pass. And that's why you cannot turn it over, Dave. Just same thing with Luck. He couldn't turn it over. They gave them 3 free touchdowns. You can't do that against them.
No, and that's the thing. Offensively, they're so potent that you almost have to match them.
Yes, no
every
question.
time they score, you have to come down and score. It's almost like tennis with them. If they hold serve, you have to hold serve. And the problem is that they're just banking on either putting you in a 3rd and 10 situation 1 or 2 times and either getting a turnover or getting a stop, and that you're not going to be able to do that to them. But short week. Does this give an advantage to the Jets or to New England short week?
No, I don't think either one. You know why? Because both teams know each other extremely well. So are things going to change much? No. The only advantage one over the other would be the Jets would have the advantage over New England because of the injuries. That's the only factor. Because, Dave, you're really not practicing hardly at all. On Monday you're watching film. Tuesday you're having kind of a walkthrough type thing, and Wednesday's day before the game. So you're not. It's all mental practices this week. So you're going to continue to do what you've done. You may add a wrinkle or 2. two, but you're not going to change a lot. You're going to go back and look at the film from the last New England game and see if there's anything, because they had a lot of success, especially Curley and Keller. Both had 7 catches, big games. Hill, I'm telling you what, I don't think Hill has any confidence whatsoever.
How could he? All he does is drop the ball.
Right. Against New England last time he had 4 for 55. So, at least he was productive then until he started getting the drops. Now he can't even he can't catch anything. He's 0 for the last 2 games.
Explain this to me. Explain how, and one more, and then we'll get into the Giants and the Jets as well, and we'll use the P word in just a couple moments. Explain to me right now how Sanchez goes 15 of 20, completes a couple of big passes, and then Tim Tebow comes trotting on the field in a couple situations. It's one thing when Sanchez is having a bad game. When Sanchez is playing well, why? Why do they still do this?
I don't know. Maybe for a distraction, for the players to come out in the locker room and say he doesn't belong, just to show. I don't have a clue. Probably because they had it in the game plan and they like the kid and they want to get him involved somehow. But, I'm totally disagree with why they brought him in, how they brought him in, and to let them to do anything. Because, like you said, Sanchez was playing great. Sanchez was playing excellent, had a good feel, had a rhythm for the game, and then to bring Tebow in is a total distraction and disruption, really, to the offense. Because, it's nice Sanchez is over there talking to Sperano, but, he's in rhythm. He's feeling good. When things are going good, why pull him out? I can see, if things are going bad, come off, talk to him a little bit. But if things are going good, all you're telling Mark, just keep it up, just keep it up. But why are you putting Tebow in? I totally agree with that. I thought it was
it's bizarre.
wrong.
It really is, and the Jets continue to do that. All right.
Well, Woody tells them to.
Well, I know, but you know what? At some point, you got to do what's best for your football team out there. Huge game for the Jets on Thursday. Monster game for the Giants on Sunday night. Both teams are talking about the P word. We'll get into that next. Dave Rothenberg, Vinny Serrato with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Is it hard to believe, Rex, you're 4-6, you hadn't won a game in 35 days, but let's be honest, you are in the playoff hunt.
We're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better. We're so backed up that that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Stun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
New England.
All right, the Patriots win big but lose Gronk, who breaks an arm. Mike Reese, who does a great job at ESPNBoston.com. How long is Gronk going to be out? What's the latest, Mike?
Well, Colin, they're talking about, weeks here. Let's say anywhere between 3 to 6. But again, that's a projection. Always hard to tell. I think the key for the Patriots is where do you go from here? This is a guy that does so many things for them. 93% of the snaps he's played this season. So you can't just put someone else out there and expect that role to be filled. They're going to have a lot of guys chip in to try to fill what Gronk did for them.
Aaron Hernandez is still banged up, so Gronk is out against the Jets. Will Aaron Hernandez play?
Colin, it's trending in that direction. You know, when they brought him back a couple of weeks ago, you know, they ultimately brought him back too soon. So they said, we're going to shut you down, Aaron, and we're going to bring you back when you are 100% ready. And he's been close. If this was the playoffs yesterday, I think he would have played. So I think he has a real chance to play Thursday night against the Jets.
Los Angeles.
Matt Barkley out versus Notre Dame, and a lot of people want Kiffin out. Gary Klein, my buddy at the LA Times. After the game, Kiffin said he's safe. Pat Hayden talked to Bill Plaschke at your paper. Were you surprised that Pat Hayden came out immediately and said Lane's my guy?
I wasn't surprised, Colin, because that's what athletic directors have to do. If you listen to what Pat Hayden says, Lane Kiffin is his coach 150%. So I think those kind of comments really went through the USC fan base. People are going nuts. Some, happy he's supporting him. Others can't believe it. But that's where he stands going into the Notre Dame game. And Kiffin said last night he was not concerned about it at all. Because he feels he has great support from the president and the athletic director.
College football.
All right, Oregon goes down, Kansas State goes down, and a wild Saturday night. Notre Dame's the new number one. It's funny, Stanford beat Oregon. Coulda, shoulda beat Notre Dame. Did beat USC. Maybe Stanford's a lot better than we think, or was Oregon overrated?
A little bit, but see, it's a pattern now. See, here's the problem with Oregon. We know this. We know that this offense, particularly the running game, does not work against top-shelf defenses that can tackle. Stanford didn't miss a tackle. See, USC could get to the ball. They just couldn't stop anybody. But Stanford didn't miss anything. They had one play where they missed on Marcus Mariota. He took off for that 77-yard dash. But now we've seen it, whether it was the national championship against Auburn, whether it was the opener against LSU last year, whether it was against Boise State a few years ago. This offense, it's a pattern now. You can kind of see it coming. This offense does not work against very, very good, smart defensive front sevens that can tackle.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
I'm Dave Rothenberger. This ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore, now open on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey. The PGA Tour Superstore, there's nothing else like it. Jets with a 2-touchdown win yesterday in St. Louis. No time to rest and enjoy this victory as Thursday night New England comes to town. It will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery on his broken forearm earlier today, so he will be out of the game on Thursday night. Of course, you can catch it 6:30 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Rex Ryan earlier today said his club is still feeling a sense of desperation.
Well, it's there. We put ourselves in this spot, and it's without question it's there. And again, it's not a panic thing. It's just the fact that we just got to be focused and tight and whatever the next challenge is to face it head on, and that's what we'll do.
To the Giants, Eli Manning threw for the first time in more than a week, said his arm felt some pop back and he was feeling better. Keith Rivers, a no-show in practice earlier today, was in a car accident, banged up his knee during the off week. Plexico Burress has met and worked out with the Pittsburgh Steelers. NBA, Knicks off, Nets off tonight. Tomorrow, Knicks in New Orleans, Nets out in L.A. to take on the Lakers. Maryland to the Big Ten today. Rutgers expected to join the Big Ten tomorrow.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, Vinny Serrato is here, as he is on a weekly basis, and because it's a short week with the holiday coming up and Vinny going to ensconce himself in wine on Thursday night, we figure before you open all the bottles of red to go with your turkey, we better have you on before that happens, because the last thing we want to do is have you on after you guys pop open all the wine.
Right. Hey, Dave, let me make one point about Rex. I think Rex deserves some credit because it takes me back to Washington. I remember Dan asking me, Zorn, we were, I think, 8-7, and we were getting ready to play Philadelphia. It was at the end of the year, and Dan kept asking me all week, you think the players will play for him? Will they play for the coach? Will they play for the... I said, Dan, we will find that out in the game. I said, if they play hard, if they play for 4 quarters, they compete. I said, they hadn't tuned him out yet. We won that game 7-6, and after I said, Dan, they have not tuned him out yet. And the Jets, with all the issues they had lost a bunch. They're sitting 3-6. Had they tuned Rex out, they fought their butts off for Rex. So they still believe in his message right now. So I got to give Rex and the coaching staff some credit because they've kept them going thus far, and I think that keeps Rex with his job right now.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah. I think you're dead on. I think you bring up a good point because, listen, maybe they're not the most talented team in the world, but Rex has been preaching week after week that, he hasn't lost this team. He still has complete control of this team. And a lot of people, and you and I included, have kind of rolled our eyes and said, you know what, let's see. Let's see what happens. Right. But at least yesterday they did. They answered the bell.
Yes, there's no question about it. And I didn't expect that at all because St. Louis came off of an outstanding game out in San Francisco, coming home, got some momentum, a bunch of young guys playing well, and they've got some confidence. And they basically laid an egg. The Jets just came out physically and handled them and handed it to them. And so you got to give Rex and the coaching staff credit because they got them to play. The players responded, and the players still want to play for Rex Ryan.
Well, that's obviously very important. Now, I want to hear something from earlier today. Rex Ryan, Michael Kay Show, and you and I will analyze this for the Jets and the Giants in a moment. Is his club back in the playoff picture?
We're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better. And, we have to get better on the practice field, fix some things, correct some things, and then move forward. And that's it, because we're so backed up that that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Well, you know what the beautiful thing is, Vinny? You and I can, and you and I will.
Right.
So when we do that now, this club is 4-6. Is this they don't win this game on Thursday night, that's it? Let's look towards next year at 4-7?
No, I don't think so whatsoever because I think they can go – if they can go 4-2, so they can afford to lose 2 games. They could lose to New England because, Arizona, you figures a win. At Jacksonville, they got a good chance to win that game. At Tennessee, that's going to be an interesting game.
But 4-2 puts them at 8-8.
Right. You look at – all right, right now Pittsburgh and Indy are in it at 6-4. Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback. They go to Cleveland. They're going to lose at Cleveland this week. Then they got to go to Baltimore. They're going to be sitting 6-6. Indy's not that great. Indy's probably going to end up at best, Indy ends up 9-7.
All right, let me ask you this. What do you think the odds are that the Jets make the postseason at 8-8? If I told you they're going to go 8-8 and get the right wins, what do you think? If they beat the Chargers, they already beat the Colts, and say they beat Tennessee, what do you think the odds are that the Jets make the postseason at 8-8?
At 8-8?
Yeah.
When's Ben come back?
They say week 13 is what I saw earlier today.
Okay, I'm going to say 40% chance at 8-8.
Really?
Yes. Yes, just because when you look at the landscape, unless somebody, unless Cincy's won 2 in a row, maybe Cincy goes on a run and then all of a sudden they're sitting at 9 wins. But
Miami is 4-6, Buffalo is 4-6, Tennessee is 4-6. There's a lot of lousy teams around the league.
But look at the schedule that they've got. Dave. Do you see 4-2? You could make a case for 4-2.